Hey, what's up, guys? We are back at again with Ian and Boss, two of the best players in the entire world, to break down the best cards and worst cards in Clash Royale. We're going to be ranking every single card in the game today. What's up, Ian? What's up, Boss? How's it going?
I'm doing great, man. Just started exercising a lot recently. Got a bunch of streaming equipment in the mail. Gonna start streaming sometime soon, hopefully.
Let's go. How's it going, Boss?
Doing well, Tag. Glad to be back doing another one of these tier lists.
Awesome stuff. So unfortunately, I tried to, for this one, I tried to have everyone's face cam, but then it started lagging. So the only way that we're gonna be able to do this is going and alternating back and forth at the start. Just wanted to show everyone Boss and Ian. Ian's a beautiful human being that doesn't show his face cam in his videos. So now you guys get to see him in the wild. We're going to be jumping into the ranking, and we're just going to be breaking it down on this cam because unfortunately the other one doesn't work. Maybe I'll be able to fix it for the next time, but for now, this is what we got. So the very first card that we're going to be trying to take a look at today is going to be the Wizard. What do you think, Boss? Where would you put that?
All right, yeah, I guess I'll start things off. I would say that I would put it definitely on the lower end. I think it's, viable in some decks, but you don't see it too often. So I'd have to probably give it a D.
Ooh, right out of the jump, giving it the death. I kind of agree there. I don't think it's very good besides running it in like Sparky Rage or maybe like a weird deck with Balloon Freeze and Lumberjack. And you typically only see that at like top 200 by a couple decks, not necessarily that strong. What do you think, Ian? Would you go with D? Would you go with higher, lower? Where'd you put it?
I would definitely go with F tier if it weren't for all of you mid ladder players. So I'll make a compromise. I'll give it D tier. There's like one really good player. I don't know if you guys know who he is. His name is Denisito Pro X. He's this Hog Rider giant skeleton main. He uses Wizard at the very top.
Makes sense. All right, so I guess we're going to settle on D. We did overrule you on the F tier, but yeah, it's pretty bad. I do
Yeah.
enjoy it, but it's not a great card. All right, so the next one is going to be Expo. It is a card that I remember Ian being able to play that at number one in the world, but you play a lot of things at number one in the world. But anyway,
Yeah.
it's just one of those cards that you either love it or you love to hate it. And personally, I just don't see it that strong in the meta. Like, usually there's always going to be a new tank that they add into the game, just like the monk, that's going to kill it. And it's hard to be able to break through so many different tanks as they add like cannon carts, Golden Knight that could dash onto the archers, the skeletons, and then also hit the expo. For me personally, I would definitely put it in C tier. What do you think, Ian? What about that for you?
Yeah, I think I would have to give it C tier as well because I'm pretty sure the monk will be also like a really good counter to Expo being able to like chuck back the rockets at your opponent's towers. Like, because most decks with Expo usually rely on spell cycle like rockets, fireballs, stuff like that. So I think C tier is good as well.
Awesome. What about you, boss?
I was initially thinking C as well. I think for right now, win conditions, it's definitely one of the weaker ones. But with that being said, I still think you can, in the right hands, it can get a lot of value, and it's still a pretty viable card.
Awesome. So it looks like we're gonna roll a C tier. Yeah, just to talk one quick note about the monk and rocket cycle. It's really hard to use the monk to reflect rockets reactively because the monk takes 4 times as long to activate the ability than an archer queen. So
Dang.
the archer queen is like 0.25 seconds. The monk is a whole second. So reactively, like reacting to a rocket cycle, it's not that easy. You can do it, but yeah, it's definitely not easy. And then also on top of that, I noticed something from Royal API. They showed a knight and Expo attacking a monk, and the monk reflects everything. So it's kind of crazy that the Expo gets full countered by that and only doing 700 damage to the tower with a knight supporting the Expo at the same time. So yeah, I definitely think that Expo is gonna have some trouble. All right, so the next one that we have is Zap. So, boss, take us away. Where would you put this, and what do you think of the card?
Ooh, so for Zap, I would say it's probably around D tier with the Expo. Maybe you could argue it's B, but I feel like it's not used in a ton of decks. It's usually used in heavier decks like Sparky and Lava Hound or Giant Double Prince, but you don't see it in cycle decks very often.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Ian? So, boss is saying C right now. Where we're gonna put it? Higher, lower? You feeling it's too good, or you thinking it's a little bit trash?
I feel like on ladder it could be B tier. Like there's a lot of balloon players who use it, giant players, stuff like that. Even some golem players. So I think on ladder it would be B tier, but for competitive it just almost never used. So I feel like it would be like right between C tier and maybe possibly very low B tier.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna roll with B. I am also the mid ladder warrior of the bunch. I mean, I'm only like top 1K or 2K, and you guys are always top 200. I'm still gonna put it B tier because I'm gonna side with Ian on that low B tier, and just say that I think it works a lot with bridge spam decks, and typically you'll see it with decks that aren't just gonna have zap because not. If you run just zap, you're going to lose the log bait. So a lot of times people will run it with like zap arrows or maybe like, balloon freeze where they'll have other cards that can potentially counter the goblin barrel. So yeah, I like zap. I think it's a great card. I don't think it's as good as the other small spells. Low B tier for me. All right, so we got zappies. Oh, this is a really controversial one. I can't wait to see what Boss has to say.
Should I start with this one then?
You got to, dude. It's the only option.
I think for this it's either A or B. I don't know which one, but I think in this meta there's so many people running lightning. Right now there's a lot of RG lightning, for example, and zappies are a pretty good card against that. So right now I would say it might be A. They're so good on defense. You'll sometimes see them in recruits hogs too, and in competitive they're used a lot as well.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty solid assessment. They're definitely used a lot in fireball bait decks with recruits. That deck is dominating the meta right now because a lot of people are running log bait and it counters log bait because of fly machine. They just rock it and then it's like a -2 trade. There's really no answers to the fly machine, so it synergizes perfectly with that and counters most of the meta. Really good with Royal Giant, as you said. I think that's probably the most commonly played deck right now in the game at top ladder. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. So yeah, I think Zappy's definitely A tier. They're not like the strongest card in the game. They just fit with a lot of decks and they make those decks good. So I think that because we're ranking based off of versatility and then also the strength of the card, definitely have to put Zappies high up. I'm going to roll with A as well. Ian, what do you have to say about that? Do you vibe with it or not?
Yeah, I think I agree with that because Zappies are really good in that one RG Skelly King deck. They're pretty good in Recruits Hoggies, a few other things as well, just some off meta decks. So yeah, I think A tier is a solid placement for them.
Solid. Oh, this one's so spicy. Ian, I know you're going to be brutal with this card. Where do we rank the Battle Healer?
Uh, Probably bottom of the F tier almost.
Oh,
It's just
dude.
so bad.
You look at her angelic face and you say that to her, you're like, go all the way down, banish to hell. Oh, no.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Dude. Boss, do you agree with the F tier or not?
Sadly, I'm gonna have to agree with that because it's just in one deck, Elixir Golem, and I feel like even after the Elixir Golem buff, we're not really seeing it used too much more. And the healer didn't get any buff; it was just the Elixir Golem. So
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, so we're gonna put the battle healer in the F tier, and we are on to the battle ram. So battle ram, it works with P.E.K.K.A. I think it kind of works with Three Musketeers, but not really. So if it's only in P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam, I don't think we can rank it that high. Maybe like chilling with the Expo and C tier. I don't know if you guys are gonna fight me on that one. What do you think, boss?
I was thinking C. I think if it were to be any different than C, I would probably go with B, but I don't see a lot of it right now. It's only used in just P.E.K.K.A. and also that E-Barb's Bridge Spam deck. Because in Three Musketeers, it doesn't even have to be used because that's sometimes used Royal Hogs, so.
Yeah, makes sense. What about you, Ian? Do you ever see this card at top ladder when you're like top 10 in the world? Have you ever seen it?
I feel like I would probably also go with like the middle of the C tier. It's not really too good. There's like a couple P.E.K.K.A. players here and there that I sometimes face, but honestly, the E-Barb's Bridge spam deck is actually pretty decent right now, so I feel like C tier is a pretty good placement for it.
Makes sense. I feel that. All right, so looks like this has been going pretty well for us. All right, we've got a pretty even distribution, but there's nothing in the S tier yet. Is the bomb tower going to make its first appearance? Probably not. But where would you put it, boss? Where are you thinking the bomb tower should go?
I guess Ian could start with this one because I know
Okay.
he uses it a good amount, so.
Ian, where would you
Um,
put it?
I feel like I either want to put it high C tier or or low B tier. It's not a half bad building in itself, but it does still kind of get overshadowed by Cannon and stuff, even after the slight nerf that Cannon got. It's a pretty solid card in like Magic Archer, minor wall breakers, sometimes some hog decks and stuff. It gets the job done. It's not like the best building or something, but it's a pretty reliable building.
So I'm gonna make you pick B or C. Where would you put it?
I guess I'll say low B.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say B tier as well. What about you, boss?
Yeah, I'm fine with B because I think there were a lot of buildings that got nerfed recently. I forget all of them off the top of my head, but I know Mortar was, and a while back, Tesla was, and also Bomb Tower. I think Ian said this before too. Bomb Tower does better against RG than like a cannon does, for example, and because there's a lot of in the meta, I think it makes Bomb Tower better. It's like an indirect buff, kind of.
So you guys have not visited the slums of top like 5,000 in the world, but there is Elixir Golem absolutely everywhere. And for me,
Ooh.
I love my bomb tower because the splash damage is a lifesaver. So I gotta say, for mid-ladder people that are my rank, 5,000 to 2,000 in the world and lower, great card. It also fully counters Balloon, even though it doesn't shoot up. You just use your towers. It does a lot of work. Great with minor wall breakers, as Ian said. I also am biased because that's one of my favorite decks in the game. So definitely B tier overall for all three of us. That's pretty cool. Let's move on to the next one. Bomber. Where are we putting that, boss? Since you monked back the bomb tower to Ian, we're going to make sure you can't monk back this one.
All right, so the Bomber. This used to be really high, like S or A, but I feel like right now, since there's less people using Drill, and a lot of Drill decks don't use the Bomber anymore, they use other support cards, I feel like it's probably B, around where the
Ooh.
Bomb Tower's at. I don't think it can be... I don't know. I don't think it could be much lower or higher than that, just because I'm just not seeing it as much as it used to be a few months ago. But it's still, for 2 Elixir, gets a lot of value.
Ian, would you put it B or lower or higher? What you feeling?
I think I would say B as well. It's not really too versatile anymore. It's used in like a couple of drill decks, maybe just like one drill deck. It's used in E-Giant sometimes, maybe a Golem deck here and there. So it's a decent card for its Elixir. Nothing crazy, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I typically see this in the Leap Barbarian, Night Witch, Bomber, Arrow, Zap, Golem deck, and that's the one that speaks to me. And then obviously like the Bandit one with Goblin Drill with Rocket. But that deck, as Boss said, it's not played as much as it used to be. So yeah, got to be B tier. All right, the next card. This is one of those cards that pro players absolutely hate. I'm going to be interested to see if you guys hate it too. Bowler. It's a very interesting card because not too many people complain about it, but at the highest level, no one likes playing against it. Because the splash damage thing.
Wait, should I start or?
Yeah, boss, you got this.
So I was gonna say, like, recently the Bowler, I didn't consider it like S tier anymore, but a few months ago I did. But I was thinking right now, at least in competitive, and maybe some people on ladder are using this right now, there's this really, really good Graveyard Freeze deck that just came out that has the Bowler in it, and it's so good. And part of the reason why is because of the Bowler. On defense, it gets so much value, and then I know there's some other people who talk about on offense too, how it could be at the bridge and it still can reach the tower because of how long the projectile range is. So when you know how to use it really well with the Tornado, it's just so valuable, especially in the decks it's used in. I think it's right now, I would say A. I don't think there's any way I could put it in S, just because it's not a very versatile card.
Makes sense. What about you, Ian? Where would you put it? What you feeling?
I think I want to say B tier, maybe like the middle to high B tier. It's it's very good in that one Graveyard Freeze deck. It's also kind of useful in obviously like Lumberloon and stuff like that, but it's not like insanely versatile. I think Boss is just being a bit biased because his OG Giant deck used to have Bowler in it.
True.
The call out is real. Honestly, we're all going to have those biases, though. Like if we play a certain deck or we play a certain thing, then everyone's going to have that type of connection with the card, or at least like, feel like they play it a little bit better than other people because they've mastered it a bit more. So maybe they
Yeah.
get more value from it. So yeah, I totally agree. I think Bowler's got to be like high up there. I'd put a B tier. Personally, I don't think it's used that much at ladder because Lumberjack Balloon kind of died after they just destroyed the balloon and made it like 2-tap cannons instead of 1-tap. And I mean, I guess with Graveyard, you just see it way more often with Splash Shard instead of, the Bowler version. And most people on top ladder don't run the Graveyard one. I guess it's the Graveyard one with Bowler. But for competitive, I guess Bowler is used a lot more often because of what Boss said, where it's kind of like a Magic Archer at the river. It can get that extra damage. And those clutch last seconds, if you have Tornado and you tornado your opponent's stuff close to the tower and the Bowler locks on, that can be game-winning damage. So in competitive, when everyone's playing perfect and you can maybe make predictions on your opponent's decks, I think it's really, really cool, at least from what I saw. And then ladder, maybe you have a bad card cycle and someone spams you at the river and it's a 5 elixir card. You kind of would want to have a Tombstone or a Tornado or something that's a little bit more versatile so you don't lose the dumb stuff. So I put it B tier, and we'll go to the next one. The cannon. We got to throw this to Ian because, dude, you're the cycle spammer with the cannon everywhere. So where are we going to put that?
I feel like Cannon still has to be like probably A tier. It's almost close to S tier, I think, even after the nerf. Like, I haven't really seen almost any decks drop the Cannon for a different building. I feel like it still gets the job done. It doesn't fully die to Fireball even with the HP nerf, and I feel like it just like so needed in some of the cycle decks. Like I tried putting Bomb Tower in my Hog Giant Skelly deck instead of Cannon, but it's just like too expensive. So I really like having the cheap defense with the Cannon.
Yeah, makes sense. What about you, boss? You feel that A tier, or would you put it higher in S? Because it
I
was S
agree.
before.
I agree with A. I don't know if it's quite S anymore, but it's definitely so close. Probably the high
Yeah.
end of A. And I also wanted to say there's this new deck that just came out basically that's so good in the meta. There's this minor poison deck with the Archer Queen. It's like 2.8. I saw there was like 5 people in the top like 11 with it the other day, and it's like a brand new deck that's so good with the cannon. So it kind of shows that even new decks are emerging that have the cannon in it still.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think Cannon is still one of the best cards in the game. And just for its cost, being able to shut down stuff for a cheap elixir investment and distract things for 3 elixir, you're getting better trades. And a lot of people would be like, oh, it's just 1 elixir difference from a bomb tower and you get splash damage and more health. Well, for that 1 elixir, when you're at the highest level, that means that your Hog Rider is coming down just that much faster. Maybe you're going to be able to get a Goblin Barrel before they're at enough elixir for their arrows or their log, and then you're going to get like 3 Goblin hits on the tower. That's game-defining damage. So Cannon is really, really nice to play. If you guys can maximize your efficiency, you're going to get more results. So that's why Ian and Boss play it. And if you're comfortable with it, continue to play it. A lot of people have a huge misconception when they see a card nerfed. They're like, oh no, it's going to suck. I should never play it again. Got to switch up my entire deck after the meta or after the balance changes. But in reality, you can keep playing what you're playing. And as long as you're good with it and you know how to operate the card, as long as it's not a drastic nerf, it's still gonna work. So it shows that Cannon was S tier, maybe fell a little bit. A tier, still great. Next one, the Cannon card. This card got a nerf as well because of the Cannon. So I'm excited to see what Boss has to say about it.
Yeah, so for this, I'm thinking it used to be SA for sure. It used to be one of those 2 tiers. Now I would say it's probably around B, maybe A, but I think B makes more sense just because right now I don't see it nearly as much. The main deck I see it in is Mortar. Like I see some people using Mortar Cannon card. You might occasionally see it in Golem or like a couple other things, like maybe Bridge Spam Drill. But that Bridge Spam Drill deck, I almost never see that on ladder anymore. So I feel like it's around B.
Wow, that is a super big fall for the Cannon card. Ian, do you agree with B, or would you put it A or C, or what you feeling?
I think I would also say B. Like I haven't seen it quite as much as before. I feel like even before the nerf, it wasn't like super good. It was pretty good, but nothing game breaking. So I feel like B is pretty solid for it. You see it once in a while, but it's not like too game changing or anything like that.
I think there were like multiple levels that hurt the cannon cart. Number one, it was
Yeah.
like straight up killing the game when E Giant was everywhere. Because if you killed the cannon cart, well, it became a building and then it pulled the E Giant. So they can't actually tornado the cannon cart into the E Giant because it would just lose
Hmm.
them the game. So it was really, really overpowered in that meta. And then it got an actual nerf, and then it fell even harder. So I was like, after the E Giant nerf, then maybe it's A tier because it's not as useful. And then after the actual nerf, B tier. Kind of makes sense. So we'll roll with that. And we are on to one of the cheesiest cards in the game, the clone. This card, I know you guys laugh at it because your mechanics are so good, so you don't actually have problems with it. But for me, sometimes I lose to Lava Clone because they starting hand me, and it just doesn't feel good. So there's nothing worse than someone dropping a Lava Hound in the back, cloning up all their stuff, and then noticing that all of your air cards are like 8th card. I think that it's one of the most frustrating cards to play against. I don't think it's actually that great. Especially after the Giant Skeleton nerf. I'd probably put it D tier. What do you guys think?
I feel like I might say C tier just because this guy named Duminic, I think his name is, he finished number 1 last season with Lava Clone. It's also just so annoying for my deck. I have like almost 0 chance to be any clone deck, so I mean like just Lava Clone specifically. But
Yeah.
yeah, I just kind of hate that card
You
so
also
much.
run Earthquake in all of your decks.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know if I would say C or D. I've always thought of it as D, but yeah, it did finish number 1 last season, but
True.
I don't know. It's a card that I feel like is very dependent on the matchup, like what spells your opponent has. Because if they have good spells, then it gets almost no value. But if they don't, like Ian was saying, like Earthquake, then it's so annoying. Um, I think I'm gonna have to put it D just because
Ooh.
I only see it in like Lava Clone. I don't even see it with Giant Skeleton Clone anymore. There's very few people who use that.
Yeah, it makes sense. I feel you there. I'm glad I won the tug of war. We got pulling it the clone to the D tier. All right, so that was actually pretty cool. Also, we're just gonna do a quick intermission to thank everyone that donated today. There were a couple donations that I think we missed. There's a $20 dono from Mush Call. Says, "Hey Jake, you, boss, and Ian are the best guys. Keep it up. Thank you, brother. Really do appreciate that." And then there was another $2 dono that I missed earlier. I'm super sorry about that. But thank you so much. And also, guys, in the chat, or if you're watching this as a VOD, make sure to let us know what you guys think about all of our ratings. Do you think we're right? Do you think we're wrong? Where would you rank all the cards? And let us know what our biggest mess up was, and let us know what the most accurate thing was in the comments. Anyway, we are now on to the next one. We got the Dark Prince. This card is really, really, really strong because of the splash damage, the charge, so it can immediately get onto opponents' towers, the ability to jump over rivers, and then also on top of that, the fact that it has a shield. So, with Rocket Cycle, you kind of get destroyed if your opponent goes in for rockets on like your E-barbs or whatever when you're defending a Goblin Drill or a Miner. But the Dark Prince is chilling there. I think it's one of the most versatile cards in the game, one of the best cards in the game. You see it in Miner Control Rocket. You also see it in Golem decks. I think I would probably put it in B or A tier, and I don't know where. I think it's like high B tier. Definitely above Cannon Cart. What do you think, boss? Where would you put it?
This one I'm not too sure about. I was actually recently I made a tier list, and this one I couldn't decide because it's in I think it's better than, well, I guess it's kind of spoiling it. But I guess it might be fine. Like I consider it
Yeah.
better than Prince, but I don't think it's better by a lot. I would say the decks it's used in are Giant Graveyard, Giant Double Prince, and Electro Giant. So
Mm-hmm.
mostly heavier type of decks. I guess I would say B. If I were to change anything, I would say it's closer to C than A, but
Ooh,
I think B is pretty accurate, yeah.
that's rough, man. My Dark Prince, he's in a lot of my main decks. Feels bad, man. I guess my bias is showing. What about you, Ian? Do you think it's B, A, C, or where'd you put it? Give us the entire alphabet, man.
Yeah, I think I would have to go with B tier as well. It probably was A like a few months ago, but ever since the
Mhm.
Golden Knight kind of took its place, it hasn't been quite as strong. It's good in like minor decks. Not quite as good in E Giant anymore since the Golden Knight is also really good in there. So it's a solid card, not like the best, not the worst either.
Makes sense. All right, cool. I'm happy that we're settling in B. That my Dark Prince boy didn't get knocked down to C. Now, this is going to be a controversial thing, maybe. I don't know. I think Dark Goblin, top 3 cards in the game without champions. I'm going to put it S tier. You guys can fight me on this one. What do you guys think? I think, so my reasoning, it's just so incredibly valuable. It can snipe Archer Queens and make people go invisible and click their ability when they're not supposed to if you drop it in the other side at the river, because the Archer Queen gets outranged by the Dark Goblin. Also, it's really fast attack speed. If your opponent doesn't drop skeletons down in time, they can lose the game. Like Mugi, one of the best players in the world finals against Morton, when Morton was running the Dark Goblin Logbait deck, Mugi wasn't even able to hit the skeletons in time. He messed that up. So I think it's just a really cheesy and good card on offense and defense. Great against Graveyard, great against all the Lava Hound decks. I just think with its fast attack speed and high damage, especially in this meta, by far one of the best cards in the game. And I'm going to fight that. I'm going to fight you guys on that. Maybe. I don't know. I'm ready for battle. What do you think, Ian?
I think you have a point there, but at the same time, there's just not like a great variety of decks that it's used in. It's used in like maybe like a mortar deck here and there, but not really too much at the top of ladder with the mortar nerf and stuff like that.
Oh,
It is pretty good in log bait, but princess can also be used instead of it. So I think I would have to go with like high B tier, honestly. But it's a very good card.
I could like, I guess I'd go in the middle and say A. I think yeah, I guess A, like in the middle of S and B. I think yeah, right now there's a new bait deck that I think Riley made. It has the Dark Goblin in it. It was pretty good. But I feel like there's so many bait variations. So like Ian said with the princess, and I notice bait players tend to prefer using the princess over the Dark Goblin, at least on top of ladder. That's what I see. But that being said, I still put it A just because it is very annoying. Like kind of how you mentioned, like how it like World Finals, like yeah, the skeletons came down late. Like it's definitely a card that is not fun to play against. Like you know when you're against it, you have to like get ready. You're like, oh boy,
Yeah.
you know, I'm against a Dark Goblin. So yeah, I think A.
Ian did my Dark Goblin boy dirty, but we ended up being able to nail him on the dartboard at A. So we'll roll with that. And we have Archers. I think this is probably one of the saddest cards. They just keep buffing it incrementally, and then Expo players are like, let's go, my deck is finally going to be good again. And then it's like, nah, it just doesn't. It's just substituted by Archer Queen still. If you watch like Aragon and those guys, they just continuously play Archer Queen, and then the Archers are left alone with no love or support anymore. Dude, I don't know if it's like the card feels okay, especially in draft. Like when you're picking it and you have to use specific cards. I think it's like stats are decent. There's just better alternatives. Like, you know, why not use Zappies, Dark Goblin, Archer Queen? Why would anyone ever really want to run Archers? A little shorter range just doesn't help out that much. I put it C tier. Interested to see what you guys have to say. I don't see any other deck use it besides like maybe Graveyard Freeze or Expo, and not that often.
Mm.
I mean, you can go ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say I'm thinking D just because it's only in Expo, and I was also thinking that a lot of people now are using Queen Bow, so they don't even use the Archers in Expo, and Hog pretty much never uses it because you always want to use Hog with Queen or Musketeer. So I don't know. I'd probably go with D, but I guess Ian can decide.
I think I'd have to go with D tier as well. Like there's maybe a couple 3.0 players at the top of ladder, but even most of them have switched to Queen Bow already. So I feel like Archers don't really have a place in the meta. They're not a bad card, but they just get power crept so easily by almost all of the other ranged cards.
Yeah, it's kind of an issue in the game. As they continue to add more and more range cards and more melee cards, you're going to be like, well, I'm comparing them to all the other cards in the game. And then the ones that were like super old and not really, like they were used at the start of the game, now they're not really used because they're not as cool, unique, interesting. They're kind of just a linear card. I mean, Archers can distract stuff, but the damage and the range just not there compared to all the new stuff. So we now have Earthquake, Ian's favorite card? I don't know. Question mark besides Hog Rider. We'll pass that one to you, Ian.
I feel like it's kind of interesting right now. There have been like a few nerfs to Earthquake decks. Like I feel like the Queen has incrementally got slightly weaker. It's still like a super good card. Also the Cannon nerf and like Fire Spirit nerf. So I feel like it might it might have to be like high C tier, honestly. Like there's not too many decks that use it. It's not a bad card. It's really good in Hog EQ, obviously. It's kind of good in Royal Hogs as well, but I feel like the Royal Hogs deck has got quite a few nerfs, so I think I'd have to settle with high C tier.
Right next to its friend Expo.
Yeah.
That's nice. I definitely agree with that. What do you think, boss?
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think after the nerfs it got, it's kind of just an average card now, and you only see it in a couple different things. Like no one really uses Earthquake with RG anymore. It used to be used in that, but now everyone's running it with Lightning or Fireball. So you pretty much just see it in Hog and Royal Hogs, and that's about it.
Yeah, and just to say one last thing about it, it's not that good of a card if you're playing against someone with Inferno Tower or Tesla. If they drop the Tesla so far up, you can't even hit it. You can't stop it. And then if you Inferno Tower and the Hog Rider Earthquake is coming at you, the Inferno Tower still shuts down a Hog EQ 7 Elixir for 5. +2 trade, and they get no damage besides the Earthquake. So it's kind of annoying from that standpoint. It's really good against cannon because it can actually break through the cannon, and they have to do like a trick to go and push the Hog Rider into the cannon and evade the Earthquake. So it's good against cannon, it's good against mortar, but both of those cards aren't used as often as they were before. So Earthquake is way worse than it was. All right, next card. We are going to be using the Electro Dragon, the Boss Hey 123 special with Prince the Electro Dragon. We know that we're passing this one to you. What do you think about the card now? Is it still, deserving of a very low tier, or is it a little bit better? I don't know.
Well, I don't know, because this one, it's always... I think it's definitely D or lower. I don't know if it's F, though. I mean, because if you think about it, it's pretty much only played in Lumberloon Freeze, and even that sometimes can use Baby Dragon, and then you might occasionally see it in Golem, but it's usually in kind of the off-meta Golem decks. But I don't know, like, I think it's D or F. I think you guys can decide from there.
All right, I want to put it in like C or D so bad, man. So F is not a contender for me. I really want to put in D because Elixir Golem is back a little bit. Maybe you guys are gonna call me an idiot because you just put the battle here in F. But I see Elixir Golem everywhere. Electro Dragon is really good with that. It's good with Golem, nothing else really. So I think it's better than Wizard, honestly. But you guys can let me know what you think.
I think I might have to go with D tier as well. It feels like it can be used in some decks like Golem, E-Golem, Lumberloon Freeze, but all of those decks are kind of weak right now, so E-Drag isn't really too good, and it's not really the star of any of those decks, so I think D tier is a fine placement for it.
Sounds good. All right, we are rolling through this. We got another Electro card. I feel like they just put them all together. We got E-Giant now. It used to be S tier. It used to be the god of Clash Royale, and now it has fallen to the depths of despair where you can counter it without even having a building. I remember Ian saying, hey, I lost to, I was running Hog Rider Executioner. I lost this matchup all the time. And now Executioner got, or the Executioner got buffed, and then E-Giant got nerfed. And even though I don't have a building, you win. You let me know if you think that E-Giant sucks. I think it's terrible now. I think it's like definitely worse than Expo. I don't feel comfortable putting it in D tier because there's matchups that it just wins because your opponent doesn't have, like, they just have bait cards. And there are a couple people in the top 200 playing it. It's not good though. It's definitely worse than Expo. I'd put it low C tier. Interested to see what Boss has to say about it.
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and agree with C. I think it is certainly still viable. I actually on ladder yesterday, this is probably just, I don't know, just luck, or I don't know why this happened, but I played against it so many times. I played like 10 games and I matched E-Giant like 4 or 5 times, but that was rare. Like that almost like never happens, and that was like in the top 200. So that shows there definitely are a good amount of people still playing it, but you have to actually be good with it, if that makes sense now to win. Whereas before you could just go E-Giant mirror and didn't have to think much about what you did, but now you have to defend pretty well with it and stuff. So
Ian, what do you think? You put in C, or you guys think we're crazy?
I think I would also put it in C tier, but it could be like slightly worse for some players because I know like the mirror will be getting that rework. I don't really think anyone at top ladder runs E-Giant mirror, but maybe for some of you mid ladder players who run it still, it could be a bit of a unfortunate nerf for you guys. It's not like a bad card. I do face it a decent amount at top ladder. It's never really too hard to stop, though. It can be pretty easily countered with like any building, even without a building sometimes. So I don't feel like it's too good or too bad.
Yeah, it's crazy. I watched you counter it with just like an Ice Spirit and like an Executioner. I was like,
Yeah.
dude, I don't understand how this card became auto lose if you don't have a building to like, oh, I don't even need a building anymore. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
funny. Next card is the Electro Spirit. We see this with Royal Giant a lot. It is so annoying. If your opponent is going to go in for like a Royal Giant at the river and you only have bait cards and then it herp derps onto your bats, kills your skeletons or whatever, it's just not a fun card to play if they have the right deck with it to actually like not care about the King Tower activation, that is. Sometimes we see it with like a P.E.K.K.A graveyard deck to reset Inferno Dragons, never really used on offense to cycle, but like used to just reset Inferno Dragons and clean up bats. I'm sure you guys have seen the Executioner graveyard deck with P.E.K.K.A. I forget the guy's name, but he plays in the top 200. It's not used too often. It's a cycle card, 1 elixir, so it's obviously going to probably give a lot of value. I think it's one of the worst spirits. It's better than Heal Spirit, but worse than the other ones. I'd probably put a B tier. I'm interested to see what Ian has to say as the cycle sir.
I think I would also go with B tier. It's not really like used in very many cycle decks. Like most other cycle decks can get more value out of like a Fire Spirit or Ice Spirit, but it's pretty good in RG. It somehow always manages to clip all those bats and like somehow chain onto your tower and stuff. It can't really be used in too much else though, since it does give the free King Tower activation if it does connect to the tower and they have like a card in cycle for it. So I think it's just like an average card.
Yeah, sounds good. What about you, boss? Where'd you put this card?
Yeah, I think B's good as well. I was thinking A, but you guys kind of made good arguments, and I was also thinking the Ice Spirit is so good right now, after the recent buff it got, so it's kind of replaced it in some decks, and yeah, I don't see it too often in Hog. It's usually now Ice Spirit or Fire Spirit, and RG is kind of the main one it's used in almost all the time, so.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I'm glad we settled on B. It just, I don't know. You look at the card and you see like the Super Mario Electro mustache. I feel like people don't really notice the artwork. I love the artwork. I'd give it S tier artwork, but not necessarily the best spirit to use. So we're going to go to the Electro Wizard. Wow, they all have mustaches besides the Electro Giant. So the EU is, this card is really versatile. It's used in a lot of different decks. I just don't think it's like the strongest thing in the world. So I think because we're ranking on versatility and then also like the strength overall, I think we put it B tier because it's kind of fits in like a bomber, a bowler. Like you'd see it as not very of an offensive card to play against. Like you're not scared to play against it, but you definitely respect it. What do you think, boss?
Yeah, I think B. I would even say, like, if I had to give it another ranking, it would be closer to C than A. Because if you think about it, it's not really played that much right now at all. It's mostly the only one I can think of that has to use it is like P.E.K.K.A Bridge Spam. But when you think about cards like Musketeer or Archer Queen or even Hunter, you're way better off using those than the Electro Wiz. I feel like it's really kind of fallen out of the meta quite a lot recently.
Makes sense. What about you, Ian? Have you seen this thing at top ladder, or is it an extinct beast?
I think I would also probably I feel like I'd probably have to go like low B tier. It's like a solid card overall. It's not really quite as good as like an Archer Queen or anything like that, but it does get the job done in some of those OG decks like P.E.K.K.A Bridge Spam and maybe some graveyard freeze decks.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it's kind of inching its way down to C, but it barely stayed alive in the B tier. All right, so this card, we're definitely in a fight again. I'm ready. I'm prepared for battle. These E-Barbs, probably one of my favorite cards in the game. I'm sorry. I know they're linear. I know they're boring. I know you can kite them all around the map. I just really enjoy seeing how much value you can get when people mess up against them or when you're up elixir with like an elixir collector deck. I want to put them in B tier, but you guys are probably going to put them lower. I want to see what Ian says. I want to see how brutally honest he's going to be with me right now. Is he going to call me a 5K noob, or is he going to say, Jake, I agree with you?
I feel like I'd probably have to go with C tier for them because I only really see them in the one deck, like the E-Barbs Bridge Spam deck, and yeah, I don't really see E-Barbs any more than Battle Ram, so I feel like it wouldn't really make sense to rank it too much higher. It's sometimes used in Golem, but not really any of the super popular Golem decks.
So basically what you're saying is these are the type of people that play E-Barbs are the people that you get only 15 trophies from. All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, boss. Where are we putting the E-Barbs?
I guess I'd kind of keep them in C as well, but I will say, like, I completely agree with you about how they're annoying. Kind of like how you said the Dark Goblin. There are so many times where I lose a game because of someone getting their E-Barbs on my tower, but I oftentimes, like, when that happens, it's because I overcommitted or I made a mistake. But it definitely, I can definitely understand, like, why they're so frustrating for people to play against, and they get a lot of value if you're low on elixir.
Or low in card levels. So yeah, just
Mhm.
for reference for everyone that's watching, this is based off of like the highest tier gameplay at top ladder, like the best players in the world. That's why we have pro players here. So if you guys are wondering, once you get better and once you level up your cards, you're going to have the game represented in this manner. So E-Barbs might be a little bit stronger for anyone that's under leveled. And I empathize and I feel you guys because I've definitely played at lower trophies and lower card levels when I do a pushing up series with mini accounts. And it's not fun to play against level 14 E-Barbs. But when you're even card levels, they're not that great of a card comparatively to other stuff. So the next one that we got on the list is the Elixir Collector. I think this card is so freaking overpowered. I love the fact that you can drop it and get +2 Elixir. And then if they rocket you, you're like, oh, well, I still get a +1 Elixir trade. Like, there's no way to not get a good trade unless your opponent miners, goblin drills, goblin barrels, or rockets. And that's like 4 things out of 100 cards in the game. Nothing else gets a good trade against it. I guess maybe if you're bad enough to drop a Elixir Collector in the corner and they graveyard it, but that's like 6 things. And that's,
Or I forgot if you said Earthquake.
yeah, I think I said Earthquake. But yeah, that's it, right? Like it has to be one of the best cards in the game to generate positive Elixir trades reliably. And the issue is that it just doesn't fit in many decks. It fits in like Golem, Elixir Collector, 3 Musketeers, which is pretty good now actually. And maybe you could run some like really weird Elixir Golem Collector deck, but I guess the issue with it is there isn't a deck that works really well with it that utilizes the Elixir because the cycle decks don't necessarily need it. It would just be a detriment to run Elixir Collector in cycle decks because then it would take up a card spot. But I think that it's a really good card. It just doesn't work in the meta. So I'd probably put a B tier. I'm interested to see what you guys have to say. I just think it's broken. It just doesn't have a good place in the meta right now.
I guess I could start, and then Ian can be the one who decides.
Where are we dragging this down to?
Yeah, this is such a controversial one. Like, I've heard so many people talk about this card. Like, I'm in some group chats and stuff. So many people hate it and stuff and complain about it. I personally, though, think it's lower than B. I think C, though, like lower, like just by a little bit. And the reason why is kind of similar to the E-Barbs, but I would say even more so, is it is not versatile at all. I would say at the highest level, and in competitive, the only deck in competitive you will ever see it in is 3 Musketeers. Like, no one really uses Golem Elixir Collector in competitive. On ladder, you might see it on the very rare occasion, but I feel like almost no one runs it in the Golem Elixir Collector in the top 100. You'll just see 3 Musketeers occasionally here and there.
All right. So, Ian, are we going to drag it down to C or is it showing in B?
I think I would have to go with C tier as well. And the reason for it is because top ladder players are like so good at punishing you when you're down elixir. So they can just like if you pump up, they can just easily take your entire tower with like a balloon plus miner sometimes. And then they can just like pretty easily come back from the slight elixir disadvantage and just like keep on defending the whole game and just like win from that. So I feel like it's a very risky card. It's not really good for top ladder players. Maybe some lower down players find some more use out of it. So I could see it being like B tier for some other players, but I think it's more like a C tier card.
Makes sense. I feel that. Yeah, so top ladder where you get punished for dropping 6 elixir, probably not a good card to play then. Makes sense. Next card is the Elixir Golem. This thing got a 15% attack speed buff in the most recent balance changes, and it is really good compared to what it was, but we only see like 2 or 3 people playing it at top ladder and a ton of people where I'm at, top 2,000 to 5,000 in the world, playing it every single day. So obviously, the issue with Battle Healer and Elixir Golem is a lot of times when it gets to the tower or when it gets to the units eventually to attack, it's usually dead because your opponents are going to be able to separate the Battle Healer from the Elixir Golem. So then the Battle Healer can't heal up the Elixir Golem, and then the Elixir Golem just dies to the Musketeer, Cannon, Fireball, Log, and then it gives the opponent Elixir so then they can clean up the Battle Healer, Elixir Golem support cards afterwards. So essentially, it's not a really good card when you're playing against people that are really good mechanically. Super good when people mess up and don't understand how to perfectly defend. I'd put it D tier with I mean, maybe C tier. I don't know. I'm interested to see if you guys say C or D. I'd probably put a D tier with the Electro Dragon. I think it's just used exactly as much as that. But yeah, I'm excited. I don't think it's F tier anymore.
I guess I can start on this one. I think I would have to go with D tier as well. I see it like a pretty decent amount early season, but once it gets later in the season, I see like just about 0 people using it. So I feel like it can be used sometimes against people who don't really have their interactions fully down. So it does have some usage for some players, but it's not really the most versatile card or like the best card in general.
Uh-huh. What do you think, boss? Where we put it?
I would also say D. I think there's no way I could put it as high as C just yet. Maybe if we see it kind of I don't know, the meta maybe hasn't fully emerged yet. There's a chance it could be better than we think it is right now, but I still don't face the Elixir Golem very much even after the buff. But I will say the bar putt ended up, now that it's slightly better, I think it also helped the Elixir Golem out a bit because that's often a card that pairs with it. So
okay, so we're chilling, and we got the Hog Rider. That is gonna be the next one because David has got some fighting words for Ian. Nerf the Hog Rider with a $5 donation. He's putting his money where his mouth is, and he says nerf it. So he does not like the card. So that's why we are gonna go and bring it up from the ashes of like level 2. We're gonna go in and put it to the very front of the line. The Hog Rider, Ian. Where are we gonna put your beloved friend?
Well, first off, I have to say thank you very much for the donation, but you're wrong. I feel like Hog Rider probably has to be a B tier card. It's seen like slightly better days like a few seasons ago. It's yeah, pretty good in the Hog Rider Giant Skeleton deck, but most other Hog EQ decks aren't even used right now, and there's no real like 2.6 players that are high up on ladder right now. So I feel like Hog Rider is a solid card. It's not like broken or anything. It's just right where it should be.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I totally agree with that. I think that Hog Rider has ample answers with Tornado, Tombstone, every building in the entire game, Mini P.E.K.K.A, E-Barbs. There's a lot of different things. Everyone expects to play against Hog Rider once in a while. They'll have good answers to it. It feels like it gets a reasonable amount of damage too. So I don't have any issues with it. Obviously, if it's over leveled, that's going to be a problem. Boss, you agree with B? Put it lower, higher? You vibing with it or not?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with B. I think it used to be a little higher in A, but right now I think maybe it was partially because of like the earthquake nerf, and I don't know, like I feel like 2.6 is finally starting to, die a little bit. It's not as strong as it used to be. So pretty much there's just Hog EQ, and I don't think it's in an amazing spot. There's definitely a good amount of counters to it. Like there's a lot of people running Splash Yard right now and things like that do pretty good against it. So
a lot of people in the chat are saying A, S plus, B, B. So they're divided. And then there's like one dude that's just like D tier. Hog Rider sucks.
I agree with S tier. I can get by with that. Either B tier or S tier.
No, nothing in between. All right, we got the Executioner, which honestly, like it used to be one of the suckiest cards in Clash Royale, and then they changed it. And they gave it the range buff. And they're like, why not have 3 Magic Archers in the game? We've got the Bowler, we've got the Executioner, and then we've got the Magic Archer, the grandfather, the grandpappy that taught them all. So I totally like the card because I'm obviously very biased because I like Magic Archer. But at the same time, it's just like the same thing kind of as Wizard. It's, I don't know, it's not played in too many decks. It's definitely better than Wizard for sure. I'd put it in C tier. It's just a 5 elixir card that does splash damage, that it has more durability, but at the same time, you're just going to be using Archer Queen 99% of the time because, you're you don't really want to always have Tornado in your deck unless it fits in the deck. So you see it with Hog Rocket, you see it with Balloon Freeze sometimes, maybe you see it with some weird mid-ladder P.E.K.K.A decks, but you don't see it at the top of ladder too often, at least in my experience from what I've seen. So I'll put it C tier. We'll see what you guys have to say.
You
Yeah,
can go, boss.
okay, yeah. I'd also agree with C. I would say, like, if we think about the decks it's used in, that drill bridge spam deck, the one I was talking about earlier that has cannon card in it, a lot of people are using it with executioner now instead. I see that sometimes in competitive. And then there's also a slightly different drill one. It's like cannon executioner tornado drill. And then I guess you could also use Hog X NATO. That's not very strong, but the people who used that before and maybe a couple new people trying it out, and then some weird decks too. There's just like the the P.E.K.K.A graveyard guy you were talking about. I think he has executioner in that. So it's like it's definitely viable now, I think, and like you said, better than the wizard for sure.
All right, solid stuff. What about you, Ian? I know you played in a couple of your decks, so I'm ready to see the bias, bro. I wanna see some spicy take.
I feel like I think I have to go with D tier right now. It's
Ooh.
seen sometimes in competitive, but like at the top of ladder, I don't really see too many drill XC decks. Maybe here and there early season. But I do have some foreshadowing. I feel like it could be C tier once the goblins get that buff, just because it's gonna make Hog Rider
Ooh, yeah.
execution so much better. So yeah, I think I have to probably go with D tier for right now, but I think in like a few days it could be a C tier card.
All right, we're gonna roll a C tier. I'm gonna count that as an absolute win in my book. And yeah, because boss ended up doing C, and then in a couple of days, we'll keep it there. Maybe I'm just, being the person that should not be doing that, but it is what it is. We're going to go and roll with the Fire Spirit. This card for 1 elixir gives absurd value. The fact that you're able to use the Fire Spirit trick to counter Goblin Barrel, the fact that it still does a lot of damage to tower, the fact that it also, it's able to finish off like a Fly Machine Fire Spirit with Rail Delivery. Like, there's a lot of cool interactions that this card does that other ones don't. Also, because the splash damage radius, I feel like, is a little bit bigger than Ice Spirit. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. It's like easier to hit stuff with. It's easier to hit bats and not have to worry about it. I know there's one other interaction I'm missing, but you guys, I'm sure, will enlighten me. I gotta put it A tier. You guys, let me know. Ian, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it has to be A tier as well. Like whenever I'm playing some deck like Hog Rider and I take out the Fire Spirit, I just like notice it's so much harder against certain other decks like minor wall breakers with the bats in there and stuff. So I think Fire Spirit's a very solid card right now. It has like a lot of super nice interactions that can save you some elixir. So yeah, I think it has to be A tier as well. Maybe even like higher up on the A tier.
Ooh, better than Dark Goblin?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, boss. Would you put it A tier as well?
Yeah, for me, it's an easy A. I think, yeah, you guys already explained everything pretty well about it. Yeah, I mean, maybe that one thing you were talking about, I forgot if you said, but using the Skeleton's Fire Spirit to stop a Goblin Barrel.
Yeah, that
That
was it.
too, which is nice, and you can't really do that with an Ice Spirit, so.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it also counters Goblin Drill as well. I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of top ladder players use like Skeletons and then Fire Spirit to full counter. Ice Spirit doesn't necessarily do that from what I've seen. The other cards like Electro Spirit definitely does not. Fire Spirit is a lot more clutch when you're playing against Goblin Drill, which isn't every single game, but it's pretty nice from that perspective. And then also the other thing about it, a lot of people eat an Ice Spirit, but if they have like 4 elixir cost cards in their deck, like Golem with Goblin, so Golem, Dark Prince, Lumberjack, they have to drop a 4 elixir cost card to stop the Fire Spirit from doing damage. So that's why Ian is always able to keep up and have more elixir than the opponent, because they're dropping like a stupid 4 elixir card into a Fire Spirit, and then it's getting countered by Skeletons for 2 elixir total. So Ian's going to be up 2 elixir because he's dropping a Fire Spirit because the opponent doesn't want to take the damage. That's one of those things that just really broken card concept if the opponent has to defend all damage. Next card is going to be the Arrows. This has to be way, way, way better than like most of the small spells in the meta. Like, it definitely is better than Zap. I think that it's really good to kill Dark Goblins, Minion Hordes, very versatile. Like, when you're playing Draft, I was asking Air Surfer, who wins a lot of the draft things, he's like, always draft arrows because you can use it in every single situation, no matter what matchup. It's going to give you value. So I like it a lot. I'd probably put it A tier. I'm interested to see what Ian thinks about it.
I feel like I would have to go with high B tier, but I'll let Boss be the final judge of that. It's
Whew.
definitely a very good card. There aren't like too many beatdown decks right now in the meta that abuse arrows, but it's definitely a very solid card wherever it's used. It just has like such a fast deploy time kind of, or like whenever it lands, it just comes down so fast compared to like a log or something like that. So I think it's very useful.
Yeah, I like the fact that it's like instantaneous. Like you can just kind of drop it and then it kills stuff and then you don't have to pre-log. What about you, Bosse?
So I also am leaning towards B, but I think I want to emphasize I think it's better than Zap for sure. So it's like pretty close to A, but I would still say it's B, just because there's so many people who use Fireball in their deck instead of arrows. But they're still used a very good amount, and they can get a good value for sure.
I'm just going to be real with you for a second. There is nothing more satisfying than running Royal Recruits with Flying Machine, arrowing away the Princess and the Dark Goblin, and watch as they just sit there with no answer to your Flying Machine recruits, 0 splash damage, 0 range units, and they just lose everything. So for me, super biased, but that's why I kind of wanted to put it higher. I hate playing against Logbait, and I'm sure you guys have played against it in the meta. Like 8 out of 10 games that I played first game of the season, the first day of the season, all Logbait. 8 out of 10 games in a row. So I don't know. I just like I like arrows from that perspective because it usually counters Logbait decks if you have arrows in another small spell. All right, next card on the list. Speaking of the devil, Boss, we were talking about Fireball being played in a lot of decks over arrows. Where would you put it?
Well, I think even after, I don't know if this is like crazy still thinking it's S, but I feel like after the small nerf it got, it's still just the most dominant, medium spell in the game. And yeah, I think it has to at least be A, but I'm thinking S. I guess you guys can be the judge of that.
I actually don't like the card as much anymore, man. I got so annoyed when I tried to Fireball back an Archer Queen, and then it used to fully counter the Archer Queen, and then they would use their invisibility and it would get wasted. I'd be like, hell yeah, awesome stuff. And now it just does like 4 hits to my tower, and I sit there crying, screaming broken 1 elixir ability. I think the knockback is super noticeable in those type of situations, especially against like Archer Queen and things that you really need to knock back. It's still immediate damage, so it can wipe things off the map with a lot of fireball baits like, Fly Machine, Royal Hogs, Magic Archer. It's incredibly versatile, also being able to shut down a Goblin Barrel where Poison can't do that. So it at least has to be A tier for me, but I don't think I'd put it S tier. What do you think, Ian?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough choice. I think I would probably go with like high A tier or low S tier. I'd probably have to lean a bit more towards high A tier. It's really versatile. It has like so many decks where it fits in 2.6 Lava Hound, Giant decks, like really almost anything I can think of. So it's very useful. It still does get the job done, but it's not, like as good against Balloon and like Archer Queen as you said. So I think high A tier is good.
Okay, so what did Boss put it in? Did Boss put in S or A?
I said
Low
S,
S?
but I also thought it could be A. Like I couldn't decide between the two, but I think since
Yeah.
you both said A, A it is then.
Okay, I'm actually like vacillating in between. I don't know, but I'm also a big I'm also a big noob from that perspective. I don't really play Fireball that much just because I don't like it. So yeah, I guess we're gonna roll with A. I guess with the 2 pros, they're dispersed between A and S tier, so you guys can play it. It's probably one of the best big spells in the game. Also, huge shout out to Rowdy Bishop. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the $5 saying tag for president. The president of clownery from maybe in Clash Royale, but maybe one day, man. So really pleasant and enjoyable work. Keep up the good work, guys. Cheers, says Inuts. Thank you, dude, for the 50. And then also Codeman Inflatable Displays. Your message is redacted or retracted. I do not know what it was, but thank you for the $1. All right, so we got the next one on the list, the Firecracker. Ian, it's your beloved princess. Where are we putting her?
I feel like I have to put Firecracker either in the S tier for being so goated or in the F tier for just sucking right now. I feel like I have to go with Probably the F tier right now, just because it can't really be used in almost any deck. Like even the Hog Rider Firecracker deck has almost just completely fell off because of the new Archer Queen Hog decks. So I think I have to go with it's kind of hard sometimes.
Dude, I can't believe you just put it in the F tier. You've put this before, bro. You've definitely played this card a lot, and you're just like, screw it. I'm done with it. I'm
Yeah.
heartbroken. It's a breakup. Man, the fact that it doesn't give any value in some situations where it just misses stuff, it
Yeah.
annoys me, man. It irks me. So I love it because it annoys opponents or it annoys you. There's no in between.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think F is a little bit harsh. I'd probably put a D tier. Boss, do you think Ian's being a little bit too brutal with the fragile firecracker, or should she be an F?
I'm fine with F because I think it's like she's not used in a single deck. I mean, even Hog, there's no reason to use it in Hog when you can use Musk or Queen. But it's so weird because I feel like it's a bit controversial, like when we're talking about between pro and casual players, because I know there's some casual players that would put her in A or like B, like pretty high up because of how annoying she can be sometimes if you don't know how to defend her. But I feel like once you unlock and upgrade cards like Queen and just like Musk, there's just almost no point in using the Firecracker. Also, another thing to mention is the King Tower activation, and I feel like
Yeah.
the fact that you can activate the King Tower off of her, and if you're using her in like a Hog deck, then you have that advantage. So
Yeah, makes sense. All right, so we're gonna put an F tier. I'm sorry, Firecracker. I tried to protect you, but you fell prey to Ian and Boss. Huge thanks to Glitch for saying love your videos. They're really good for the $2. Appreciate that, man. And then Go VG says, SirTag, you are my goat. I mean, thank you, man. I'm definitely not the greatest player, but I'm really glad that you enjoy my content. All right, so we end up going to the next one, the Fisher Boy. This card genuinely, well, actually, I wanted to read one more comment there. There was something that really spoke to me. Someone in there says, where was it? Yeah, so Lyson says they need to buff Firecracker with some common sense. I feel like that's the most, like, the best way of doing it. So it actually hits stuff, little targeting faster, not the stats or anything, just the targeting needs a buff. Do you guys agree with that before we jump to the fisherman?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What about you, Boss? Do you think that like stat buff, or do you think it's targeting is the main issue?
yeah, that could be a good option because there are some times where it doesn't shoot and it just keeps like retargeting, which is kind of like part of what makes it not very good, I think.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I feel like it either wins because your opponent doesn't have arrows or the right card to kill it, or it just never targets stuff and you waste everything while it's trying to figure out how to shoot one graveyard skeleton. Just doesn't. It's annoying. Anyway, next card, the Fisher Boy. This is a card that I think people are underrating, but for the wrong reasons. A lot of people are like, oh, it's a great King Tower activation tool. But in reality, if someone's running Golem or they're running a Electro Giant deck, they will always, always, always have Tornado or Zap or some way of resetting the Fisherman so it doesn't activate King Tower. At higher level, you're not going to be running a beatdown deck, especially in a Royal Giant infested meta, without answers to Fisherman. So Fisherman activating King Tower is incredibly unreliable. However, if you want to win bridge battles with the Fisherman, such a good card. It pulls and yoinks and yeets units right into you. So your Hunter, your Mother Witch, your Skeleton King deletes them and then gets value. So I think Fisherman to win bridge battles, one of the best cards in the game. To activate King Tower, not so reliable. Very underrated in my opinion. I want to put it at B tier because Royal Giant is freaking everywhere and it synergizes amazing with it. And it's really good with some other decks too. I've seen it in Rail Recruits, Rail Hogs. It's not obviously played at top ladder. Scrub territory to where I'm at. It's really, really good. And it's really good at your guys' level with Rail Giant everywhere as well. So what do you guys think? Ian, I'm going to start with you.
I think I'd probably also put it low B tier. It's definitely a really good card in the deck that it's, or like in the couple decks that it's used in, but it's not like insanely versatile. It does have like so much usage in RG, especially. Like I see so much RG going around right now, and Fisherman just really is a probably big part of why it's such a good deck. So I think Fisherman a very solid card. And yeah, you're kind of right about the King Tower activation thing. Like you can almost never pull that E Giant, for example, to the King Tower. They always have their NATO just like ready to completely mess up your Fisherman.
Aha. What about you, boss? Where are you putting it?
Yeah, I would agree with B. I think often it depends on the matchup. Like it's something where, like, let's say you're against an air deck, or even if you're against a deck that has a ton of baity cards, it's not going to get a ton of value, but it's so useful to have when you're against, well, let's say, like, I don't know, giant golem, or like any kind of heavier deck. It's such a good card, and I feel like it's the card that allows RG to win those pretty consistently. So it's such a useful card to have in RG decks, but it's mostly just played in RG. So
Yeah. All right. Solid. I'm happy we landed on B there. It's kind of like I'm doing this multiple choice question and I'm answering. I'm like, where do we put it? A, B, C, or D? I'm trying to pick the right one. And then we get graded with your guys' responses. You guys have the cheat sheet and you tell me, because obviously as pro players, you guys know a little bit more. And you guys can follow along as the viewer as well. You can see the cards that we're about to rank. Like you can see that Fly Machine and Freeze are up there. So you can do in your mind, or like say in the chat and say, hey, I'm going to rank it here. And then you can see what Ian and Boss say, and then you can see if you're right or not. So it's kind of cool from that perspective, that we're all getting a whole bunch of different feedback and different perspectives on ladder. Like Boss plays a lot more competitive, Ian plays at the top of ladder, and then you have me that, you know, I just play for fun at this point, and 2,000 to 5,000 in the world depending on the day. So next game, next game, the Flying Machine. We are definitely going to have varying opinions on this. I think it's not used in many decks, but when it is used with like a Skeleton Dragons, Skeleton King, Lava Hound deck, or Royal recruits Royal Hogs, it synergizes so well with them. It's typically the card that wins games too, even though it's not really got much HP and it dies the Fireball and it dies the arrows plus like Zap, and it dies pretty quickly to a lot of stuff. It's really good for its range and its damage. So I would like to put it in C tier. We'll see what you guys will say. I was thinking C or B. I might even be below B tier in the meta because it's so good against all the log bait cards. And it's good with Lava Hound.
mm-hmm. I guess I'll go ahead and say B as well. I think I'm looking at the cards that are all in C, and I personally, just going off of that, I think it's slightly better than all of those right now in the meta. So I think B's pretty good. It's very good in Lava, recruits Hogs, and yeah, a couple other like off meta decks, and even Lava Cologne that, you know, finished first last season has Flying Machine in it. So
Okay. Ian.
I think I was gonna say high C tier, but I could also roll with B tier if you guys decide that as well. It's a pretty good card. It has like just like it just gets like insane value when they have no Fireball, like against a log bait deck or even against really almost any deck like an Earthquake deck. So it can really always get some nice value for you. So I think it's a very solid card right now.
Ian, you see it in C, but it's too good to be. So we're going to leave it in B there. I'm sorry about the corny jokes. I can't help myself. We're going to roll with the next one of Freeze. Dude, we haven't got a single card in S tier. Are we being too critical right now? Like, what's going on?
No, they're just... the problem is we just haven't ran into any champions yet.
Yeah, I guess so.
True.
I hate those cards, man. All right. Freeze. So this is going to counter the Monk, kind of, because the Monk doesn't reflect the Freeze and it stops the Monk. I think Freeze is just a gimmicky card. I can't see it anywhere besides C. It's not that good into Elixir Collector. It's not that good when your opponent actually places their building up high enough that it doesn't get hit by the Freeze. It's pretty bad in a lot of situations where you need Fireball bait answers and you're sitting there with a card that isn't very versatile. Really good when you have the right situation and you have like a mini pack locked onto the tower, but at top ladder, that's never going to happen, like ever, unless you get lucky. Really good for mid ladder and just for fun. Pretty bad at high level. It is good with Graveyard Freeze as the one exception. I think it's going to be C tier for me. We'll see what you guys see.
Yeah, I think I would also go with like a low C tier. It's really good in Graveyard Freeze and I guess like Lumberloon Freeze, which isn't really used too much right now. And yeah, I guess like Anaban sometimes uses it, but he mostly snipes people with it, so it doesn't really count, I feel like. And yeah, just like a slightly below average card, but it still gets a lot of value for some players in some matchups.
I could even see it being D, like, because I feel like it's pretty close to the clone in terms of how good it is. But I guess right now, because of that Graveyard Freeze Bowler, it's like Golden Knight deck that's been kind of like becoming kind of popular recently. I guess C's reasonable for it right now, kind of on the low end.
All right, cool. We're gonna chill with the C tier, I guess. So this card, the next one, it has a special place in the F tier for me. This card sucks. Furnace, have you ever seen it be useful ever? Like, I just think it sucks. It has to be the same level as Firecracker, right? There's no way that it's even as good as Electro Dragon. I can't classify it there. What do you think, Ian?
Yeah, I think I'd probably have to go with F tier as well. I pretty much never see it except like almost a year ago or something when the Goblin Hut and Furnace were just like the best cards in the game. I feel like right now it can't really be used in almost anything. Maybe like a giant skeleton clone deck, which is almost never even used right now at the top of ladder. So yeah, I feel like F tier is a good place for it.
I was scared for a second, bro. I was like, wait, what? Was I wrong? Yeah, boss, you gonna put it F?
Yeah, I think ever since the Fire Spirit got nerfed recently, that was kind of like the nail in the coffin for it. It was already horrible, but that just made it even worse to the point where it's like pretty much just not viable at all right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it might be a good thing that it's not viable. Cards that are pretty brainless, where you just drop a card and then you collect cards for free and don't really have to place things or think about things. I don't think that's good for the game. It's a strategy game after all. It should require some
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah.
All right. Next one, we got the Big Giant Boy, one of Boss's OG cards, one of the greatest cards of all time. It just feels really good with Giant Graveyard, and that's pretty much about it. Maybe Double Princes, but we don't really see it with Double Prince that often. I think that it struggles into log bait so hard unless you're running triple spell or running Giant Graveyard. But Giant Graveyard is always at the top, so I think it's kind of like Hog Rider, where it's always in the meta. It's always going to be good in a couple decks, and it's annoying with Giant Graveyard for sure because that thing just always gets damage when it shouldn't. I'd put it B. Boss, where you putting it?
So yeah, I think definitely B or C. I don't know. I guess I'd go with B. I think it's okay right now, and Giant Graveyard especially is great. On the top of ladder, there's always a few good Giant Graveyard players high up, especially Jorge Luis. He's even gotten a couple #1 finishes with it, but in competitive, it's almost never used. So it's just kind of like a ladder card mostly. But yeah, Double Prince also is, when used by the right person, can be decent, but that's about it. So that definitely B or C.
All right. Ian, where's the final call on this one?
Yeah, I think I'd have to go with like a low B tier. It's not really good in competitive, but it is used quite a bit on ladder by like Sparky players, Giant Graveyard players, Giant Double Prince players. So I think like a lot of people can make it work if they really put in the practice with those decks, but it's kind of hard to master and just pick it up easily like some other cards.
Yeah, even I totally forgot about Sparky because a lot of people at lower trophy counts will miss their spells or not be able to clean up the distractions. So then the Sparky just shoots random stuff. So they always want to use Goblin Giant to remove the distractions. Giant requires a little bit more skill when you're running Sparky because you don't have the Goblin Giant to remove all the stupid little small stuff. So yeah, Giant is harder to play. Still use the top ladder apparently with Sparky. So yeah, I mean, it's versatile. All right, so we're going to leave it in B tier. Next card, Giant Skeleton. This card I freaking love. I think it was like notoriously underplayed right now. I think it's still one of the best cards in the game. You guys can call me crazy. I love it. I really do. Like, people saw nerf and they're like, run away, never play it again. And I'm like, bruh, it's still really broken. So I call me crazy. I'd put it A tier. I think it's better than all the cards in the B tier. What do you think, Ian?
Yeah, I think I have to go with the A tier as well. It's actually probably higher up in the A tier, like maybe closer towards the top of it. I feel like it's such a good card right now. I do feel like it's kind of underplayed as well. Like people thought the nerf affected it way more than it actually did, I think, because it still seems like it almost always gets the job done. It still gets the 1 HP connections on the opponent's tower and stuff. It feels like really good for almost any situation. Really good at defending golem pushes too.
No doubt, no doubt. And boss, what you doing?
I think I'll be the third A. I think it's A as well. I actually think right now people are starting to realize it's still really good because I'm seeing some people run RG with Giant Skeleton again, and also it's obviously used in Hog, and then in competitive at least, it's used in Drill quite a lot, and then a couple other things. Like I feel like it is a pretty versatile card for how expensive it is. I feel like it can fit in a lot of different type of decks. There's also the See Me guy who uses that giant skeleton balloon deck. Like it can fit really nicely in decks that are kind of strange. So
Yeah, and for anyone that was wondering, if you're using a building to counter a giant skeleton, the giant skeleton blows up the building, and then the balloon or the hog rider or whatever win condition like Royal Giant will be able to break through and lock directly on the tower. So it's really, really good with Royal Giant because a lot of times people will have to drop things on the Royal Giant or the giant skeleton to kill it, and then it blows back whatever kills the giant skeleton, and then the Royal Giant's like, hey, now you have to walk back towards me. Or as we said before, with it killing a building, really, really good card. And
Yeah, also I have one other note for it.
uh-huh.
So I,
So
so I feel like it's also really good at just like pushing your win condition past the building. Like sometimes I'll go with like a giant skeleton hog rider and it just like pushes the hog rider to bypass the cannon, or like pushes the RG on like the other side of the map or something crazy like that. So it's really strong for just doing that weird push thing as well.
yeah, no doubt. So it was S tier, now it's A tier. Still a really dope card to play. So Codeman also agrees with the Giant Skeleton A, thanks for another $2. And Glitch says Monk will absolutely wreck the spell usage rates. I don't necessarily know about that. It doesn't reflect poison. It doesn't do anything to lightning. So it doesn't take damage from lightning, but it doesn't do anything to lightning. It doesn't do anything to freeze. And then also on top of that, like if you use a rocket, you have to be really, really fast. And it's almost impossible to reactively reflect a fireball. So Monk is not as overpowered from that perspective with those specific cards. Maybe Rocket if you make predictions or predictions against fireballs. It's just harder to do. So I think that is a little bit overhyped from what I saw personally. All right. Next card is the Snowball. I love this card. I kind of want to put in like my bias is screaming S because it wants to be the first one, but we know that it's going to get melted by you guys. So we'll put it in the A tier. It's so good with the knockback, being able to counter Hog Rider with like skeletons and Snowball, being able to knock back balloons because it actually has knockback where the Fireball doesn't. Like it is such a good and versatile and fun card to play. It even counters Goblin Barrel if you have the true red, true blue. Doesn't always work, but sometimes it fully counters a Goblin Barrel if they don't have anything tanking for it. I love it. I think it's one of the best cards in the game. Just hard to play right now in the meta because log bait is everywhere, so it can't really counter the Goblin Barrel right now. But after the Goblins start to get one less or have a slower attack speed, maybe it does fully counter them. So we'll have to see. I'd put it A tier. What do you say, boss?
Yeah, so certainly not S. I guess I'd be okay with A. I think we've seen it a little more recently than we had before, and I also I guess it's maybe slightly better than Zap. I don't know. I mean, I think it's used more in cycle decks for sure than the Zap is, because you can use Snowball sometimes in Mortar. You might occasionally see it in Hog, and yeah, I think the pushback is really nice. It buys you so much time to, counter more things like Hog and the Miner. Oh, and also Giant Graveyard. It's used in that, unlike the Zap.
Yeah, no doubt. So would you put it A or what you thinking, or B or?
I'm thinking, I'm leaning more towards B, so I guess Ian can be the tiebreaker.
Ooh, Ian, who are you gonna side with, bro? Where are we gonna tug a war it to? A or B?
I think I have to go with like high B tier. It seems like a really good card, but I feel like there's just like a lot more decks that use other small spells like log and sometimes arrows instead of it, because I feel like the log just has like such a long range and it also can push back a lot more units than Snowball can. So I feel like it's definitely a very good card. It might be a little bit better if log gets a nerf or something like that.
Hey, okay. So yeah, unfortunately, my bias was screaming S, and it got dragged all the way down to B. But I knew it wasn't going to be S. I was hoping for A. It's still a really good card. We'll see if it adjusts in the new meta. Maybe it'll be A later, or hopefully. I don't know. You guys can tell that I really love the card. Next card, we got the Riley. So Ian, where are we rating Riley, aka Goblin Barrel?
I mean, I would have to go with F tier since Riley always loves to miss his rockets, but for the barrel itself, I think I probably have to say like it's kind of a tough one, but I think maybe like B tier or something, but it will get nerfed pretty soon, so it could be possibly even C tier after the nerf in a few days.
Okay. All right. So B or C? Where are you putting that, boss? After the nerf, I guess we'll rank it
I'm
after
gonna
the nerf.
go. Well, right now B, because like the nerf didn't happen yet, and I think log bait's one of the strongest win conditions right now, and log bait almost always has the goblin barrel, and there's a lot of different variants of it. You could use it with the Inferno. There's this new bomb tower one. There's also Rascal's barrel, not used a lot, but still time to time you might face it. So I guess
Okay.
B.
We'll roll with B right now. And then just guys know that in a couple days might be C tier. Still going to be a great card. So if you guys are feeling like, oh my god, my card is going to suck, like I don't want to play this anymore, don't switch your deck. Don't do that. It's still going to be good enough for you to play it. Even if you want to play Electro Giant, it's still good. Like all the cards in C tier and even D tier are good. The F tier ones are like, meh, they're not that great unless you have a specific synergy with a card. With the other cards, like maybe you like Elixir Golem, like you can maybe run the Battle Healer, but that's really the only place that it would ever work. But you know, don't scream and say that Goblin Barrel is not going to work. It'll still be good. All right. So also one other thing I just want to highlight really quick. If you guys know like Riley and Ian, they're good friends. So just make sure that like when I know some people, because we do have thousands of people that watch. Those guys are awesome friends. So the banter between them is just friendly banter. Anyway, the next one is, oh yeah, wait, huge shout out to Demons King, the goated thumbnail designer. Thank you again, man, for the membership. I love you, brother. And thanks for doing this beautiful thumbnail for us. All right, next one is going to be the Baby Dragon. I think this has got some of the coolest and dopest artwork. I love the fact that typically if you're running like a Lightning with Ram Rider P.E.K.K.A. or Lightning with like Electro Giant, you get the Baby Dragon on the tower because you Lightning away the Archer Queen. It gets so much freaking value. So good with the Lava Clone, because when you like clone up the Baby Dragon, it's going to do splash damage to your Fly Machine, your Lava Pups, maybe your Bats or Lumberjack can break through and do more damage. It's a really versatile card that people sleep on. I think it has to be at least as good as the Electro Wizard. I would put a B tier, but I'm interested to see what you say, boss.
Yeah, I think B as well. I definitely don't think it's A. It used to be such a strong card back in the day, but I feel like there's a lot of other replacements now. And, you know, even there's a lot of support cards that do pretty good against it, like the Archer Queen, Musketeer, stuff like that. But it's very good in Splash Yard, which is one of the popular decks in this meta. And you'll also sometimes see it in Golem and Electro Giant. So I think the decks it's used in, it gets some good value, a nice, you know, pretty cheap card that does splash damage and also has a lot of health. So,
all right. So where are we putting it for you? Ultimate decision? Boss?
oh, I said B.
Okay, cool. Nice stuff. Ian, what are you thinking?
I think I would probably have to go with B tier as well. It's a very solid card. I just received a Baby Dragon plushie in the mail a couple days ago as well, so I have to give some love to the green fella.
Awesome. So we're going to be showing him B there. So we're going to hop around because we haven't gotten an S tier card. I just want to pick one that I think is going to be S. I want to pick the first one. Archer Queen. Is there any is there any retribution? Is there anyone that wants to fight me on this? This Archer Queen, it is the queen for a reason. It goes invisible. It clicks a 1 elixir ability, and it deletes entire armies. I think it's one of the best cards in the game. Yeah.
I protest.
Really? You don't think it's
Yeah,
S tier?
I have to say S plus tier.
Okay. Yeah. Just 'cause after the Fireball nerf, I think the card is beyond broken. Because like,
Yeah, so good.
like usually you would have like a bad card hand and you'd be like, crap, I could just Fireball. It's gone. I can counter it and I can laugh as they click their ability. But now it's like it wins bridge battles like nobody's business. It has.
Yeah.
Is it the best card in the game? Do you think?
I think it's the best. Yeah, I think that might soon change because the monk, but right now, it has to be after the Mighty Miner nerf for sure.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. I was right about that tier. I guess I shouldn't be proud of myself. That was literally the easiest thing in the world. All right, cool. So I was able to successfully write my name. Let's go to the next one. We're going to go to the Goblin Cage. This Shrek boy just feels bad. He's only really good in like E-Giant decks, which E-Giant sucks. And then also really not great with Flying Machine Royal Recruits. It's okay. It's good with that deck, but I mean, it's not really the thing that carries it. It's just a supplemental card. I would put it C or D. I don't know, man. I don't think it's as good as E-Barb, so I'd put it really low C tier. Maybe D. I don't know. I'm just hearing what you have to say, Ian.
I think I would have to go with C tier. It's not really used too much nowadays. I think ever since the Skelly King got released or like became really strong, I feel like Tombstone has kind of power crept the card, but it's still a very solid card in itself. It can stop Hog Riders, RGs, and stuff like that. Not quite as good as some other buildings though, so I think C tier is fine for the card right now.
Boss?
Yeah, I think C as well. It's only mostly just good in one deck, Recruits Hogs, because even Electro Giant, I see it with the cannon more often than the cage now. And yeah, Graveyard uses Tombstone now, obviously. So I think it's definitely kind of fallen out of the meta a little bit. Used to be so broken about a year ago, but now there's just so many better replacements for it, I think.
All right, cool. We're at show C then. All right, next one, the Skill Drill. This card, Alf QQ, its way to the top of ladder where Rocket cycles everything. But I mean, the Goblins are going to get nerfed. This card is not played as much because Royal Giant is kind of like everywhere, and it's just, I don't know. It just seems like it's not as popular as of a win condition as it used to be. I don't know why it's not played as much. I actually wanted to ask you guys. I don't even know where to rank it. I think it's definitely one of the better win conditions. I would want to put it in at least A or B. But yeah, I'm interested in what you have to say, boss.
I guess I'll start things off with I think it's about A. And you're asking for the reasoning why it's not S anymore. My best guess for that, or I think the reasons why would be one is that, like you said, or maybe you didn't, I can't remember, but RG is pretty good against it. Drill cycle decks, it tends to have a pretty good matchup against that, and also the bridge spam version of it. And the other thing is there were a lot of cards in Drill that got nerfed, like the Fire Spirit. The Drill itself, I think, got a small nerf, and then also the cannon, which was used in Drill a lot, and I think all of those things getting nerfed kind of affected the card a bit. So even though it's still very strong, also the Skeleton King, got, I think it got a nerf, and so the variant that Asaph ran was also weaker too, I think.
All right, cool. Ian, do you agree with A tier?
I feel like I kind of want to go with high D tier, but I could definitely settle with A tier as well. It's a very good card, but I feel like once the Goblins get the first attack speed nerf, it'll be a pretty big hit to the Goblin Drill, which kind of just relies on that first Goblin stab a lot of the time. It does seem like a good card still, but yeah, it just kind of slowly started to die down a little bit. Definitely part of that is probably because of RG being really good against it, and it's really popular right now.
Yeah, I think we'll put it in B tier just because of the impending nerf and then the fact that it's not played as much. All right, cool. So the next card that we have on the list is the Gang Gang. This thing has got to be S tier. It's freaking overpowered. Why would you ever run guards or skeleton army when you could have something that doesn't die to zap and then also has air defense? Just really broken. I definitely might not be S tier after the nerf to the goblins, but as of right now, Gang is on top. What do you think, boss? Are you vibing with it at S tier, or are you guys wanting to drag it down a bit?
I think there was a lot of hype around it, so when it got buffed, everyone was just playing it. But now that we're seeing the meta settle a little more, we're realizing it might not be as broken as we first thought. So I could definitely see it being A, but I could see why people think it's S, because it changes so many interactions and matchups than before. So yeah, and like Logbait especially, the OG Logbait deck, that's making a comeback, and it's all because of the Goblin Gang buff. So I guess Ian can decide whether it's S or A.
Um, yeah, I feel like it probably has to be A tier. It's like super good in the Logbait deck that it's used in. It's not like used in absolutely every deck like it once was like 5 years ago or something. So I think A tier is a pretty good place for the card. It will also get the small nerf in a couple days, so it might be just slightly weaker. But I did see on Royal API it had like a crazy use rate, like 25% use rate or something. So it's definitely kind of a broken card.
Yeah, the main reason I like it so much is you can drop it behind your tower and fully counter a goblin barrel. Even if they go in for it in
Mhm.
front of the tower, the goblins, because you have spear goblins, it targets the middle goblin from the goblin barrel and it kills the goblin barrel. So I love that. And then also one other thing that I noticed is if you use like ice spirit skeletons or whatever, because there's or ice spirit or heal spirit or any of the spirits, it's really, really hard because there's 3 spear goblins and that is able to one-shot your spirit now. So it's really hard to counter the goblin gang with just like an ice spirit or fire spirit or anything like that. You kind of have to drop your fire spirit in the middle, and fire spirit does a much better job than ice spirit to counter the goblin gang now because it actually has more splash damage and more damage. So goblin gang became way harder to counter for cycle decks because they can't use their cheap spirits without it dying to the goblin gang if you try to drop it on top of all 3 of the spear goblins. So just one thing to keep in mind. Yeah, I see it as A tier as well. I can understand that. That's cool. I learned something about that it's not actually S. Next thing, let's because I know we are short on time for Ian. Let's swap around and let's go into some of the spicier picks. I want to see what Ian thinks about Mighty Miner after the balance changes. Where we put in that?
That's kind of interesting because I thought he would be A tier after the nerf, but I feel like he's just like really fallen out of that one good log bait deck. Like I don't almost ever see that log bait deck with Mighty Miner anymore, and also the Miner Wall Breakers deck doesn't seem quite as strong with the Mighty Miner and Cannon since they both got nerfed. So I think I'd probably have to go with maybe like a high B tier for it.
Oh man, a champion in B tier, boss. Are you gonna let that happen? I was gonna go A. Is it A or B for you, man?
So recently, I did a tier list and I put it in S, but I realized I was kind of wrong. And after experiencing the meta for like it's been about another few days, I realize it's really it's a lot worse because when you think about it, that 8% is a lot of health because there were so many times where the last second it was alive, it would, take like half of your tower, but now that doesn't happen anymore. So it changes, so many interactions because of, like it has so much health, so 8% might not seem like a lot, but it made a huge difference. And I think it's A or B. So Tag, you can choose.
No, I guess I lose. So yeah, I guess we'll go with B. I guess that's where we're going. High B tier it is. Yeah, I don't really see it in too many decks. And just one thing to hit on again to emphasize Boss's point, a percent of something that's already a really big number is a huge amount. So like 8% of like 2000 is going to be substantially bigger than 8% of 200 HP. 200 HP, 8% doesn't really matter, but 8% of 2000 makes a huge difference because then that's a lot of health that's off the card. It dies in way less interactions, or in way less hits. So like skeletons, for instance, if you nerf the health, it doesn't matter because it doesn't really rely on the health. Mighty Miner did rely on the health. That's a pretty bad thing for it to have an 8% nerf. So yeah, I think it sucks right now comparatively to what it used to be. It's a shadow of its former self. I think B tier for sure. All right, next one. Let's go on all the champions. We're going to do Skeleton King. I think it's got to be S tier. The stupid thing is broken. It's really, 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 really skillless. There was one card I could remove in the game. Yeah, I'm telling you guys how I really feel. It would definitely be Skeleton King. I would remove it. It's a Graveyard Dark Prince. And I know I got a lot of flack for that before, but I think it's the worst card in existence. I think it's the worst card that they designed. I also think it promotes really skillless spam. Super easy to play, and it synergizes with a lot of cards because if your opponent's got Goblin Gang, well, you're going to get value. If you're running Graveyard and your Graveyard Skeleton side, well, you're going to get value. Oh, it's just like, I don't know. It's a 2 elixir walking graveyard ability that I don't know. I wish it was something different. I wish it was like the Mighty Miner that tunneled to the other side, the Monk that has this crazy unique ability, or Archer Queen that can go invisible and has an attack speed buff. I wish it was different, I guess. And maybe I'm salty. S tier, very top. Not as good as Archer Queen, but very broken. Ian, what do you think?
Yeah, I was gonna say high A tier, but I think I'll have to go with S tier too, just because of how skillless the play style with it can be. Like I feel like it just promotes skillless play styles. Like it almost always gets value no matter what you do. Like even if you go with like a Skelly King plus Skarmy on top of like a Hog Rider, even if I prediction log the Skarmy, it still gives the Skeleton King that value of having the fully charged ability. So I feel like it just, I don't know, just like a bit of a toxic card. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And then
Yeah.
Boss?
I think I'll give it S as well. Archer Queen is definitely a bit better, but the Skeleton King right now is so good inside of, you see it in Mortar, and it's so good with Skarmy. You could even sometimes use it in, oh yeah, Graveyard, obviously, Splash Yard, and also RG. It's so good in RG right now. And there's so many players who are really high up with RG Skeleton King, and some of them were not high up before with it, so I feel like it's kind of the fact that RG is so strong and also Skeleton King, it's kind of boosting them on ladder right now for sure.
Yeah, I totally feel that. All right, so we're gonna leave that in S tier. Just two other things to keep in mind when you're running that Royal Hogs, or not Royal Hogs, when you're running the deck with Skeleton King and Mother Witch, usually the skeletons will get tanked for by the Mother Witch piggies, so then it gets even more value. And then you get a lot of damage per second with the Skeleton King ability, so then you can collect more piggies for the Mother Witch because you're killing things that the Mother Witch touches. So it's just an endless cycle of spam that makes the deck really easy to play and unfair. Skeleton King with Mother Witch is really overpowered just because it synergizes so well together. And the other thing about the Skeleton King, it's got a high mass, so it doesn't move out of the way very often. So it's really, really hard for your Hog Rider to break through. For instance, I'm sure Ian has seen it, where the stupid Hog Rider is just like, how do I break through a Skeleton King that's in my way?
Yeah.
That happen a lot or not?
Yeah, I feel like it always like sometimes I have like a giant Skelly Hog pusher, then there's like a my opponent plays a Skelly King and my Hog Rider just gets completely stuck for like 15 seconds behind both of them.
It's the saddest thing, man. No other card really
Yeah.
does that to that extent for 4
Yeah.
elixir. All right, so we're going to go to the Golden Knight. This is another sad one. I think he was Prince Charming for a while, but now he's kind of like had the bad fairy tale ending. He's kind of gotten eaten alive by dragons. He just doesn't really do what he used to do. Less health, kind of goes bing bing and goes to the tower and does a lot, but sometimes he gets bonked. I don't know. I don't think he's that great of a card compared to what he used to be because of his low health. He works with Tornado, but Electro Giant kind of got fallen out of the meta. So the synergy with maybe like Three Musketeers is there, but and Bridge Spam and then maybe Graveyard Freeze. It's still a good card. It's still a really toxic and annoying card. I'd probably put it A tier. I think it's better than Mighty Miner for sure, especially with the 3-card cycle. It's just not a easy, friendly card to play compared to what it was before, where you could just mindlessly spam it and get value. You kind of have to think about getting value with the ability. Otherwise, you're just going to go into skeletons and get nothing, or just dash into something head first like a mini P.E.K.K.A. and die. What do you think, boss?
Yeah, it definitely at least A tier, and I agree with it being better than the Mighty Miner. I would say if we were talking about competitive, it would be S, because there's so many drill decks that have him in it, but I think ladder, if we're going off of like ladder standard, it's probably A. I definitely don't see him too much on ladder compared to things like the Archer Queen. And I think the main reason for that is because the Golden Knight isn't typically used in cycle decks. Like, it's used in some, but the Archer Queen is definitely more cycle friendly. So on ladder, there's way more cycle decks at the top of ladder, so we see way more Archer Queen than the Golden Knight.
Yeah, totally makes sense. So where are we putting it, Ian? Is it A, S? Where's it going?
Yeah, I think I have to put it A tier as well. It can't really go any lower than that just because it's a champion. So I feel like it at least has to be A tier. It's not really like the best card right now. I feel like a lot of the decks with it have kind of slowly fallen off, like Golem, E-Giant, stuff like that. And also Drill is a bit weaker right now, so I feel like it's a good card in the decks that it's played in, but the decks that it's played in aren't really in their best spot.
Yeah, no doubt. So we're gonna put it high A. And someone Juguwat says Golden Knight is literally Prince Charming from Shrek 2. I agree. Like I totally agree with that. That's what I thought immediately when we saw it. We memed the heck out of it. My editor did. All right. So I know Ian's got to go soon. Hopefully we can do a couple more
Actually,
before you.
fine.
Oh, you're fine.
I can stay for a while. Yeah.
Let's go. All right, that made me happy. let's plow through the rest of these anyway. Actually, because
right.
you can stay for a little bit, I actually wanted to ask you a question because the chat was been up in arms about this one. I want to get your opinion and boss's opinion on this. Why is the wizard in D tier? A lot of people are asking this. Like, I think I've seen upwards of 20 comments, and I know that I'm going to get a lot of comments on that. So we're going to revisit the wizard because it's a very popular card at lower arenas. Can you guys explain why? We'll start with boss on that.
Ooh, I'll try my best to, but basically, I think the reason why it's used a lot lower on ladder is because some of those players haven't unlocked and maxed other cards, and I feel like the champions especially, like once you unlock those, particularly Archer Queen, assuming she's still broken, she would just be so much better to have in the deck over the wizard. But I think the other reason why is for a 5 elixir card, I think he's just a bit weak, and maybe I know like lower on ladder things like poison, lightning might not be used as much, but at the very top of ladder, those cards are always used, and they're just so good against him because the wizard's 5 elixir. So if you lightning him and something else, that's just so much value. And I feel like he's very easy to defend, and maybe lower on ladder, people haven't practiced or learned the best ways of defending him since he does a lot of splash. I could see how he's, frustrating to, play against when you have to defend him.
Ian, what do you?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, what do you say?
yeah. So I feel like, yeah, I agree with Boss as well. I feel like for me, it's kind of just like an inefficient card. Like you have the Archer Queen, it's really good on offense. Wizard sucks on offense or against like a lot of decks. It's not really the best offensive card. It's not really too good really against almost any of the cycle decks that are going around at the top of ladder. I feel like it just doesn't really get the job done quite as well as some other ranged cards like Musketeer or Archer Queen. It also does not have any 3-card cycle that the Archer Queen has, so I feel like it just gets really outclassed and just not the best against a lot of what the meta is running right now, or what the meta decks are using.
Yeah, so that makes sense to me. One of the things that I was thinking is just to elaborate on it really quick. Archer Queen has the ability to go invisible, and Wizard just going to sit there, and they're both like kind of glass cannons. They will die pretty quickly. Archer Queen is going to stay alive a little bit longer, and it has the ability to fend for itself. Whereas if you're spending 5 elixir and you're dropping a Wizard, you're not able to really protect it. Like you have to drop something else, like another distraction, like a Knight or a Valkyrie or a Dark Prince, and you're dropping another 4 elixir instead of just clicking an ability, going invisible, and shredding an army. It might feel really satisfying to run Wizard and get that splash damage connection with a minion horde or something and get a lot of value, and that's dope. That's cool that when that works. But a lot of times it's just going to lose bridge battles, or it's going to die to a spell. And then, as Boss said, it's going to give your opponent value with a fireball, poison, or anything else because you can't clump up anything near the wizard without giving that spell value. The other thing is Musketeer outdamages it, and it also has higher range for 4 elixir. So there's really no point in running a 5 elixir card that has less range and less damage. So that's why Wizard is sitting in the D tier list for us overall. Cool stuff. All right. And thanks for asking, guys. If you have any other questions or any other thing where you're like, hey, this is really controversial, I don't agree with your thing, maybe we can revisit it if we have time at the end. That was one that there was a lot. So yeah. Also, if you guys are enjoying this, make sure to drop a like on the video and subscribe because we put out daily videos at 3 p.m. Eastern every single day. So if you subscribe, you'll get notified when we go live. You don't have to, but if you want to, consider doing that. And liking support's for free. So if you like the video and you want to support me and you like us, definitely do that. All right. Next one is, oh yeah, one last thing. If you guys haven't checked out Boss or Ian, I know I shouted them out at the start. They both have YouTube channels, BossCR and Ian77, some of the best players in the entire world. Okay, we're going to go to, oh wow, Goblin Giant, Shrek. We were talking about Prince Charming before. I think Goblin Giant got a lot better because of all the bait cards in the meta. It's pretty good with Sparky to remove all the distractions. Pretty good with Double Prince, but it's not good because Sparky sucks because log bait is everywhere with Rocket.
Yeah.
So, D tier? I don't know. What do you guys think? I think it's worse than E-Giant. I'd put it D tier.
I think it's D as well because I don't really see that Goblin Giant Double Prince deck anymore. It's like the Jaffo deck. I mean, there might be like 1 or 2 people playing it, but they're kind of like one tricks with it. It's just not really considered meta. And Sparky can also be played with, we were talking about Giant Sparky. That's very common. In fact, I would say Giant Sparky is used more than Goblin Giant Sparky. So it's a pretty weak card. And I was actually thinking of a interesting rework. I guess I could get your guys' opinion on it. So you know how the Goblin Gang has 3 Spear Goblins now? I was thinking, what if a Goblin Giant had 3 Spear Goblins, but maybe they nerfed the health or something by like 5%. So like a kind of a rework like that.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. It's just, I guess it would be a way higher damage boy. So we'll see how we'll see if that would work. I mean, the card is really bad right now, so it works with Sparky, but it doesn't have very many other use cases. I think you're always going to have a problem where you have too many tanks, and then there's just going to be intrinsically a better tank than the other one in the meta, and you're just going to run that one. So I don't know. I think that it makes sense to be there. Did you say D, by the way? I forgot what you said.
Yeah, D.
Ian, so we're rolling with D, or what you feeling?
Yeah, I think I have to go with D tier as well. It could be a C tier card if like Sparky and stuff was good in the meta, but I feel like Sparky also isn't really in a great spot right now. So I think D tier suits him kind of well. He doesn't really have too much HP or anything super special about him.
All right, let's speed run some of the easier ones right now too. So we're rolling with D tier with the Goblin Giant. I think Sparky, we can put that probably around C or D. What do you guys think? I would probably put that in D tier because Rocket is everywhere, and it just feels like it gets distracted by cycle decks and doesn't give very much value.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go with probably D tier as well, just because of all the log bait. Maybe if log bait takes a hit in like a few days with the balance changes, maybe it could be C tier, but I feel like it's probably a little bit closer to D tier right now.
Boss, what you
Yeah.
thinking?
Yeah, I guess I'd probably go with D. I was thinking maybe C, but in this current meta, it's just I feel like it's really not that good.
Maybe Monk
So
will change it. I don't know.
yeah,
but,
it could.
but it's really bad right now. If you're a Sparky player, you're probably pretty sad. Okay, Three Musketeers. This is going to be a controversial one a little bit. I want to put it at least in C tier. I think it's really, really good with Elixir Collector. I think it's fitting there with the other cards in there, with Three Musketeers, Royal Hogs, Three Musketeers E-Barbs. I don't know. Let me know if you guys think it should be D, or if you think it's okay at C.
You can go first, boss.
All right, I guess I would say it's around C. I think it makes sense that it's in the same tier as the Elixir Collector, considering it's pretty much only used with the Elixir Collector. There's no 3M deck right now that I can think of. Maybe there's some off-meta one out there, but every single Three Musketeer deck has the Collector in it. They're always paired together, and I feel like both of them are not used too often. So I think C makes the most sense, but they do get a lot of value in certain matchups. Like, let's say you're against Lava Hound, it's so nice having Three Musketeers.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to lose that one.
Mhm.
What do you think, Ian?
Yeah, I feel like you guys are about right. I might even put them D tier, but I feel like since most of you guys are a little bit lower down on ladder, I think it's probably C tier. I feel like 3M isn't quite as good at the highest level of play where it's pretty easy to punish it with like cycle decks and stuff. So I think for top ladder it could be D tier, but maybe for the average player it will be C tier. So I think we can roll with C tier.
Just throwing this out here. What if you go Elixir Collector, Monk, protect the Elixir Collector, predicting a rocket or a fireball, and then knock it back on the opponent's tower, keep the Elixir Collector alive, and then they don't have anything? I know
Yeah,
that
I feel like
seems.
that's gonna be so good.
I'm so excited to create a video doing that. Hopefully, no one else steals that idea. I'm sure
Oh,
everyone's.
that's so true. That might actually be the one of the best places for Monk to be in Three Musketeers. I didn't even think about that because we were talking about how it's hard to be reactive to the rocket, but if
You
you
know they're
play a
gonna,
collector,
yeah.
you know they have to rocket
Spell
it,
it,
and if they're
yeah.
playing it, you know it's going to be there. So that's actually really smart. Yeah.
There'll be some stupid mind. Yeah, I thought about that. I was like, that's the first thing I want to do, because there's gonna be some dumb mind game where you're like, oh man, is he gonna monk or not? And if they wait, then you're gonna get more elixir, and then they don't rock it. So it's like, I think just having the monk is like that safety seatbelt that might be really broken with Elixir Collector through Musketeers. That's what I'm
Yeah.
excited to try. That's what I'm gonna probably make the video on. You guys, everyone watching right now, you got a sneak peek. All right, so I also spend a lot of time creating these ideas. Sometimes they suck, sometimes they actually work. The next one is, we're gonna go to a very spicy one, Royal Giant. This card, this dumb card, got Mohammed Light raging on Twitter. He says it's so good that it's not even funny anymore. Can we put it in the S tier if the world champion doesn't want to play against it? It's literally everywhere with the Skeleton King Mother Witch deck. It is the most played deck in the game, and it has like a 55% win rate. I don't know how they haven't nerfed Skeleton King or Goblin Gang or whatever cards are in that deck, but it seems really unfair. It's got to either be A or S. I'm interested to see what you have to say, Ian. Where you ranking it?
Yeah, I've seen pretty much every pro player complain on Twitter in the last week or so about RG, so I feel like it's kind of tough. I feel like I'm right in the middle between A and S tier. I could go for like pretty much whichever one boss agrees with, I guess. I feel like it's really good right now, and also the support cards are in quite a good place as well, so it just makes for a really broken RG deck.
Yeah, it's tough. I would say for a while now, RG has been kind of like one of my favorite decks to play on ladder. I use him a lot, and right now I agree. Like he's super strong in the meta. I think one of the main reasons why is it's a very consistent win condition right now. There's not many things that hard counter RG. In competitive 2, it's pretty much every duel set you'll see him played in. And I think a reason for this is a lot of the Ian actually mentioned this. I heard him say this before. It's because a lot of the cycle cards got nerfed, like Cannon and Mortar.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's just got a much more favorable matchup against those things. Even though they're both pretty strong, RG has a way better chance of beating them. So yeah, I think I could see him being S. I don't necessarily know if the RG needs a nerf, but in this current meta, without a doubt, he is probably the best win condition in the game. So
We rolling S or A? What's
I'll
the
go
consensus?
S. I'm fine saying S.
All right.
Yeah,
RG
dude.
on top. Yeah. So just to echo what they said really quick, it's probably used a lot more because Mortar and also the Cannon was nerfed, as Boss said. And those are the two cards that used to counter it. Like you used to just be able to go Cannon and then Archer Queen up top, click the Archer Queen invisibility, and then they couldn't Lightning on top of the Archer Queen and the Cannon and the tower. So then you just be like, oh, herp derp, you're dead, Archer Queen, or you're dead, Royal Giant. Because if they tried to Fisherman Yoink, you went invisible, and it's just like, it's wasted. And then Mortar got a really big nerf, so Mortar bait isn't played as much. So then you just don't even see it as a Royal Giant player, and you're like very happy. So yeah, I think Royal Giant's just win rate is dominating ladder, and it's the best win condition. So we will go to the next one, the Goblin Hut. This card is so bad right now. It's definitely better than Furnace by a lot. Furnace is the worst spawner of the game, but it's either F or D. Ian, I'll let you place it. Where are we putting it?
Yeah, I think I want to go with F tier. I feel like maybe it's slightly viable in like some really off meta graveyard deck or something random like that, but I don't really almost ever see the card. I think the last time I saw it was like 200 matches ago or something like that. So yeah, I think F tier is a nice and cozy place for it.
What do you think, Boss?
Definitely F. It is, yeah, without a doubt one of the worst cards in the game. I don't even know if it's better or worse than Furnace. They're both just so bad. So I don't know. It's for sure F though. Every single spell does pretty good against it now that we're seeing more poison and stuff. So yeah.
Actually, as kind of a one-trick Spear Goblin player, I love the fact that like sometimes if you drop the Spear Goblin Hut on the other side and they go for an Earthquake, they don't like hit all the Spear Goblins as they spawn, or the Spear Goblins will stay alive and then they'll kill the Hog Rider. It's kind of okay in that specific situation, and Spear Goblins do stack up, so they are able to kill Golems and other stuff. So if you spell the Spear Goblin Hut, the Spear Goblins will still stay alive and do work against the Golem if you're running like a weird graveyard deck or a Mega Knight deck with Spear Goblin Hut. So it does work at lower ladder for sure. Not going to be very efficient, so you're not going to see it when the best players are playing it. As you guys can see from Ian and then Boss, they just never play the card because it's just not efficient enough for them to get it. They can't play it because it's not good. It's not a good card. They just lose games for no reason. But it is better than Furnace in my opinion for the reasons I said. The Fire Spirits from the Furnace, they kind of just eviscerate. They leave the map. And if your opponent spells the Furnace, you're kind of screwed. You're giving your opponent like a free, like, hey, spell me, hit the Furnace and hit the tower and get value. At least the Spear Goblin Hut will give you something. So that's why we're putting it above.
I think I have a really good way of explaining why it's like F, maybe. Yeah. So people in the chat, if they still don't understand. So basically, I feel like Goblin Hut, it's the type of card where if someone plays a Goblin Hut, right, you can just easily, if you want to, ignore it. You can just lava on the back, you can golem in the back, just set up your push because it's not a threat, and then your opponent's just down 5 elixir, and then they won't be able to defend the counter push.
Yeah, that as well, because they're probably relying on the Spear Goblin Hut to defend the thing, and if it's on the other side, they're just screwed. Yeah, that makes sense. It's not really a card that you can like passively cycle as much as you would want to as well, unfortunately, unless you have like absurd area answers. All right, next one. So we're putting that in F, right, Ian?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Goblins. They are gonna get another goblin added to the bunch. So here's my prediction on it. It's gonna be really good at countering miners because it can't get zapped away or snowballed away. However, and it's gonna be really good against graveyard, but the goblins are gonna get a nerf. So I don't like this change that they're doing. I want them to change the actual card, differentiate it, make it a troll. Imagine like a troll and goblins. So then you can balance the goblin gang differently, and you can balance the goblin barrel differently. And you can balance all these cards without having the exact same card that if you change the stats, it changes everything. I think it's really dumb that they're still insistent on keeping the goblins instead of like separating them into 2 cards. That's another rant for a different day. But basically, I think after the buff, I don't think goblins are going to be better than goblin gang or really skeletons or guards. I think the 2 elixir is just such an awkward spot. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys will have to let me know. I think probably B tier for me after the buff. Probably
I think I probably agree with that, just because log is used in like almost half of the decks in the game right now. So even though the goblins will be good, they'll still be pretty easily countered with the log and stuff. But I feel like it could be good in some like maybe drill spam decks with like a bunch of log bait cards in it or something like that. And I feel like the goblins themselves are going to be pretty solid. So maybe like a high B tier from me.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. I was wondering what you would put them in. Maybe like a dark goblin drill deck or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe it would just be Archer Queen for you with goblins. I don't know. So, boss, where we put in the goblins after the buff?
I agree. I think they'll be around B. If the goblins didn't get that nerf that's coming, they would probably be A for sure.
Yeah.
But I think B's a pretty safe guess. But I'm excited, even though they're not going to be like OP, we're finally going to see a little bit of variety and not just skeletons every time. So it should be nice.
Yeah, it should be pretty cool. I think skeletons are typically the wave, or you run 3 elixir for more damage. But now maybe a little bit more variety will spice up the game. All right, Golem, one of my main decks in Clash Royale. It's kind of not doing so well right now. I'm pretty sure when you guys see it, at least when Ian sees it, he probably laughs at it. So I'm a little bit triggered, but it is what it is. I kind of think we have to put it in the C tier because it's not as good as Giant or Hog Rider, but it's definitely better than Electro Giant.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. I think it's probably also C tier. Like I think I agree with that. It's a pretty okay card for some players who have a lot of experience with it, but I don't really see it too much. It couldn't really be D tier since there's still a few players at the top of ladder with it, so I feel like it's still viable, but it definitely has seen its better days.
All right, boss, what you thinking? What's dragging Golem down, or what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's also kind of a below average win condition right now. I think part of the reason could be there's just better win conditions right now, and in some matchups, Golem has such a hard time breaking through. For example, there's a lot of people running Zappies now, and like Golem Lightning struggles against Zappies, obviously. And then also there's a ton of buildings like Splash Yard, which destroys Golem. So there's just so many matchups where you have a really hard time breaking through and getting to the tower.
Yeah, I don't win Splash Yard versus Golem unless I'm like really playing a lot better than my opponent and they don't understand elixir management. So yeah, I that's I think that the biggest one that gives me grief. All right, next one is gonna be Golem. Or no, not Golem. We have Golem. Sorry, another G. It's the Graveyard. So 5 elixir Golem, basically, no big deal. Yeah, so we got Graveyard. That's a win condition that gets directly on tower. It's pretty annoying to play against. It's really good with Splash Yard right now. And you'll see it in competitive quite often because at competitive, every bit of damage that you can get matters since it's hard for you to break through people that have near perfect defenses. So if you can get directly on tower, you can almost certainly guarantee damage, and that's really important. So top ladder, pro players probably would rank this really high. At lower trophy counts, if you mess up and you go in for graveyards and you don't have enough elixir to poison or arrows away bait cards, or your opponent just Mega Knights on it and counter pushes, and you're not dropping graveyard at the right time, it's going to feel terrible. So definitely make sure that you're patient, drop it in double elixir, or when you know that your opponent's counters are out of cycle, or that you can counter your opponent's counters. Probably an A tier card for me. I think it's one of the best win conditions of the game. I think it's definitely more reliable than Hog Rider. It's been one of the strongest cards of the game. Maybe you guys will rank it lower because there's a lot of Mother Witch decks in the meta, but and Skeleton King decks in the meta, but I still think it's pretty good.
I guess I'll start. I also think it's A. And something I want to say about the Mother Witch, even though the Mother Witch can sometimes be pretty good against it, in double and triple elixir, when you can easily afford a poison, or even if you're using graveyard freeze, you can still definitely work your way around it by just freezing the Mother Witch or poisoning, and then the pigs will also die inside of the poison. So that's why I often see at the highest level, there's so many splash art players that are consistently beating decks that have Mother Witch in it. And I think you talked about this briefly too. Like, it's pretty much the only win condition in the whole game where you can just easily get it on the tower. And I think right now at this point in the game is so defensive and it can be really hard to get through with things in some matchups like Hog Rider, Golem, Giant, and stuff like that. And that's what's so nice about the graveyard, the fact you can just deploy it right on the tower and they're almost never going to be able to fully counter it. So
Okay. So yeah, A tier it is. Ian, do you have any thoughts on it, or is it good in A?
Yeah, I think A is perfect for it as well. I feel like it would be even stronger if RG wasn't really popular, because I feel like RG does pretty well against Graveyard, having like Mother Witch and E-Spirit and stuff, but it's definitely a really strong card, even in a maybe not the best meta ever for Graveyard, but it still manages to perform really well.
All right, cool. So next card is going to be the guards. I think we're just evolving to find every skeleton in the meta. So I think guards are probably going to be used a lot more after the Goblin Gang nerf, with the goblins getting a little bit slower attack speed. I think it's a great card. I mean, you kind of have to have arrows to kill it. Doesn't die to log. Really good against graveyard. Great against goblin drill. The list goes on and on. I would put it in A tier. I don't think it's like exceptionally overpowered, but I think it's definitely one of the best cards in the game.
Yeah, I think I would go with like A tier as well, probably right below Goblin Gang, or like just a little bit below Goblin Gang. And after the Goblin Gang nerf, it could even be slightly better again than Gang, but I'm not really 100% sure how that Goblin's nerf is gonna play out.
Okay.
yeah, I agree. I would also put it in A. I don't think there's any way it could be higher than that now that we have the Goblin Gang as another, reliable option. So
Makes sense. All right, next one is Heal Spirit. Really good with E-Barbs. Pretty bad with everything else, unfortunately. It's a really gimmicky card. Like, you're trying to keep things alive and maybe like going for a Heal Spirit with your Elixir Golem and Battle Healer, but it's not that good. So I don't know if we could even put it in C tier. I think it has to be in D tier with a gimmicky wizard shenanigans and E-Barbs. It's like, it's an accessory to the E-Barbs. It's not actually the real thing that does the work. We'll see what you guys have to say. Ian, is it D or is it a bit better?
I feel like a while ago I would have put it in the D tier, but it's actually not like too bad. It does fit in some Three Musketeer decks, some Bridge Spam E-Barb decks, maybe like a couple other things like some Sparky Giant decks. So I think I'd probably just go with C tier, since at least a few people can have some pretty good success with the card.
Oh, wow. I did not expect you to put it up there. Boss, are you going to put it in C, or where do you see it?
well, there's this one guy, but it's mostly him who just runs it, not a lot of people, but Agony King, who has it
Yeah.
in that Sparky Tornado deck, and it's always getting so much value for just one elixir. And I also think because it's just one, it's a very, safe card. It's not like a risk to use at all. And I still think it's fine putting it in C to kind of show it's the worst spirit, but I don't think it's a bad card. I don't know if I could say it's D.
Yeah, it makes sense. You can't really go wrong with a one elixir cost card. That's, I think, one of the things that I was forgetting, and maybe a lot of other people forget too. You're like, I mean, Heal Spirit doesn't really like really make a massive impact all the time, but sometimes it can, especially with a mini P.E.K.K.A in that Agony King deck or Elite Barbarians and Bridge Spam decks or Three Musketeer decks. Heal Spirit can turn the tide of the battle. It's just not working in every single deck. All right, cool. We are on to the next one with the balloon. Wow, balloon is so bad. I kind of forgot it existed. It feels like a dinosaur to even like bring up this card. It used to be so good at being able to completely clap cannons and lock onto towers and deal so much damage per hit. And now you look at it and you're like, well, after the first hit, I tornado it to my tower and it does less damage for that first hit. So I don't care anymore. Most of the time, top players only let the balloon get one hit on the tower anyway. So the fact that, you know, it got a rework to do more damage over time doesn't matter because it's only going to get one hit anyway. So it's a really bad win condition, in my opinion. It has to be D tier. Bare minimum, like, I don't think it's going to be C tier. Maybe you guys are going to say I'm wrong, but I think it falls in line with Mr. Sparky. There's a lot of rockets in the meta too. It just doesn't feel good.
Well, I would personally think it's a little better than D tier. I know it's so much, it definitely fell off. It used to be S tier without a doubt a year ago.
Yeah.
Everyone was always complaining about it. It was like the most broken win condition, but I still think it's very viable because even though stuff like Loon Cycle and Lumberloon Freeze aren't that strong, I feel like Lava Loon is in a pretty good spot. It's always seems to be a pretty consistent deck at the top of ladder. We always see typically at least like 10 people in the top 200 or something running it. But there are, of course, like they're usually like one tricks with the deck and they normally play it, but I just kind of see it as it's like it's all right, you know. I guess Ian can decide whether it's C or D or anything
Higher.
else, I guess.
Yeah, I think I feel like I'd probably have to at least go with C. I was honestly thinking low B tier because I saw like the Royal API stats and it has like one of the highest usage rates on ladder compared to any other win condition in the top 1000. So I feel like it's definitely not too bad. And also Lava Loon is super good. And I think even last season Pompeo finished top 10 using a balloon cycle deck. So I feel like it's definitely still viable. Definitely not as good as before though, but it's still a fine card for me.
Dude, how is he playing Inferno Dragon Balloon Goblin Cage with like all these C and B tier cards in one deck without champions? I don't understand him.
Well, there's one thing though. He was using the broken Mighty Miner before it got the nerf.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah,
makes more
that's
sense.
true.
That makes more sense. All right, cool. Yeah, that makes me feel a little bit better. I'm like, is he ascended to a different level that humanity has not reached? Like, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so yeah, I think we're gonna roll with it in C tier. I guess I was wrong. We'll probably put it up a little bit higher, maybe even like middle of C tier, middle of the pack. By the way, guys, I haven't really adjusted the placements of the cards, so when you see a tier, don't know like the tier isn't indicative of anything. If it's in the tier, that's where it is. The ranking and order within the tier, it isn't indicative of like, oh, Golem is better than Goblin Cage. That's not the case because I just put it in the tier. It's too hard to order everything. It just takes too much time to do that one. All right, next one, Hunter. I think this is one of the better cards that people just have started to play more so recently. It's very inconsistent sometimes. Like, it will shoot something in front, or no, it'll shoot things behind when it's supposed to shoot things in front sometimes. And it's like very sad. But overall, very good for its cost. It's able to fully shut down the Hog Rider with only one hit on the tower if you drop it fast enough. And it just deletes win conditions. So you can spam aggressively on the other side and then delete bridge spam or defend like balloons or even like a balloon lumberjack push very nicely with just a hunter. So I think there's things that people don't necessarily know if they haven't played the card or given it enough time to play it. I think it at least has to be B tier for me. We'll see what you guys say, starting with Boss.
Yeah, I guess B is a pretty good spot for it. I would say it's pretty similar to the Fisherman in the sense that it's pretty much only ran in RG. You'll sometimes see it with Three Musketeers, I guess, and maybe a couple other things, but pretty much just in RG what we see it in a lot. And I think the reason for that is it pairs really well with the Fisherman. Like the Fisherman pulls stuff in and then the hunter shoots it because the hunter's like right next to the fisherman, so they kind of synergize really nicely together.
All right, cool. Ian, where you okay with that in B tier? Chilling with the fisherman?
Yeah, I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect in B tier because of how strong the one RG Hunter deck is right now. I feel like Hunter's a very solid card. The only one thing about it is that it does sometimes shoot dead units like the firecracker when something's already dead, but it still uh, fires that last shot onto it. So I feel like maybe if a few things changed, it could be A tier, but I think for now it's good at B tier.
Okay, that's awesome. Now we got the Ice Golem. I think this card needs a buff. I think it's great when you're able to kite things to the other side. It might feel very satisfying in some decks and some matchups, like versus a P.E.K.K.A, where your Musketeer is able to kill everything. Okay in 2.6, but we don't even see it in other decks. I think most of the time people are scared of playing against Goblin Drills, so they want to have like a Knight or something that can body block the Goblins. But I don't know. I just don't think it's very good anymore. I think I could see it in C tier, but I think all the other mini tanks, Valkyrie, Dark Prince, Knight, Goblin Gang, Guards, just used way more often. I'd like to put it in C tier. Ian, where would you put it?
I think I would probably put it in C tier, but I feel like the other mini tanks are so much better, especially since the Knight will even get the few percent HP buff in a couple days. So I kind of want to put it in D tier just so that they feel more inclined to buff the card, because I feel like it could really use a slight buff of some kind.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think like the reason why we're putting it at C is just like you can't really knock it too much since it's only 2 elixir, but at the same time it's not.
Yeah.
There's no reason to run it compared to a Knight. It's not a bad choice. It's just not the best choice. Boss, you agree with C, or would you put it higher or
Yeah,
lower?
I think C's pretty good. Like, the thing is, it's not a bad card. It just gets outclassed by so many other things. Like, why would you use it when you can run a Knight or a Valkyrie? Like, it just doesn't make any sense because those cards are just going to provide you so much more value and utility. Because the Ice Golem, it doesn't attack anything, it just kites. So there's some situations where it's not really that useful to have.
Yeah, makes sense. I just think that it needs a buff as well. Supercell, if you're listening to us, buff it. I am totally not biased, maybe a little bit. I love the card. And I know Ian does too. All right, so the next one is a 1 elixir Ice Spirit. And I think this is probably like S tier. If I had to say, honestly, the stun duration that you get with this 1 elixir card is absolutely insane. If you're trying to defend things like an Electro Giant and you don't have a building, the Ice Spirit will probably keep you safe. If you're trying to stop a big push coming at you and you need to reset things, the Ice Spirit, if you know that it's actually able to jump onto the right thing, you're going to be great. Like, you don't need Electro Spirit. Electro Spirit is kind of the training wheels, whereas the Ice Spirit has the longer duration of the stun. Way better, way more efficient. I think that you guys are going to agree with me on S tier. We'll see, though. Ian, do you think S tier after the buff recently for the Ice Spirit?
Man, I just remember back when it had like a 2-second stun duration. That was so good. But
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like it's really good right now, but the only thing is that I kind of prefer Fire Spirit once again. Ever since the Mighty Miner got a nerf, you don't really need the Ice Spirit to reset it. And also I feel like bats are like a really strong card right now, so I kind of prefer the Fire Spirit. So I think I might have to put it in A tier right below Fire Spirit.
Yeah, I guess that's just the difference at top ladder is the meta changes right when the champion gets nerfed, and it changes like, oh, it used to be really good, like maybe S tier to reset Mighty Miners, but now you don't need it as much and much rather kill the bats. Makes sense. Boss, would you put it S or A, or what would you? Gonna get crazy.
I would say A, but I will say this. I think it changes a lot of matchups. Like, you might think of Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit. It's a small change switching them out of your deck, but it can make the difference of whether you have a good matchup against, let's say, RG or Hog Rider, or you don't. I think the Ice Spirit is so good against win conditions, like buying yourself more time to take them out, like the RG, the I don't know, you could even say Golem, Electro Giant, Giant, like all of those cards, it's so useful to have when defending them. But the difference of the Fire Spirit is your offense is so much better because the Ice Spirit, like, you know, who cares if you ignore it or not? It's barely going to do any damage. So
Yeah, that's a really good point. So one other thing is like Fire Spirit's way better against bait cards like bats, Skeleton King spam, Goblin Barrel because you can use the trick, and then Ice Spirit's way better against win conditions like Golems, Electro Giants, Hog Riders because you can stun it. I think that's a really good comparison that Boss just highlighted, and I just want to emphasize that a little bit more. So yeah, that's cool. All right, next one, we're going to be rolling with the Ice Wizard. I'm just traumatized because there's these pictures of the bald Ice Wizard with like no hair or facial hair or eyebrows. I'm just like, B-Rad, why did you do this to us? I don't know if B-Rad created it, but I know that he's like popularized it or something. Anyway, for 3 elixir, it's really, really good in Splash Yard. It's really good in Anaban's deck. not really good at anything else. I just don't see it very often. It doesn't have high damage per second, so you need other things in the deck that can do damage, whether it's a Tombstone Skeletons or your graveyard. It's not necessarily a card that works well with many decks because you almost always need Tornado. The splash in thing, I don't even really use that very often unless I absolutely need to defend like a balloon last possible second. Do you think that was even impactful for the Ice Wizard? That's another question that I'll ask with you guys when you're answering where you would rank it. I put it like C tier with the Executioner. I don't think it's a B tier card. I think it's only good with like Splash Shard.
Did
I
you
guess
say
I'll
C?
start.
Yeah, I put it C.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
you
I'll
can
start.
start.
Okay. Um, yeah, I feel like the Ice Mage is a nice card in Splash Yard only, but I feel like when you play most other decks, there's just like more efficient versions of it. Like a Magic Archer still defends pretty nicely, and it also can have the good offensive ability. So I feel like it does get the job done in like that one deck. I don't really like the Enter the Arena ability that much for it. It's only good against like um maybe like a Skarmy or like Bats or maybe like a Graveyard, but it's not really too useful. I don't really see many players ever using it too much.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, so I think we're gonna roll with that and put it there. So boss, you think C, right? Is that where you're vibing with it?
Yeah, I think C, but I think it's probably closer to D than B for sure.
Ooh.
Like if it were to be in a different tier, because yeah, like even Ice Bow is like horrible now. Like that always uses Queen instead of the Ice Wizard. So
Yeah, dude, there's literally no point in writing Ice Wizard in that deck because the Archer Queen gives you like the 3-card cycle, so you can get back to another Expo. It's just, and then also you don't even need Tornado, and then it has the high damage per second, so you can win bridge battles by going invisible. Like there's no reason. There's no reason to run a card that's like limp, sits there at the river like a wet noodle and doesn't do anything. He's able to like maybe make something annoying, but it's not that great. All right, so next card that we have is the Flying Frog, aka the Inferno Dragon. I think it might be really good because it counters the monk. The monk doesn't end up reflecting damage back on it. Will be really good in the next meta. Pretty good in this meta too. It's decent against Royal Giant, but then Royal Giant just goes in for zappies on it. So maybe it gets distracted by a lot of stuff too right now. I don't know. I think it's like a good card, but at the same time, I don't really see it played too much. Kind of want to put it at B tier because it's going to be better with the monk if everyone's going to be playing that, and it's probably pretty good, but it just hasn't found its way into the meta where it's dominating. What do you guys think?
Well, I've always kind of thought of it as A tier actually, but I can certainly see it being B as well. The reason why I think it's A is I know it's not extremely versatile. Like you mostly just see it in lava and a couple other things like maybe Lumberloon, Graveyard Freeze and stuff. But the reason why it's such a good card is it's a huge threat, and in some matchups it's like a key card. So like let's say you're against RG or Golem, that card alone is kind of like what wins you the game, or even like Lava Hound. And I see so many times even the best players in the game, like at the pro level, I've seen so many times where an Inferno Drag locks on their tower and takes their whole tower, even against like some amazing players, because they just don't have the elixir to defend it, or someone pairs like a spell with the Inferno Drag and takes out what they used to defend. So
Yeah,
yeah.
makes sense. It's really good with Mother Witch and super good with Freeze if you have those two cards because the piggies can, distract for the Inferno Dragon and can waddle its way to the tower and win you the game. Or, I mean, you freeze and then you just randomly win with a 1 HP Inferno Dragon. So yeah, Ian, what do you think? You think it's B, A, or you think we're crazy?
I think I would probably go with like a low A tier. I feel like it's
Okay.
maybe not used in every single deck, but I feel like it's so good in the decks that it's used, and it has like such good field control. Like it's like really good at countering like Splash Yard, for example. It's like so good at killing like the Skelly Kings, the baby dragons, like all of that stuff. It just gives you like a really nice control of the tempo of like a match. Like with Lumberloon Freeze, you can just like set up those things in the back and just like take control of the entire field. So I feel like it's a very solid card.
Okay, so pro player difference puts it A tier. So 2 against 1 there, I was going to put it B. And I guess at like higher ladder, if you have the right decks and it's just super annoying, it's super good in the specific decks that it's in, A tier it is. All right, now we're talking about another Inferno, Inferno Tower. I always substituted out the cannon for the Inferno Tower at the very start, and then I went back to cannon in a lot of my decks. I think it's just a lot of people have done that as well. They've thought it was extremely important to just run Inferno Tower. It's good. It keeps you safer. People like B-Rad played in all their decks because they don't want to lose against people worse than them. Because it allows you to have anti-air defense, good defense against Golem, just an extra safety net against Earthquake Hog Rider decks. For me, I think it's better than Bomb Tower for sure, but I don't know if is it as good as Cannon? I think it could be A or it could be B, but as Ian probably plays most of the cycle decks, we'll let him have the first say.
I feel like I'd honestly probably put it low B tier just because I feel like at top ladder it really favors those quicker cycle decks with like Cannon and stuff. I only see Inferno Tower in a few Goblin Shield decks and some bait decks and stuff most of the bait decks and stuff like that. So it's definitely a solid card in the decks that it's used in, but it's not like insanely versatile like a Cannon is.
So just having that 2 elixir difference makes that much of a difference at top ladder. Just being able to defend with 2 elixir less means like the difference between another win condition or something, or is that the reason?
Yeah, I feel like it's like really inefficient in some matchups. Like say you're facing minor wall breakers, you just have to spend that entire 5 elixir to stop it instead of like a 3 elixir cannon. So it really just doesn't allow you to get as many positive elixir trades in a lot of matchups.
Oh, thanks for explaining that. Boss, you vibe with the low B tier that Ian said, or what you thinking?
Yeah, I think it really depends on the matchup. I think in some, it's so helpful to have if you're against a heavier deck like Lava, Golem, or something. But I think also, I actually think it might even be better if there weren't so much Lightning in the meta, because there's a lot of people running RG Lightning. The Lightning's a pretty solid counter to that Inferno, and maybe if there was less of that, it would be a bit better. But yeah, I think right now it's around B. Definitely a little worse than the Cannon, for sure.
Cool. All right, next one is the Sir Knight. Inferno Tower was B. Knight, I think you're going to be a bit better. I think that the Knight, especially after the buff, might be seeing his glory days ahead in the A tier. I don't know if you guys agree with me there, but I've seen it a lot in log bait. I've seen it a lot in splash yard. I was asking the pro players in the group chat, and everyone said that I should run Knight in the splash yard deck instead of the Valkyrie, which was pretty cool to me because you have all the splash damage with the Ice Wizard and the Baby Dragon. That the splash yard pros, especially the one, I forget, the guy that was level 13, Starlight, he was running Knight instead of Valkyrie as a level 13 at over 8,000 trophies. So it just seems like a really good card, and it seems like it's going to get a little bit better after the buff. I would put it A tier. What do you guys say?
I can go first, I guess. That's kind of a difficult one. I feel like I'd probably put it B tier. It's not really used in too many decks right now. I see like a lot of people trying out Knight in like hog decks or log bait decks, but I always see them end up switching back to Valkyrie in the end. Like I saw Riley switching the Knight out for Valkyrie in classic log bait, so I feel like it's not like super good, but definitely not a bad card. And also with the buff, it could be quite a solid card. So I think I'll have to just go with B tier for now.
All right, boss, you put it in A or B. You're the deciding vote.
I'm leaning more towards B. I think even before this current meta, it was more like C, but it definitely moved up a bit, I think, because of how good bait is right now. So we're seeing him use more, and also that, I think I mentioned it towards the start of the tier list, that new minor poison cycle deck. It's like 2.8. It has the Knight in it.
Oh.
And I think people are liking having the Knight in it, maybe because they're getting ready for the buff, or just having that faster cycle can be nice. So
yeah, I think a lot of people just before the buff, they just like randomly put the cards in their deck. They're like, I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm preparing mentally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who knows? But it is really, really popular in log bait and splash yard. So it's cool to see like some decks stay strong for 6 years, or maybe you're like some other type of person. You're like, I hate seeing the same deck strong for 6 years. Let me know down below in the comment section if you guys like the same decks being viable, so then you can have that nostalgia and being able to go back to it and be like, wow, all the time that I invested into the deck, it's never going to get like wasted. Or are you one of those people that's like, Clash Royale, switch up the game. I'm sick of playing the same deck over and over again. Interested to see what you guys say in the comments. All right, next one is going to be Lava Hound. So for 7 elixir, you get a big beefy boy flying high in the sky. I think I want to put this in C tier. I don't think it's that great by itself. Maybe you guys think it's B tier. It did get number 1 in the world last season, but I also think Doom is one of the few people that can actually play it well. So I'm interested to see what you guys say. I'd put it at C tier. I think that it's good with Lava Hound, Skeleton King, and Miner, and then also good with Lava Hound Balloon. There's different ways of playing it, and it seems better than Golem, but I don't think it's as good as Hog Rider or Giant. Maybe I'm wrong though.
I guess I could start with this one. I would actually say it's B, because I think you also have to consider, like, even though it's so expensive, it's kind of versatile because you can use Lava Loon, you can use Lava Clone, you can use Lava Miner, and there's so many different things you can sub in and out of those decks too. Like, you could use Barbs if you want, you could use Guards, or Skelly King, Mighty Miner even. And it's also very good in competitive. I feel like it's just quite good against a lot of different cycle decks. It's a relatively safe deck too if you know how to use it. So I don't know. I think I'm looking at some of the other cards in B, like the Giant, for example, and I would say it's about the same strength as that. So
Okay. Yeah, I think it is actually played as reflecting back on that. I think I see Giant more on ladder, but I see Lava Hound more on competitive gameplay. I think that's the difference, or one of the things that I just forgot about. Really, it's played a lot in competitive. Ian, what do you think?
I think I probably have to side with Boss here on the B tier because I heard some crazy stat like that. I think Lava Hound was played by 20 out of the top 200 players last season, which is a pretty high use rate for a win condition like that, which is so heavy. So yeah, I feel like it's a pretty solid card right now. And as Boss said, it can be used in quite a few different variations with like Fireball Bait and different stuff like that.
Yeah, I totally didn't expect that usage rate to be that high in the top 200. So that's insane. All right, so we're gonna settle in B tier for the Lava Hound. The next card is Lightning. This card is like sprung into the meta with Royal Giant, really good at killing Archer Queen, which is, you know, our number 1 pest at S tier, dominating the game. So I think that Lightning is played pretty often. Where would you put it, Ian?
I think I'd have to go with the A tier for Lightning. It's a really solid card. It does well against quite a few of the meta cards right now, especially Archer Queen, obviously, and it's just like so good with RG, especially. I feel like RG almost always prefers to have Lightning over Fireball these days. So I think it's a very strong card in the meta.
So Lightning's better than Fireball overall, in your opinion?
Honestly, yeah, I feel like that's a really close call there. I think Fireball's slightly better though, just because it's more versatile. But I feel like Lightning is so good in the decks that it's used in, but it's just not as consistent. It's only good because of like how the meta is shaped up to be right now.
Makes sense. So you'd say like overall, Fireball is better because it fits in more decks, but sometimes in the decks
Yeah.
that it's specifically in, like Royal Giant, Lightning's better. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Boss, I know that you play a lot of Lightning, so is that true? You guys like the A tier for it?
yeah, I think A is a good place for it right now. There's so much RG Lightning. Like I said, it's probably the best deck, or RG's best win condition right now, and there's still a decent amount of people running E-Giant Lightning, and Lightning not only very good against the Queen, like you guys said, but just so many of the buildings, like Inferno Tower, Mortar, and even the Cannon, even though it's only 3 Elixir, it's so nice just to be able to just immediately kill it and then get the RG on top of the tower.
Okay, cool. The next one that we have is the Bandit. So hopefully she can steal a place pretty high up because I think she's really strong. One of the most annoying cards to deal with, like if you miss a spell or don't have enough elixir and it dashes onto your tower, boom, 600 damage. And then you just sit there and you're like, oh, okay, cool. So I might have lost the game because of a 3 elixir card. I think it's one of the most frustrating cards to play against. I probably put it A tier. I think it's better than all the other cards in B tier. Maybe it's a little bit worse because of all the bait cards in the meta. So going to like Skeleton King or other stuff. Actually, maybe I'm talking myself out of it. It's either A or B tier. I think before in the last meta when there was less bait cards, definitely A. But now I don't know with the Skeleton King, Mother Witch, Goblin Gang everywhere. So, Boss, would you put it A or B? Or higher?
Sorry, what card are we on? Because I can't
Bandit.
see it on the. Okay, yeah, on your stream it was cut off on the screen.
Yeah.
So the Bandit, I would say, I hate playing against it so much. It's probably one of my least favorite cards to
Yeah.
face just because it's so annoying. I'm kind of torn on whether it's A or B. Also, I think since the Golden Knight, yeah, is a little worse, we're seeing Bandit a little more again. Um, but I feel like just because Bandit's mostly only played in P.E.K.K.A. and Bridge Spam and just not used that often, I feel like, oh, and that Drill Bandit deck is not as good anymore. I don't see it nearly as much, so I guess I'll give it B, but Ian can be the deciding factor.
I think I would probably also go with like a high B tier. Maybe like a few metas ago, it would have been A tier when the Drill Bomber deck was like really broken. But I feel like Bandit's just like a pretty solid card right now. Really annoying to face sometimes if you're playing against like a good player who can like prediction zap your skeletons and stuff like that. Just like a pretty solid card. Nice to get damage with.
So when two of the best players in the world say that a card is annoying, it's probably pretty good. Bandit is going to solidify its spot in a B tier there. So the next one that we have is the Lumberjack. He's very messy. I am excited for his artwork. I wonder when they rework a new card every single season. It's going to be fun to see what they do with it. Sometimes it ends up being really good, like the Night Witch. Sometimes it ends up being like the Royal Giant, and everyone's like, why is there random confetti in the background? What did you do to our poor Royal Giant? Anyway, the next thing, Lumberjack, I don't think it works that well in most decks right now because Lumberjack Balloon is kind of falling out of meta. You don't see it in the Mega Knight decks or P.E.K.K.A. decks with Ram Rider too often. You typically see Bandit. It still works with it. It's kind of cool, but it's just not a deck or it's not a card that you see very often. I'd like to put it in C tier. It works with Golem, but that's about it really. And then Ram Rider and then maybe Lumberjack Balloon, but none of those decks are really top tier. So I think it fits with the C tier with the Golem, the Balloon, and then maybe even the Ram Rider when we eventually rate that. What do you think, boss? Lumberjack.
So I was even considering it might be D,
Yeah.
but I could see it being C. But I just think really, like even Golem, I honestly don't ever see in Golem that much. I usually see Golem with E-Barbs when I face it, or it has like the Golden Knight or something, Night Witch or some variation like that, Skelly King. Oh yeah, Skelly King Tombstone Golem. I don't even ever see it with Golem that much. It's just Lumberloon, and that is the only thing. So I could definitely see it being D.
Okay, we'll vibe with it. All right, so are we gonna pull my boy the Lumberjack all the way down to the depths of despair in D, Ian, or is he gonna stay strong in C?
Honestly, I was gonna give him a low C tier, but I feel like Boss kind of talked me into putting him like high D tier. I don't really
Oh,
almost ever see him. There's like maybe like some very rare Golem decks that run him. I don't really face Golem that much in general though, and also Lumberloon I face like once in every 100 games or something. So I feel like not really the best card. It's not like horrible, but it does get just a little bit power crept once again by some other cards like Ghost or something like that.
dude, he's going to D, and I'm devastated. That feels so bad. I love that card. I love the fact that he ignored, like, at lower trophy counts, a lot of times people will just mess up their timing. The Lumberjack will go straight towards the tower, and I know you guys know what I'm talking about. That thing munches on the tower. It's fun as heck. I love when people miss my Lumberjack. Anyway, it's sitting in D. Maybe one day he'll be a bit stronger. All right, next one, we got the Mr. Magic Archer. This is my favorite card in Clash Royale, so don't do him dirty. I'm not going to try to bias and influence you guys, even though he's my favorite. So, boss, where are you going to put him? No pressure.
Okay, let's go with A. I think he's an incredible like secondary win condition in lots of decks. Like if you're using him in minor wall breakers, P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam, he's often the card that ends up in some situations taking like half the tower. Because like let's say, I don't know, someone plays like a tank or something, like a giant skeleton, and then you go like Magic Archer on it, and then you go like for your own tank in front of it, whether it's like a P.E.K.K.A. or something, or you like NATO it back, you can get so much damage, and oftentimes they can't do anything about it. Like they could like log it back, but it will still be like in range of the tower. So
All right, cool. So I want to see what Ian has to say if I have to overrule him.
So I think it could be high B tier or low A tier. I might lean a bit more towards low A tier. Like here's the thing. I'm just a nice man on a sunny day, just playing Clash Royale. I go with my giant skeleton into the back when they play their ghost in the back. Then they go with a magic archer. Boom, half of my tower is gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really funny when someone has to click their Archer Queen ability and then you tornado their Archer Queen back, and then you're like, wait, I just wasted one elixir and it's still in range. Dude, I love when people make predictions on my Magic Archer and I don't even drop it and they waste a cannon at the river. I love when I go in for Magic Archer and I make a prediction with a thick giant skeleton in front and then they can't kill the Magic Archer with all of their elixir that they had spent. Like, there's so many situations where Magic Archer can win you games. Heck, with P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam, no P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam runs minions at top ladder very often anymore. Most of the time, they're running Magic Archer because it snipes the buildings. So it's really good at sniping tombstones. Like, really good. So then you can actually maybe win against Splash Shard. So it's one of those things that Magic Archer has been game-changing. And I think it's really well balanced, creates outplay potential. Maybe you guys think it's not skillful or whatever. Maybe at the top level, you're like, oh, everyone knows this. Everyone knows the placements. Everyone knows not to overcommit with it. But I love the card. Definitely going to give it A tier. I don't see it as much as I love him. I can't boost him and be that biased. But
Well, it's still one thing though. It's still one
yeah.
thing. Like even the very best players still like really struggle with Magic Archer. Like I remember
Really?
one of the like one of my best memories playing CR was when I was just playing a grand challenge. I ran into Mohammed Light. I was just playing him in a minor wall breaker mirror matchup back when that was his #1 deck, and I actually beat him just because he tried to go with a prediction fireball on my Magic Archer and he just hit nothing. So that was a nice time for me.
Dude, that must have like triggered him for the rest of the time. He's like, never again. I'm not
He
doing
even
that.
made a tweet about it.
He's like, why do I have to predict things like this? Otherwise, I'll lose. Oh man,
Yeah.
that's really funny. That actually made my day to hear about that. I love that card so much.
Yeah.
All right, next one, the mid ladder killer, the Mr. Mega Knight. Is this card trash or is it treasure? And yes, that's one of the series that's on my YouTube channel. Ian, are we gonna put the Mr. Mega Knight, the mid ladder warrior, higher in the tier list now after he started to get the buff? I think the buff made a massive change. The reasons why: now it's near impossible to use your bandit to fully counter the Mega Knight. I haven't seen anyone successfully do this consistently. I tried it. I did it 1 out of 10 times. Maybe I suck, but it's really hard to do the bandit timing to fully counter the Mega Knight when it used to be very easy. Also, activating King Tower at lower skill levels, it's a bit harder, but I can do it, so I know that top level people can do it every time now. So at lower skill levels, it's harder to deal with, but I know that the bandit thing is definitely substantial even at higher skill levels.
Yeah. It's an interesting one. I feel like it's pretty good in mid ladder, but at the top of ladder, we only saw it in like that one Mega Knight Ram Rider deck, which kind of just completely fell out of the meta after after a few nerfs to different cards. So I feel like I have to. I would probably go with like D tier at the top of ladder, but for like the average player, it could be like more towards like a C tier or an S tier card.
Yo, wow, the jump. I guess it makes sense. Mega Knight does jump. C to S. Boom. Boss, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I think it's C or D. If we're talking about like the top of ladder for sure. I will say like Mega Knight Wall Breakers is probably better than it's ever been. Like especially the people who've mained those decks are having a lot of success with them right now. I'm even seeing it more in competitive right now. There's this, it's like minor Wall Breaker bait deck. It has like the Goblin Gang in it. I think the Prince and the Ghost. It's some new variant. So it's certainly more viable than it was a few months ago, but I don't think it's too strong. I feel like it has a lot of outplay potential though. The people using those decks, oftentimes when they win, they're winning against bad matchups, but they just play the deck so well.
Yeah. That totally makes sense. For me, I want to put it in C tier just because I think that at higher ladder, it's way harder to play for sure. Because everyone's able to activate King Tower when your Mega Knight's jumping. It's really easy to just take advantage of that. However, EGW loves this card. He's playing so well with it. And then also, there's this other Mega Knight Bomber Inferno Dragon Hog Rider Freeze deck with Prince or Mini P.E.K.K.A. I'm sure you guys have played against that. I think that deck slaps. I think that deck is really, really good. You guys think it's trash or you think it's aight? I see it a lot in top 200.
I feel
Well,
like a lot of people just use it as kind of like a meme at the top of ladder, but it's
Really?
not like horrible. Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel like Ball's kind of convinced me though that it's probably more like a C tier card just because of those few Mega Knight one tricks that have been doing pretty well with it. So I think we could go with like a low C tier
All
probably.
right. Let's chill with that then. Chill with the Mega Knight freeze. There are a couple one tricks that just somehow always win with that. Do they
Yeah.
not get the King Tower activated with the Mega Knight, or do they always still get the Mega Knight King Tower activated at top ladder? Like, is there any tricks that they do to stop that, or are they just kind of screwed whenever that happens?
I mean, sometimes they just get you in like an awkward cycle. They go with like their Inferno Dragon behind it, so you kind of have to spend your cheap cards on the Inferno Dragon instead of activating your King Tower. It's not like too hard to activate, though. I probably get my King activated like 50% of the matches against Mega Knight on average.
That actually makes a lot of sense. So that Inferno Dragon behind the Mega Knight makes you spend the cheap cards that you would typically use, like, your skeletons to go pull the Mega Knight,
Yeah.
but maybe you'll have to use that to distract the Inferno Dragon. That's a really
Yeah.
cool tip. Thanks for telling me that, and hopefully my viewers will like that too. Anyone that plays
Or
Mega Knight.
or they might try to go for a prediction zap or snowball on your skeletons. So that's why it's if you have it in cycle, it's way better to use like an ice spirit or a fire spirit to pull the Mega Knight to your king instead, if you know they have that spell in hand.
Wow. Those are two things that I definitely didn't know the Zap and the Snowball one, but that was a nice reminder. So thank you. All right, let's go to the next one. So we're chilling with Mega Knight and C. Obviously, at lower ladder, when people don't necessarily account for the possibility of a Mega Knight being in the deck, Mega Knight's going to be like an S tier card, as Ian said. If you spam a lot of stuff at the river and Mega Knight's there, Mega Knight's going to be one of the best cards in the game. If you don't know how to activate King Tower against Mega Knight, it's going to be a very good card. So at lower ladder, one of the best cards in the game. But at high ladder, when you push up and you actually know how to defend Mega Knight and it's jumping around and getting distracted by one elixir cost cards or activating King Tower, it's going to be a C tier card. All right, jumping on to the next one. We got the Mega Minion. This card, I hate the fact that people hate it, man. It's able to 2-tap flying machines. It's able to destroy Electro Dragons. It cleans up stuff nice. However, it's only really good in, maybe Mega Knight decks with Inferno Dragon if there was one deck in the top 200 that was pretty good with it. But typically just Golem decks, right? Like, do we see Mega Minion in anything else besides Golem or Sparky, which are not that good right now? So, cool
Like
card.
I think Lava Loon usually.
Oh, yeah. I guess Lava Loon. There's that too. I guess with Lava Hound, it might be able to be ranked a little bit higher, but the other decks, it's a nice support card for them, but the cards themselves aren't, the big beefy stuff isn't as strong. So I think we could see it in like B or C, but I'm excited to see what you have to say. Boss, let's see it.
Yeah, I'm thinking C, just because there's so many other support cards you could use in Lava Hound. Sometimes it doesn't even have it. Like, you could use minions in Inferno Drag, you could use Skeleton Dragons, Inferno Drag. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, another one it's used in is Giant Double Prince sometimes, but that's not too strong in the meta, so I don't know.
Yeah, makes sense. Mega Knight for defense. That's why he's like A tier. Okay. Well, the Mega Knight on defense, if it jumps from the sky, it's not that impactful. That actually got nerfed, to be honest. But yeah, the Mega Knight also at top ladder, it doesn't do so well into Royal Giants because it doesn't have enough damage to kill it. Also on top of that, it can't kill Graveyard very well. So you have like 2 win conditions that are at the top that don't get countered by the Mega Knight. That's why. And if you have Mega Knight, you need like Mini P.E.K.K.A. A lot of times it can get pulled by a Fisherman, or like, you end up using Inferno Dragon that can get reset by Zappies. So there's a lot of issues for running Mega Knight into those top ladder decks. And that's probably why Mega Knight is not played very much right now, because it loses to Fisherman. It just gets pulled right into the other side and both towers shoot it down, and then doesn't do well against Royal Giant or Graveyard. Just wanted to highlight that. Sorry, guys. All right, the next one is Miner. Miner, B-Rad's lost, forgotten friend. I feel like it's used in almost every single deck. It's really, really strong in the support factor of like sniping Dark Goblins, Princesses, making outplay potential. I love the card. I think it's so cool. It's one of the most unique and best cards that Clash Royale's ever designed, and it works with almost everything. It's not really the game-winning thing. Like, maybe it will tank for the Goblin Gang at a good timing so you can get all your damage, or it'll keep the Inferno Dragon alive or something so you can win. I think it's probably A tier. I don't see it anywhere lower than that, but I'm excited to see what you guys say. Ian, where's that miner at? Where's he digging a tunnel to?
I feel like it has to go in. No, and I feel like it has to be in S tier just because B-Rad deserves a nerf. Miner is just like so good for like its entire. No, like ever since it's been released, it's always been so good. So I feel like even though it's maybe A tier right now, I feel like it should still be S tier just for being so consistent throughout like the last 4 years or even 5 years maybe.
Yeah, it's a great card to upgrade. What do you think, boss?
Yeah, I think that's fair having it in S. But A is probably more accurate of how it is right now. I'm trying to think of like right now the best decks it's used in. Obviously, Mortar Miner super strong right now. Giant Double Prince has Miner, Lava Miner, and Miner Control. There's that one that Nate uses, Baby Nate.
Yeah,
The
deck
new
is
miner
annoying.
with poison
And
too.
it's just the reason why it's so good is because oftentimes you can send in the miner, and if they don't have a good counter to it, they're forced to ignore it, and it pretty much does the same damage as a rocket does. And there's oftentimes you just have to take that damage, so it really adds up.
Yeah, makes sense. Cool. All right, so the next one that we have on the list. So we're gonna roll with the miner in A tier, but from a consistency standpoint, they would put it S tier. It's just like a great card to upgrade because it's always been strong throughout every meta. And great with a whole bunch of different win conditions. If you want to swap out and run Giant Double Prince, you can do that. Or if you're like, hey, I don't want to play this deck, it's really annoying, it's boring, I'm going to switch to a different deck, your miner might be able to follow you there and be part of your 8-card selection in your next deck too. All right, so the next card that we're using is Mini P.E.K.K.A. I think the Mini P.E.K.K.A. is criminally underrated. The amount of damage that you get with this big bad boy when he's raged up or he's got a heal spirit, like you said with Agony King, it puts your opponent in a state of agony too. So I love it. I am very biased. I definitely want to put it in like B tier, but we'll see if you guys have anything else to say about it.
So I guess I'll start.
You gonna fight
I
me?
would normally put it. What happened?
You gonna fight me here?
Oh, honestly, not really. I feel like it's probably pretty good here in like low B tier. It seems one deck that I was running pretty. It always gets extra one shot. I think like a while ago it got a few percent HP buff, so now it always gets that one extra shot on the tower if they don't have the proper response for it in hand.
Okay, that makes sense. So basically, just one extra shot because of its new buff or its buff that it had. Yeah, it attacks a little bit faster. It's definitely very annoying, especially when it's got like in a position where your opponent doesn't have elixir or the right card cycle. Boss, do you think it's chilling in B or do you think it's better or worse?
Oh, me?
Oh yeah, you're the boss. Hey, the boss.
Oh, I didn't know if you're asking you or me. I think it's for sure better than the Lumberjack, and that's probably part of the reason why Lumberjack is so bad right now, because its Mini P.E.K.K.A. kind of replaced it in some things. It's Mini P.E.K.K.A. is not like too versatile. It's not the type of card you're seeing often, but it's so much better than it was, and I think on defense especially, and it's a little bit more of a threat on the counter push now. I would say it's B or C. I think since you guys both put it B, we'll go with B then.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight one interaction that a lot of people know, but in case you don't, Mini P.E.K.K.A. is able to fully counter Hog Riders and Rare Miters and Battle Rams with no damage taken and no hits on your tower. So that's something that Lumberjack can't do. Lumberjack can't deny all Hog Rider hits. So that's part of the reason why Mini P.E.K.K.A. is better. It just does a little bit more damage for the 4 elixir cost. So it keeps you safe. And at high ladder, when you keep your towers safe from not taking that one hit, well, that one hit will add up because there will be more Hog Riders on the tower. There's not just one. So eventually, over the time of the game, you might take like 1,500 more damage from Hog Riders if you're running Lumberjack over Mini P.E.K.K.A. So Mini P.E.K.K.A. is preferred oftentimes with a lot of decks. That works with, Electro Giant, Hog Rider, every win condition that you're playing against. All right, on to the next one. We are going to do the Minion Horde, the Skill Horde, the thing that flies in the sky until it eventually dies. Not really a very skillful card. That skill is very sarcastic. It is completely based off of matchup. It's really good with Lava Hound. It's really good with Three Musketeers. It's not necessarily that great, but it's also good with Mortar. It's really good with Mortar. It's a gimmicky card. So if your opponent has arrows or even Monk, did you know that the Monk reflects back and kills your minions? Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I think, I mean, I kind of want to put it in C tier, but it's really gimmicky. So I could also even see it lower or higher, depending on what you guys think. I think it's really good with Lava Hound, though, in some situations, and some decks it can carry. So I struggle to put it lower than C.
Well, I guess I'll start with this one. I kind of disagree a little bit about it being good with Lava Hound. I almost never see it with Lava. I think typically, at least higher on ladder, I always see it with skeleton dragons or minions instead of the minion horde. But when you mentioned it with Mortar, it is very good with Mortar. That's very common to see it with Skeleton King Mortar, Cannon Cart, that kind of deck.
Yeah.
But that's about it. I think it's probably either I would say D. Like I don't think it needs a buff, but it's really only good in one deck that I see anyway. So
some of the chat saying F. Some of the chat hates Minion Horde. where we put it at? I'm a little bit scared, Ian.
So I think I probably also have to go with D tier, like Boss said. It's not really versatile. I mean, it can be versatile if it was like a strong card, but I feel like right now it's only really good in the one Skelly King Mortar deck. It used to be kind of good with the Cannon Cart Mortar deck with like guards and stuff, but I feel like that deck kind of died down little by little. So I think right now the Minion Horde is pretty good with D tier.
Okay. Well, Mr. Minion Horde has found his place. Now we're going to be taking a quick look at the minions. I think they're probably a little bit more versatile than the Minion Horde right now. We do see them in distraction aspects for the Inferno Towers. As Boss said, I think we see them slightly more in Lava Hound decks. Try to think where else we see them. I mean, I don't see them all too often in other decks. It's just kind of evading me. So maybe C or D, but what do you say, Boss?
I guess I would say C because they're used more frequently in lava, and also giant graveyards, another thing that they're pretty frequently played with. It's a nice combination. I don't know exactly why they're used in giant graveyard. I think it's just because they do a lot of DPS and they're kind of a bait card in a way, like they bait out arrows, but the difference is they're only 3 elixirs, so if someone arrows them, it's completely fine, whereas when someone arrows a minion horde, it's pretty bad because you just lost a couple of elixir. So
makes sense. Ian, do you agree with the C assessment?
Yeah, I feel like they're not like the most used card. They're not bad though. They're pretty good in the decks that they're used in, but I feel like Mega Minion might be slightly better than Minions. Like I even remember back in the day when everyone used to run Mega Minion 2.6 Hog Rider, except it was actually like 2.5 because there was no Musketeer in there. So yeah, I think C tier is good.
Dude, I forgot about that. I'm scared. The Mega Minion, he's a beefy boy. He was actually really OP once upon a time. Yeah. You actually had to worry about him getting tower damage, and now it's like, well, he'll get one hit on the tower, and that's it. And then if 2 princess shots hit him, he gets nothing. But yeah, minions really good in giant graveyard, as Boss said, because if you arrow the minions, then you're not able to arrow the graveyard skeletons that are swarming the tower. So a lot of times these graveyard decks, like bait cards, this is something I forgot about. Just going to mention it really quick. When you go giant graveyard, a lot of times you're going to have to go in for your arrows, your zaps, your snowballs, your logs to clean up the graveyard skeletons. Then you won't have more spells to clean up either the skeleton army, the minions, the bats, whatever the graveyard player is using on defense. So that's why minions are typically played in that deck. Makes sense. All right, next card, Mirror. It has to be F tier, right? It sucks now. There's like no deck that even works, right?
and the sad thing is it's about to be even worse because they're gonna make it where you can't mirror. I forget what it is. Like when you played a champion, you can't mirror the card you played before. You have to wait to play something else. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna make a baller assessment right now. This is probably something that I would not be allowed to do if I actually knew it. Thank God I didn't go to Helsinki. They probably haven't like made. I think this is probably going to be right on the money. The only reason that they would nerf a card that is already dead, the only reason that they're going to make Mirror like so freaking terrible right now that it's like unplayable with the champion thing. The only reason people are playing it right now is because of the champion glitch. Is they intend to buff it again. There's no
Yeah.
doubt that they're going to keep it like they're going to make it better. And I assume
Yeah.
that they're making this change because it's impossible for them to implement this change without a client update. So they're doing it at this time right now because they're planning on releasing an update for the mirror later on that doesn't require a game update. So right now, this change for the mirror probably requires a game update. So that's why they're including it now. And then I think they could even revert it back to the level 16 and be like, you know what? I think it was the champion issue. That's my bold claim. I think they're going to do that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I definitely agree because the champion thing was, I think, half of the problem. Because when you looked at the decks Mirror was super strong in, they almost always had a champion. It was, it was E-Giant, Mirror that had Golden Knight, and then also there was a couple other things. I'm trying to remember. Some with the Archer Queen. Oh yeah, when EQ was also really broken, they nerfed EQ, but it was also the mirror. You could literally get like 2,000 damage in the last like minute of the game just by
Yeah. So you guys agree that was F. You guys think that Ian, do you think that it's the champion was the issue or not really?
Yeah, I feel like mirror wouldn't be too broken like before, even if they did revert it to the level 16 cards, because I think champions just like doing that weird interaction with mirror was like half of the problem. When they would just like play a E-Giant, then they would go with the Golden Knight to defend your hog, and they could still go with the mirror E-Giant after that. I feel like that was kind of just like half of the problem with mirror.
Yeah, that Goblin Barrel and E-Giant specifically were the biggest issues for me. Those are the things I was like, you know what? I don't want to play this right now when that happened to me. All right, so next one, Mortar. I think Mortar used to be S tier, and after the nerf, we just don't see it as much. I think, I don't know. Is it A or B? It's definitely not C or S. So, Ian, I'm going to throw this one to you.
I feel like I could see it being low A tier or high B tier. I'll let Boss decide that. I guess it's a pretty good card still. A lot of people still run it. It does work in all of the decks that it used to work in, but it's not quite as overused right now. It doesn't always get that extra one shot. I feel like sometimes when I see the Mortar, I'm so surprised when it doesn't get that final shot anymore. So I think the nerf definitely did affect it a little bit.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It for sure has to be an A or B. Yes, I'll go with A because I'm still seeing it a pretty good amount, and I feel like the other thing, it's a pretty versatile card because there's many different kinds of Mortar decks. You could use it with Skeleton King, you could use it with Archer Queen, and then you could even change some of the support cards in it. Like some people use it with skeletons, some use it with guards, and all those small changes kind of change the matchups it has, so it makes it like a pretty consistent win condition, especially in competitive, but also on ladder.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with Goblin Drill, we've seen it with Hog Rider, we've seen it with Miner, we've seen it with Skeleton Barrel. Obviously, the more common ones are the Hog Rider one with Earthquake, and then the Skeleton Barrel one if you're like just a ladder warrior, or if you're just a top ladder player like you guys, it's almost always Miner plus Archer Queen, or Mortar plus Miner, and then some bait cards like Minion Horde and Cannon Cart. So yeah, I mean, it's really strong. It's been used a lot. Still going to be good, but as Ian said, it used to get that last hit right it was dying, and now it doesn't do that as much anymore. So it's not
Also,
an
I have
S tier.
one more thing.
Yeah.
So one more interaction, like a kind of big interaction, is that Hog Rider plus Fireball used to get fully countered by Mortar, but now the Hog Rider gets like two shots on the tower, I think, because two Hog Rider shots and a Fireball fully kills the Mortar now, whereas it used to just survive with like a couple HP.
And that's if they drop it high up or in the middle?
In the middle.
Okay, so in the middle as high up as possible, so then they can get tower shots, right? And you just Fireball that and don't hit the tower.
I mean, it works either way. Like either way, you're still gonna get
Uh-huh.
at least like 2 or 3 shots on their tower. So it's so much better than it used to be in that scenario. I mean, no, I mean Hog Rider is so much better than it used to be in that scenario. The Mortar sucks now in that scenario.
Yeah, so I guess Hog Rider Fireball 2.6 is a lot better than it used to be. So then you can get 2 hits on
Yeah.
a tower and you weren't able to before. Yeah, makes
Mm.
sense. I never lost that matchup before, and I was kind of just laughing every single time. I was beating people like Wings that were way better than me. I was like, I win. I'm like, oh wait, I have a 100-0
Yeah.
matchup. But now it's not the case, I guess.
Yeah.
So all right, so the next one we have the Barbarian Barrel. This card I really, really like. I think the fact that you can get a little mini tank for 2 elixir and then also clean up most things, it's great. The only issue that I had with it in the last meta was Barbarian Barrel did not kill the mirrored up Goblin Barrel. And because it didn't kill a
Yeah.
level 16 Goblin Barrel, even though it was level 14, it was fully maxed out, it triggered me because I would lose games that I should have won. Now is that out of cycle, or out of yeah, out of sight, out of mind. I don't think the Bard Barrel is a bad card. It cleans up Magic Archers quite nicely. It's usually at the higher level, if it goes onto a Princess or a Dark Goblin, it gets distracted by skeletons or something. So it's not the most reliable thing to clean things up at higher levels. I still want to put it A tier. I think it's better than Snowball for sure. See what you have to say, boss. What's up? The Bard Barrel.
So I would agree with it being better than Snowball. Um, but I don't know. Because I don't see it in too many things. I would say it's mostly in Splash Yard and also like Golem, and then sometimes that Drill Bridge Spam deck, you'll also see the Bar Barrel in it. But I don't know. A or B. I can't really decide. I think I guess Ian might have to be the judge of that because I really could go
You could
either
roll
way.
either way. All right.
Yeah.
Where are we going to end up rolling?
I feel like it could go low A tier. It could also be high B tier because beat down decks aren't really the strongest right now, and they're the main users of Bar Barrel. But I feel like
Splash
I
Yard.
feel like it's probably low A tier right now. It's a pretty good card, but it can get like into some weird interactions sometimes. Like you can't kill Skarmies with it like a log. You can't really always hit the barrels as consistently. Sometimes they can juke you pretty easily. So I feel like it's definitely a good card, but maybe log is a bit better right now. Well, it's definitely a bit better right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's part of the reason why it's not used with like Hog Rider, because you can't make predictions on like Skeleton Army.
Yeah.
So when your Hog Rider's on the tower, you can't kill the Skeleton Army. If you're trying to make a prediction with a Goblin Barrel to kill a Goblin Gang, you can't pre-log because the Bard Barrel's got that Tyrannosaurus Rex arms. It just doesn't reach as far. But when you end up having a Golem deck, a lot of times you're going to have your Tornado to be able to kill a Skeleton Army, or you're going to have like your Electro Dragon or Baby Dragon that's stockpiled up, so you don't even need the Bard Barrel, and the Bard Barrel's used as a defensive card that can distract stuff. And then also, like, if you're playing Splash Yard, well, you've got Tornado, you've got Poison, so you use those instead of, the Barbarian Barrel. I really want to keep it A. I might be biased. These guys seem like they wanted it high B, low A, so just keep that in mind, guys. High B, low A. We're just going to keep it in the A tier. So slightly better than Bard Barrel, worse than log. Or slightly better than Snowball, worse than log is where we ended up with it. All right. We got the Mama Witch, probably the scariest card to look at for a long period of time in the game. Where are we going to get her out of our sights too? I think for me, probably B tier, really good with Fisherman and Skeleton King. Probably one of the most broken, dumb cards in the game with that specific combo. You guys might say A, but I'm going to put it in B as a placeholder right now.
You can go.
I would say B because it's kind of similar to the Fisherman and the Hunter. Like it's mostly just ran in RG. I would say the only other deck it's used in is like, and these are usually used in competitive, not really ladder, but there's just like Mega Knight Ram Rider deck that has the Mother Witch in it. And then maybe there's like a couple other things I'm forgetting, but it's mostly just ran in RG. It's just such a nice support card to have and does very good against bait decks and certain matchups.
All right, cool. So looks like Ian, are you gonna keep it in B, or are we you're gonna fight the tide, gonna fight the current?
I think it probably has to go at. Well, it doesn't really have to go anywhere. It could go like at high C tier, I feel like, but just because it's kind of annoying, it could be at maybe like a low B tier. It's also kind of good in like this one Royal Hogs Giant Skeleton deck that used to be really broken with Mirror. It's still kind of
Oh yeah.
They have
useful
arrows
nowadays.
now, right?
Yeah. So
And Goblin Gang.
it's not bad. It's not a bad card, not like the best ever, but it does get the job done.
Did they take out arrows for like Goblin Gang or something? Or did they take out Mirror for Goblin Gang? I'm pretty sure that was what they did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it's Goblin Gang. Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. All right. So we're gonna keep that in B tier, maybe low C tier, or maybe high C tier if you're Ian and you just destroy it with cycle decks and you don't let things lock onto it. But for most people, Boss and Ian have said that it's typically going to be B tier. All right, so Musketeer. Oh man, every time I look at the Musketeer, I hate saying this. I hate being disingenuous about it, so I'm just going to come out and say it. I think that, Musketeer, it's not really a replacement for Archer Queen as much as I want it to be. It's good. It's great. It's cool. It's just not as good. So she kind of gets power crept really, really hard. Every time that I want to use her, I'm like, but Archer Queen is better. So I kind of want to put her in high B tier. Am I crazy for thinking that or no?
I feel like no, you're not crazy. I feel like B tier is right about where she belongs. She could be like A tier if Archer Queen was toned down quite a bit, but I think for now, Archer Queen really just dominates her in almost every single deck that she could potentially have a spot in normally.
Dude, our chat wants to fight. They out here coming for blood, saying A tier minimum. A tier minimum, they're saying. What do you think, boss?
I could definitely see A tier because I was thinking about like the Ewiz when we ranked him. Like I think I was saying before, like Musketeer's definitely better by a decent amount. So I think if she was put in A tier, it probably would be reasonable because we have Archer Queen in S and it would be above Ewiz. But I don't know. Like it's kind of hard to say. We have Magic Archer in A. I feel like Musk is probably similar in strength to that, but I just think it's there's not much of a point using Musketeer when you can use Archer Queen. So
Yeah, it's not really used in too many decks besides like 2.6 or something, which is probably like half of the matches that the chat faces, since they're probably like a bit lower where
true.
2.6 is really dominant.
Yeah. I play
Yeah.
against Musketeers sometimes too, but I don't play against it near as much as Archer Queen, and that's like 2,000 to 5,000 in the world, sometimes lower. I still see Archer Queen every game. So, yeah, it's definitely like once you reach like ranked, I think when people start to have Archer Queen, they almost always play it. There is one point that the chat brought up. They said that you can stack up multiple Musketeers and not stack up multiple Archer Queens. So that is a huge thing. That is a benefit if you're playing like a fast cycle deck. You can stack up multiple Musketeers, have an easier defense against Lava Hound decks. That is a good benefit. Works sometimes better with graveyard decks maybe, and Hog Rider Earthquake against Lava Hound. But that's probably about it. All right, so we got the next one already. Oh, it's so sad, man. It's Halloween season. And this card had a reason to be good, but it just flopped. Bro, I wanted to include this in a thumbnail because there was some nice artwork. There was cool artwork for the Night Witch, but I just knew no one was going to click on the video. So I'm like, I'm sorry, Night Witch. You're not going to be the star of the show. So she's really, really bad. Night Witch is just a terrible card. She's okay with Giant Graveyard, Bowler, Arrows, Snowball. If you guys have seen that deck, right? Where they can't poison on top of the Night Witch and also the Graveyard at the same time. That Bowler deck, super toxic. That is the only deck that it's good with. Maybe Golem if you're really, really fishing for some value. But Night Witch has to be played in one deck only at top ladder, which is that Giant Graveyard Bowler deck. And D tier? F tier? What do you think, Ian?
I think it probably has to go in D tier right now. I feel like it could have been like a little bit better before, like higher up in the D tier, but right now I don't really even see the Giant Graveyard deck with Night Witch all that much anymore like I used to. So I think like the middle of D tier is probably right about where she belongs. She just doesn't really get the value that she used to with those Death Spawn bats, so she's not quite as good in like Golem or something like that.
How do you think they should buff her? You think she's good as is, or you just like, I hate this card, don't buff her? Or like, what do you think? Just buff her stats
I feel
again?
like I feel like the death bats are kind of like a necessary part of the card just to make it a bit more unique. So I think I would just always leave it at like 2 death spawn bats, then just make whatever changes needed to make her not completely broken, like maybe some other slight nerf to her so she doesn't just get too good.
Yeah, makes sense. I would have no problem seeing that as well. It's an annoying card to play against, but I kind of vibe with that. And that's coming from a cycle player that has no problems defending it, Ian, that literally wants his opposition to get buffed so he has more of a challenge, apparently. So yeah, what do you think, boss? Is it showing at D? Is that good?
Yeah, I think you guys explained everything pretty well for the most part. I'll throw in like one other thing. I think the poison being um a lot more, viable in the meta. We're seeing it a lot more. I think ever since it got that buff, it put poison in a decent spot, and poison's obviously a bit better against the Night Witch than the Fireball is, so that's another reason why it got worse, I think.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. I didn't even think about that. It's nice to get varying opinions so you can pick up things that other people miss on. So that's awesome. Thanks, boss. Next one is P.E.K.K.A. P.E.K.K.A for 7 Elixir. I feel like she just gets distracted and dealt with so easy. I feel like she's probably one of the easiest cards for cycle decks to defend in the entire game. Even easier than Mega Knight. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my opinion. I don't like the card that much. I think I'd put it in C tier, right next to the E-Giant. And we'll see what boss says. What you doing with it, boss?
Yeah, I think it's around C tier. Probably would be closer to D than B if we were to like make any other changes to the tier it's ranked. But yeah, I think like it's in an okay spot. I know there's a couple P.E.K.K.A players who actually had some alright success with it recently. Tourist like got a really good finish with it recently on ladder, and then also the other thing I was thinking, I don't know for sure, but or I forgot if you said this already, I think it's gonna be pretty decent against the monk because it's like a melee card, so
Yeah.
I feel like it might be one of the best counters to it, but I guess only time will tell.
We'll talk about the monk at the very end. I have a couple thoughts on it. Yeah, so that's a good point of view. What do you think, Ian, as a cycle player playing against P.E.K.K.A? Scary? Not really? Free win? Or you dislike it, like it, think it should get a buff? Where does it go?
I think it has to go with I have to go with this C tier, probably even closer to the D tier, like Boss said. It's not really
Yeah.
almost ever used. The P.E.K.K.A Ramrider deck isn't as popular as it used to be. Only like a couple players use it, and P.E.K.K.A bridge spam isn't really too good either. I know some guy did finish top 10, like the guy Boss was talking about. His name is Tourist. He did finish top 8 with P.E.K.K.A minions, but besides that, I don't really see almost anyone running the deck, and it's pretty easy to distract with like most of these quick cycle cannon decks and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the way that he plays sometimes is he legitimately P.E.K.K.A's in the back first play because he knows what he's playing against. So he
Yeah.
has a bit of an advantage from that perspective where he can make really crazy plays because he's at top ladder and he knows what he's playing against. So he has a different setup. So it's not really the same rules that everyone at mid ladder is playing at. If you P.E.K.K.A in the back first play, you're probably going to get just dumpstered on by elite barbarians because your deck has no answer to E-barbs in the deck for 3 elixir. Like it's just you're gonna lose your tower. You can like kite it to the other side with, it's unfortunate where he knows exactly what he's gonna play against. So he P.E.K.K.A's in the back, he's fine. Mid ladder, you do those type of plays and you try to copy it, you're gonna get dunked on and devastated by bridge spam, elite barbarians, mini P.E.K.K.A, stuff that you can't counter in your deck because you need the P.E.K.K.A to counter it. Since
I was just gonna say I saw Taurus, like he even posted it on like Twitter, so I guess he was fine telling people, but he was literally, I remember like a couple months ago, like playing like 8-10 hours a day, like literally. So he's like literally like mastering the deck, memorizing all matchups, and probably with the amount he's playing, like you said, he just knows exactly what to do. So it's just completely calculated, not making like really any mistakes. But I feel like for anyone else that's like running P.E.K.K.A, that's why it's so bad, because it's just impossible to get to that point unless you really spend a ton of time.
Yeah, the facts. All right, so we're gonna go and keep that in the C tier. I love playing against P.E.K.K.A. Don't really like playing it that much. Next one is the Toxic Poison. This has to be at least A tier for me. It is so freaking good, and it's going to be better in the new meta because Monk can't repel it. So cool stuff. Definitely going to be a card that is going to be overplayed, as you can already tell with people subbing out the rockets for the poisons with their fast miner cycle decks with Archer Queen. It's used a lot to counter Graveyard, great against all the bait cards because it has area denial, so it stays in place for a long time. Whereas Fireball, it's a one-hit wonder, and then it's gone. And then they drop their bait cards afterward, and they troll you and clone you, and you lose. So Poison's really safe, great with Graveyard, really going to be good in the next meta. Has to be A tier for me. What say you, boss?
I would say it's A as well. I think Fireball might be slightly better than it, or I would say it's for sure a bit better than Poison, but Poison has really made a name for itself recently. I think part of it is the rise of like Splash Yard. Splash Yard the last few months has been a very strong deck in the meta, and also now we're seeing Poison used very often in Mortar, probably even more like often than Fireball at this point. So it's definitely has a solid place in the meta right now.
Sounds good. Ian, A tier? We vibing with it?
Yeah, I think A tier is a perfect spot for Poison. I was kind of thinking B tier at first, but ever since the new minor Poison deck that Boss was talking about a lot came into the meta, I feel like it's probably deserving of the A tier spot. And with the upcoming new champion, the Monk, I think Poison should be even a bit better than it already is.
Sounds good. So the next card, Prince. Double Prince is pretty good right now. Prince, after it got that little small buff, I don't trust that thing. It always seems to dash out of the tower or charge on the tower when it's not supposed to. EGW plays it with Mega Knight. So Mega Knight Prince is a very strong card combination that he plays with Witch Wall Breakers. You can run it with Mega Knight, Hog Rider, Freeze as well. I know I'm really promoting that deck. I swear I'm not sponsored by it. And then I think we could do like, I don't know. I don't know where we would put Prince in this type of situation, but I think it would probably be where E-Barbs are, C tier. I think it's worse than E-Barbs. What do you think, boss?
I think it's definitely worse than Dark Prince, which we put in B tier because obviously Prince isn't played in Giant Graveyard. It's way more likely to see Prince played in Minor Wall Breakers than the Dark Prince, but I feel like Minor Wall Breakers is a bit worse than Giant Graveyard, especially if we're going off of ladder and not like competitive. And yeah, I don't know. I also don't really think Giant Double Prince is that good, so I'd say
Mm-hmm.
C is fine.
Ian, would you say it's good in C? You chilling in C?
Yeah, C tier seems perfect for that card too, because I always have like I feel like I always have like the perfect amount of responses to fully stop it ever since the like 5% HP nerf. It got like quite a few balance changes ago at this point. I feel like it's just not like too threatening for me. I always have like a login cycle, some spirit of some sort, like an ice spirit or skeletons or really anything, and I feel like I always get a pretty decent counter to it.
Yeah, if you manage your elixir well, it costs 5 elixir, so you have to be down a lot with the cycle deck to actually take damage, or you just have to mess up your plays or get predicted.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily that reliable of a card. As you guys can see, higher cost cards are harder to break through because you need to get a lot of value out of them for them to work. Also, I think it was a 2% nerf. The nerf that they did was, or it was a rework, but it was actually a nerf. It now can jump the river, but then it has less HP. The jumping the river matters when it's playing against Expo or trying to snipe buildings, but the HP matters in every matchup. Literally every matchup, there's going to be the difference of having less health points. But the jumping the river doesn't always make an impact on the game. So, as Ian said, it was actually kind of a nerf, not really a rework even.
Yeah.
All right, so it's chilling in the C tier. Next one is the Princess. Since we just did her boyfriend, the Prince, is she going to be also in the C tier kissing him or going to be in a different tier? Are you going to be a home wrecker? Are you going to drop him in a different spot, Ian?
I think she's also pretty good in the C tier. She's not really too versatile. She's used in like Hog Mini P.E.K.K.A sometimes. Not really the best deck, but it's somewhat usable. And she's kind of good in bait, but I feel like bait is also pretty good with Dart Goblin as well. So she's not really like a necessity in that deck. So she's decent. She gets good tower damage at the bridge, but she's not really like the best most game changing card for most of the matchups.
Oh, apparently they're siblings. I was wrong. Okay, I didn't understand the lore. I'm sorry. Just delete everything I said there. Okay. Yeah. So, boss, are we chilling in the C tier with the princess?
Yeah, I think that that's a good spot. Possibly you could argue low B, but that's probably just because bait's in a very good spot right now. So I think as a card itself, it's probably more like C for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Just one thing that I want to give a piece of advice for everyone that plays log bait in general. Typically, when you're dropping your princess at the river, you're dropping princess at the river in matchups where the princess can't necessarily be stacked up. So, for instance, against Expo, you want to get damage with your princess at the river because a lot of times your opponent will fireball on the princess, and it's hard for you to like stack up a lot of them because your opponent's fast cycle will be able to kill your princess quite effectively. So you're never really going to get value from it. However, if you're playing against a golem deck or maybe like a lava hound deck and they can't kill your princess because they've got like fireball and zap and they have a slow card cycle, stack up as many princesses as you possibly can. Don't drop them at the river. If you drop them at the river, you're wasting an opportunity to have a really annoying time for your opponent where they just get overwhelmed by sheer mass of princesses. Fast cycle decks that can deal with your princess, don't drop them and stack them in the back as often unless you need to on defense. Drop them at the river, try to get those damages. Also, one last thing is if you're running princess and you're running against someone that's going to defend the princess, try to make sure that you typically go opposite lane of your opponent. Because if you princess in the other side, they're going to have to defend that princess and then not go in the same lane that they're defending the princess with. So they'll have to like go for, let's say, a knight to kill the princess, but then they're going to want a graveyard on the other side, so they can't use the knight plus graveyard go and attack you. So definitely, if you're running princess in any of your decks, whether it's Logbait or Hog Rider or Royal Hogs, try to go opposite lane of the majority of the people that you're playing against if you're dropping your princess at the river, so then they can't get value with any of the units that they're defending the princess with. Those are just 2 tips that I want to give to get more value out of the princess. I love playing the card. Super unique thing. I love that Clash Royale adds cards or had cards at the very start of the game like that weren't linear, that feel balanced like Magic Archer and Princess, that have outplay potential and have different layers of strategy. Unlike the Skeleton King, yes, shots fired again. Remove that card, please. All right, next one. We'll go to Rage after we raged a little bit about Skeleton King and then the difference between that and Princess. I think Rage is really gimmicky. Super good with Battle Healer and Elixir Golem, so then you can attack more and heal up your stuff. Really good with Sparky in some situations to catch your opponents off guard. It creates a dynamic where interactions that you're not necessarily expecting or have played a million times because you play Clash Royale a lot, you know all the interactions, it speeds everything up and then it messes up the interactions. So gimmicky card, really good card in some situations. Great with Sparky. Sparky isn't that good right now. Really good with Elixir Golem. Elixir Golem is pretty okay right now at most arenas, and then at top ladder it's not great, but it's still okay. But yeah, I'd say Rage is probably not as good as Heal Spirit because it can't fit in every deck. I think it's gimmicky and it fits in D, right, with Elixir Golem, boys. Ian, do you agree with the Rage being in D?
I could honestly say that it could fit in F just because Sparky is kind of bad right now at top ladder. I don't even see the Sparky Goblin Giant Rage deck anymore for like pretty much the entirety of this season. So it could definitely go in F, but just because there are like a couple E-Golem decks running it, I guess it could be D. It's just not like too bad of a card inherently, but it's just not almost ever used right now.
I like the ruthlessness. Boss, is it D or F right now? You have the choice. You have all the power.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm like biased when making this decision because Goblin Giant Rage Sparky is like one of my favorite decks to play, but I would say right now it's definitely pretty weak. Like I'm not even like using it ever anymore on ladder just because it hardly has any good matchups or anything anymore. So I would say, yeah, the Rage is pretty much just an Elixir Golem now because Sparky's almost always used with like Giant most of the time, I notice. So I could definitely see it being F because it's pretty much just one deck, and even Elixir Golem doesn't necessarily have to have Rage in it because there's that Barbarian Hut variant that has like Fireball or Barbarrel in it, and I actually see that one more often on the very top of ladder. Like Zodiac runs it, and Fang I think is his name. He might have quit, but they have more success with that version. So
oof. Okay, so are we putting it at F tier, or did Ian side it on D? Because it seems like Boss is going F.
I'll go F too.
Yeah, I think F is fine for it.
Killing me right now. Oh man, I love my Witch Mini P.E.K.K.A. Rage decks. So sad. By the way, if you guys didn't know, I do play that Mini P.E.K.K.A. one with Witch and Giant and Rage.
I know that one guy at top ladder who runs it. He almost always will get you in a bad cycle and just like try to starting hand you.
I think I saw that Japanese player that's the one who uses it.
There's multiple, dude. There's like 2 of them now.
There's like 2 of them.
It's spreading. It's also one of my favorite decks just for fun. Really fun, crazy content when you play that deck. Anyway, next one is Ram Rider. Ram Rider. I feel like, oh, that's Hog Rider. Well, pretend we didn't say that. So Ram Rider, we're gonna put her. Ooh, I mean, the only time I see her is when Anaban snipes people with Ram Rider E Giant. So
Yeah.
yeah, do we put her in D? I think maybe D or C. She got so bad after they straight up looked at the Mega Knight Archer Queen deck and they're like, "I'm gonna nerf Electros." Did they nerf? I don't know if they nerfed Electro Spirit. They nerfed Royal Ghost. They nerfed Mega Knight, and they nerfed Archer Queen and Rare Miner. 4 cards in the deck in one small balance change. They're just like, goodbye. Delete that deck from existence. So Rare Miner, I feel like didn't deserve the nerf at all. That's my opinion. I think I would put it in D tier. You guys let me know where you put it, D or C, or higher if you guys are feeling wild.
Yeah, I feel like D tier is good for it because I don't know if you guys know who Wero is. He's a really good Mexican player. He always plays Breach Spam Ramrodder decks. He has like at least a few #1 finishes with it, and even he doesn't use Ramrodder anymore. He always uses like the newer Battle Ram, Archer Queen, E-Barbs decks instead. So I feel like it probably has to fit in the D tier right now.
Yes, sir. All right, so boss, I think it's locked in at D, but do you agree?
Yeah, I think you guys actually kind of talking me into it being D. I was thinking like, well, it kind of could be C right now, but I realized like Mega Knight Ramrider, it's not really that good. I think it's viable again. It's like if you want to use it, you can. In competitive, you see it on the rare occasion, but it's not a strong deck. It's just the type of thing where it's like if it's your play style, you can have some success with it.
All right, cool. That's where we're gonna vibe with it in D tier. I'm sorry, Ram Rider. Maybe one day you'll evolve. All right, Rascals. Rascals have an interesting journey. I think they still just don't have a place in the meta, really. We see them with Logbait Rocket Prince with no building, right? That aggressive deck with Bandit. But at the same time, they just, if Golden Knight ever comes into the meta, they're terrible. Oh, well, herp derp, there's a Mighty Miner ability that can click 1 elixir and then explode on the Rascals. Like, it just doesn't feel good in 99% of the situations to play them. However, there's some situations where our homie Igor decides to randomly play the deck because he really likes Rascals. So Rascals work with Mortar Bait sometimes, not often, and that's it. And I don't see it in any other deck. I like the card concept. You get a little tank and you have high damage behind it, and it seems like it would do something, but it just doesn't in most situations. It just gives too much value to the opponent with spell value or a Golden Knight or splash damage or a Valkyrie on top of it to kill the Rascals behind it. I don't know. I think it has to be like D tier. There's no way it's better than Lumberjack. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with this one. I think D as well. And I think this is the type of one, kind of like similar to a Goblin Giant. Like if they really want to make it better, instead of just giving it these small buffs, they could do kind of another interesting rework. Like maybe I was thinking for a while, why don't they just make it like 4 elixir and then maybe nerf some of the stats of the Rascal Boy or something? Because I think it just makes way more sense as a 4 elixir card. I don't ever see it being good as a 5 elixir card unless they over buff it in some like horrible way or something.
Boss, don't give them any more ideas making more 4 elixir cards. They just added the monk. Bro, we have like 10 4 elixir cards.
True. Well, then again, the Phoenix is 5, right?
I guess so, but every single time that there's a card in Clash Royale, if I was a betting man, I'd be like, 4 elixir. I just don't know what their obsession with it is. 4 elixir range cards, 4 elixir melee cards, just way too many. It's a cool, like, easy way to balance it, but they need to be more risky. Also, I don't know why they don't look at the champions and they're like, you know what? Let's make these champion abilities actually matter. Like, let's make it there's some risk involved. Like, not 1 elixir. Let's make it 2. It's harder for them to balance it for sure, and people are going to complain because it's not easier to use, but should be higher risk, higher reward in a lot of these situations, in my opinion. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe that will contribute to bad card cycles in an unhealthy game, but because of higher elixir cost to be able to afford the stuff. But I want to see higher risk, higher reward. You guys can also let me know what you think about that. All right, so we are gonna do Barbarian Hut. I think Barbarian Hut. So it's not updated. It says 7 elixir. It's 6 elixir now. I think everyone was hyped up and gassed up about it being really good. It wasn't as good in graveyard decks as everyone wanted it to be. It's pretty cool. It works with Skeleton King, Musketeer, Rail Delivery for sure, and Hunter, Rail Delivery, Graveyard, but it's not going to work at top ladder. It's just worse than Splash Yard. It's good. It's just not great. And it works at low ladder if you want to play it. And it works with Elixir Golem, but still like worse than almost every other building. You don't really want to be running a 6 Elixir card that gives your opponent a fireball that can kill it and counter it completely for a fireball. Like it's just because then they get spell damage on you and you get a -2 trade. It hurts me. I think it's D tier. Do you guys agree? Or it's definitely better than the other spawners, but what do you think, Ian?
Yeah, I think it has to be D tier as well. It's not really as good as people thought it would be. They were kind of just like spamming it just to test it out how good it would be, but it's not really used in anything except of some E-Golem decks, and even then, not all E-Golem decks have to use Barb Hut. So I think D tier is pretty good for it. Like if you face a bowler or a wizard or an executioner, it's basically going to get like no value, just going to give them a free bowler or whatever on the field.
What do you think, boss? Where would you rank it?
I'd also go with D. I will say though, there's a couple people the last couple days on ladder I saw very, very high up with recruits hogs, and then they have Barb Hut in the deck instead of the cage, and they're having a lot of success with that. But that's like pretty much the one deck it's good in, and then maybe Elixir Golem. But even that, I feel like they're kind of weak. I was thinking it really needs to spawn 3 barbs when it breaks, or 2 at the very least, because 1 is just not enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it needs a little bit more of a rework for it to be viable, but I don't know if it wants that rework. I don't know if the community wants to see more like spawners. Me personally, I'm fine with how it is. I think it's viable. I don't want to see it overpowered. It's good at like lower ladder, not good at top. That's how it should be in my eyes. Now we have the rocket. Okay, so this is going to be really controversial. It's like an overpowered win condition that theoretically you can't stop it from doing 591 damage on the tower until the monk is finally introduced to the game. But the monk, you have to make predictions. You can't react. Can you, boss, you've tested it, right? Can you reactively stop the rocket with the monk?
I was like, yeah, testing with like a couple people. I actually think you probably can. Like, it just takes some practice. I think if someone's playing a rocket on your tower, I feel like especially if you're someone who uses the rocket a lot, you probably could tell whether it's in the front of your tower or in the back. But I think it's the type of thing where when there's a lot going on, like in Triple Elixir or something, it could definitely be easy to miscalculate. But I think it's going to be, this is why I'm kind of fine with the card being added. Like, even though it looks broken, I think just it's going to add some more strategy, like blocking rockets at the end of the games, and it'll be cool to see like if people are able to adapt to being able to, like, reacting to it correctly and stuff. So
Okay, it'll be cool to see if it's actually possible, because we know it's not possible to block a fireball. You have to predict it.
yeah.
So Ian, what do you think about rocket? Do you think that, where would we put it after all this? Actually, boss first, because he played the card
Right.
more. I'm gonna go back to boss first, since I think that would be fair. I don't know if Ian did play it. So boss, where would you rank rocket after the balance changes and everything? And right
Well, I
now,
think right now it's probably A. It's like about where the lightning's at. Maybe B, but it's a very solid spell. Maybe after the bounces, like, it would be B because of the monk, but probably right now A. I gotta go use the bathroom real quick.
yeah, no problem. So Ian, you'd put it at A or B, the rocket.
I think Rocket could probably go in A right now. It's just like so good in log bait. There's like a couple Queen Bow players running Rocket as well, and like just some random decks. Like I know a lot of Sparky players are complaining on Twitter about how good Rocket is right now. So I think A would be good for it right now. But if we're considering the fact that Monk will be released pretty soon, it probably would be like a B tier card after the new champion comes out.
Yeah, let's put it B, just for everyone that knows that it's gonna end up getting the little bit of the nerf from the indirect releasement of the monk. That would be interesting. I'll definitely be spicy to see that. All right, let's do another one, and we'll ask boss what he thinks after. We can go through a couple of them a little bit quicker. Yeah. So rail delivery, where would you put that?
That's kind of an interesting one. It's not used too much, but it's pretty good in the decks when it is actually used. So I feel like it. Um, It could be like I would say low B tier because it's pretty good in the Royal Hogs EQ deck. It's pretty good in minor control decks. It can sometimes just like fit randomly in some cycle decks during certain metas. So I feel like it's probably a low B tier. It's a pretty good card whenever you try to run it, unless you're facing like an Expo deck or like a Mortar deck or something.
When I face Expo with this thing, I'm just like, can we push it just a little bit more? I'll pay you 4 elixir. It's just,
Yeah.
it feels so freaking sad to watch that present like go so close yet so far away and watch your tower fall apart. So that's, it's not a really fun card to play in some specific matchups. But when you get the value against a Golem player, a Clone player, or just some Mega Knight player stacking up a lot of stuff, it's beautiful. And one thing that I've noticed, it's better in better decks. Like top ladder decks with Archer Queen Royal Hog, really good. Top ladder decks with Baby Nate deck with Minor Rocket, really, really broken. So 2 decks, top tier, great stuff there. But when you see mid ladder decks with Wizard, you're like, okay, that's used just as much. It's used in as many decks as Wizard is used. It's very, very finite amount of decks and top ladder. But it's like way better in those specific decks, I guess. Like way better than Sparky Rage, way better than Balloon Freeze with Wizard. Like it's just the strength of the decks propel it a bit higher in the rankings. Especially because those decks were both, they're used in the World Finals, the Rocket Cycle, and then also the
Did you guys just do delivery?
Yeah, we put a B. Do you agree?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, cool. And then we finished with Rocket and B as well because of the monk nerf. Next one is Ghost. I know Ian said that Ghost power crept one of the cards like Lumberjack earlier, or was it Mini P.E.K.K.A? I think we said Lumberjack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where are you going to put this? I'm going to pass the question off to you. You said it was better than the Lumberjack. Not really a bold statement, but you did. Where are you going to have something spicy for us? Are you going to go bold and say it's like a really good card, or are you just going to put it in B tier?
I feel like it's really, really good right now. I think it has to be like high A tier. It's like so good in like one of the most broken RG decks with like Hunter and stuff. It's really good in any bridge spam deck pretty much. Yeah, it's like good in Mega Knight P.E.K.K.A. The E-Barbs bridge spam deck is I don't know, I just feel like it always slides its way into random decks somehow. It's not like super good in one specific deck except like RG, but it always like finds its way into like Three Musketeers or like something kind of random like that. Really good card.
Yeah. All right. Boss, do you put it in A tier or would you put it lower or higher?
Definitely A. Before Ian said anything, I was like initially thinking A, and he kind of just, basically gave a good reason why. I mean, it's a very versatile card, and it's only 3 elixir, and sometimes it feels like it's getting way more than 3 elixir value. It's just one of those types of cards.
Dude, do you guys love when it's the 1 health Haunter that stays alive, goes invisible, and then forces out more elixir? That thing is so annoying.
Have something like tanking for it, like a 1 HP ghost or something.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think it's really, really good in this meta because of Royal Giant. However, in other metas, if you're trying to use Royal Ghost, specifically because I'm trash with P.E.K.K.A, be honest, 100% transparency. Every time I play P.E.K.K.A Bridge Spam and I have my Ghost, yep, they're going to activate King Tower Tornado, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I just look at myself, I'm like, well, that sucks. I wish I had a Dark Prince. Dark Prince way harder to activate King Tower because it's charging. Royal Ghost is like herp derp. Take no damage from the tornado from the tornado in the Ghost of the King Tower, and then you activate it, and it's a 3-for-3 trade. So Ghost, really good with Royal Giant when you don't care about the King Tower activation, and obviously really good with Bridge Spam decks if you can guarantee that your opponent doesn't activate King Tower with it. Just be a little bit wary and scared of that potentially happening to you. As Ian and those guys said, and as Boss said, really good against like the bait meta of Goblin Gang and all the other cards in the meta that are super strong, and it's just a hard card to deal with cost effectively. So that's why it's at the top of the tier list. All right, that makes a lot of sense. Anything else to add on either against ends of the Royal Ghost, or you think that pretty much covers it?
Well, yeah, I just feel like it's so good right now, like because a lot of people use Giant Skeleton, maybe not like a lot, but at least a decent amount do, so they can often like bait out your Giant Skeleton with something like you have to spend it on an RG push, and then they just go with like a Ghost other lane, and you only have skeletons as a distraction for it, and they just go with like a prediction E-Spirit, and you have like just like no way to stop that Ghost except with like a cannon or like a Archer Queen, which just really sucks for you to use.
Yeah, that's actually really good insight. I never really thought about that. So you're able to bait your opponent's elixir low and then make a prediction because they only have a specific thing, because the ghost is very rarely going to be countered by many other things other than that. It's not like you're going to lightning or fireball on it if you have a bad card cycle after dropping your mini tank. Yeah, it definitely forces your opponent into bad plays. That makes sense. Thanks, Ian. And then Royal Hogs, since we had Ian answer that. Boss, what do you think about the Hoggies, the little piggies?
So they used to be a lot better, but I actually think the nerf they just got affected them quite a bit more than people realize, because I believe it was a first attack nerf, and because there's 4 of them, that makes like a massive difference, because there's going to be so many situations now where they might all get 1 less hit, or like when you're splitting them, maybe you're getting a couple hundred less damage on each side, and just like I feel like it affects them so much as win condition, and they're even worse against buildings now. They were already bad against things like the bomb tower, but now they take even longer to take out buildings and then even reach the tower. So I'm thinking around C tier, but they were before the nerf definitely like A or B probably.
Yeah. I agree with that. I personally, whenever I was playing Rail Recruits, Rail Hogs, I was like, well, I kind of use Rail Hogs as like the nail in the coffin now. More so using the Fly Machine, Rail Recruits, and Zappies to do my damage. And then I'll go Rail Hogs if I know that my opponent is in a bad spot. Because the Recruits, Fly Machine, Zappies kill your opponent's cards so they don't get counter push, but the Rail Hogs will give your opponent the opportunity to build up a counter push. And especially since the Rail Hogs don't do that much damage, a lot of times they're not worth it going in and punishing your opponent unless you know that they're going to go for a building. But even when they go for a building, your Royal Hogs have the slower first hit on the building, and then they have the slower first hit on the tower afterward. So it affects it twice, man. That's why I don't necessarily love the nerf. I don't know. That's just me. I would put it C tier just like you. Ian, you agree or disagree?
I think they're like a little bit better than what you guys said. I feel like they might be low B tier just because they're pretty good in like the Royal Hogs Archer Queen deck. That's like one of the top tier decks, and also Royal Recruits has been seeming pretty good lately for some of the top ladder players, and even like the Giant Skeleton Royal Hogs deck isn't too bad right now. So I feel like low B tier is fine. You do notice the first hit nerf sometimes, but not always. I feel like against some matchups it doesn't really change too much. So I think they're a solid card, but I feel like Hog Rider is just slightly better than it.
Yeah, you know what? I think you convinced me. I kind of keep forgetting about the Royal Hogs deck with, the Giant Skeleton one, because that's still very top
that's
tier.
very good. The one with the
Yeah.
Zappies and the Goblin Gang, that new variation. That's
Yeah.
true. I kind of was, for some reason I wasn't thinking about that. It slipped my mind for some reason.
Yeah, I was thinking about Royal Hogs, Royal Recruits. I was like, that's the only deck. And then maybe like Royal Hogs, Archer Queen, and that's like not as good, but still decent. So I was like, we could see that C tier. But that stupid Giant Skeleton deck, man, that's I hate that thing. We'll definitely put that B tier. So we're switching it up. Ian convinced me. Ian is a believer in the piggies. Okay, so speaking of the devil, we got Royal Recruits. I think they've been played a lot more. And the people at top ladder that play them don't necessarily even play them that well. Like, I've been noticing that they literally go Recruits in the back first play without even knowing what they're playing against. I'm like, bruh, you're top like 100 in the world and you don't know who this person is, and you did that. You're crazy.
Yeah.
So I think that they're a little bit stronger than most decks or most metas. I kind of want to put them in C tier or B tier, but I don't know where we want to swerve. So Ian, what direction are you taking us?
I think I might have to go C tier just because for like the average viewer, I think that they're gonna run into like a lot of splash cards, which kind of make them useless. Like they're pretty decent at top ladder, but in most of the mid ladder ranges, they're kind of useless for a lot of players. So I think C tier is good, but they have been making a slight rise lately with the new Bar Putt Royal Recruits deck. So I think it could be maybe a B tier, but I feel like C tier is slightly more accurate.
What do you think, boss? Where are we dropping the Recruits?
Yeah, I've always, for a while, like the last few months, I've kind of thought of them as a C tier card. Because they're pretty much just used in one deck, like with Royal Hogs, and that's about it. So there was that one time there was that Graveyard Recruits deck with like the Goblin Cage and Mighty Miner, but that fell out really quickly. Like no one really runs that anymore. So that it's like C, I think. That's a pretty good spot.
All right, we're gonna roll with the C tier. That's what's up. All right, next one. Where are we rolling? Okay, so we are on the final stretch. This is the last row, guys. We only have a few more. Skeleton Army. I think that Skeleton Army is really outclassed by guards and also Goblin Gang right now. It's not a bad card. It's just it works with Skeleton King so well. So it's like it's hard for me not to want to put in B because it's so broken with Skeleton King, but it's outclassed by Goblin Gang right now, and it's hard for. I think it would just. I think it will be played a lot after the new meta. Goblin Gang gets nerfed. Maybe I'm wrong.
So I feel like it was B tier like a little while ago, but I think with the Goblin Gang buff and also like Tombstone and guards being pretty good, I feel like there's a lot of substitutes to it. So I think C tier is probably accurate for it, unless it just gets like really, really good against like the monk or like whatever new cards they're gonna add.
Boss, we chilling in B or C?
Ooh.
Because
This
I'm
is a
B.
tough one. I feel like Skarmy is mostly just played in giant graveyards, the main thing, like that you'll always see it in. It doesn't really have to be in much else. I mean, I guess Sparky Bait, you see it in a lot. But I kind of agree with the replacement thing. I feel like Goblin Gang kind of you'll sometimes see that substituted in, making it a bit worse. But the monk, yeah, the Skarmy is one of the only things that does amazing against the monk. So I think after the monk's out, it would be better.
Okay. Yeah. I kind of vibe with that. So you gonna put it in C or B though? All right, where are we going for it?
I'll do C. C.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do C.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So 2 against 1, we put it to the C. I think it will also be in the Royal Giant deck because the Goblin Gang's gonna get nerfed, right? So that'll probably be a swapperoo, but maybe I'm wrong. All right. So we are going to go for Skeleton Barrel. Oh, man, this card, we know where this is going. Definitely to D or lower. It's a free King Tower activation if you have Tornado and you take no damage. If you know the right placement, it's like 3 tiles up from the King Tower on the side that the Skeleton Barrel is going. You just drop it there. Free King Tower activation, 0 damage. Very easy. Lots of Tornadoes in the meta. This card, it's good when you're running Double Barrel Bait and maybe a Mega Knight deck, but I don't know. I hate it. I just don't think it's that good. What do you think, boss? Where would you put it? D?
All right, I'll just come out and say it right now. I've said this for a while. I think it's F, and the reason why I think it's F is because there's not a single deck in the whole game. It's kind of similar to the Goblin Hut in the Furnace, even though I think it's better than like Goblin Hut and Furnace by a little bit. There's not a single deck in the whole game that you have to use Skeleton Barrel in. There might be a couple where it's like, it's kind of nice to have it, like that Mega Knight Bait one, but that deck isn't even good in the meta.
Yeah.
And then like Mortar, like you could if you really wanted, but it's like, why would you when there's so many other alternatives that are going to get more value? So I just think it could for sure use a buff or a rework, and it's such a unique card that I feel like there's so many different ways they could buff it, so I hope they end up doing that soon.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think, Ian?
I think I agree with Boss. I was kind of thinking D tier at first, but he's kind of right that there's like other. I mean, there's like not really any good Mega Knight deck with Skelly Barrel right now. It's not really looking too good even after the Goblin Gang buff. And Mortar Skelly Barrel is like viable, but I feel like there's no real reason to use it right now since you can just pair it with like a Miner, which were better and way more consistent. Here is right for it.
What if I told you guys there was a reason? What if I told you if you only had that card upgraded, you were locked into using it? That's literally the only thing that I could see. Yeah, I think Skeleton Barrel just is inferior to Goblin Drill or Minor Wall Breakers. Like if you have Minor Wall Breakers with Mega Knight, way better. If you end up having Goblin Drill Mega Knight, probably also better as well in some scuff situations. But I don't know. I think Skeleton Barrel, if you're used to it, if you're comfortable with it, if you're vibing with it, keep rolling it with it if you don't have anything else upgraded, but usually Minor Wall Breakers Mega Knight is infinitely better without Skeleton Barrel. Just cheaper and more efficient. All right, and we got the Skeleton Dragons, our Slippery Sirs. These cards, so annoying with Lava Hound decks. Oh my gosh, are they annoying. But that's all I can see them working with. Like Fireball Bait decks don't even run them because you'd rather have a flying machine. It just gets outclassed. So what do you guys think about the Skeleton Dragons? Where would you rank them? I only see them in Lava Hound decks, and I hate playing against them in Lava Hound decks, though. Would you guys put them in C, B, higher, or lower? Boss, we're gonna start with you.
I think they're either C or D because yeah, they're just in lava. That's basically it. They used to be so broken. I don't know if you guys remember the days there was that RG skeleton dragon deck with the heal spirit.
Yeah.
That was like my favorite deck in the game to play. That was fun. But then ever since they nerfed them, they've really just been kind of like meh, you know, just they're okay in lava, but even in lava you don't have to use them. So
So you're gonna roll with C or D or
I
where?
I don't know. I guess Ian could be the tiebreaker for that because I think it could fit in both of them, but I would lean slightly towards D just because even in lava, you could use minions, you could use Inferno Drag, Mega Minion. There's like other alternatives, but it could be a C, like a low one.
I'd put them in C because I hate playing against them in Lava Hound decks. There's often the times I lose games because of them. We'll see what Ian does. So you're going D, I'm going C. Ian, be the tiebreaker.
I think I would probably have to go with like a high D tier. They are really annoying in lava decks, but they're also kind of squishy. Like if you have a executioner or a wizard, they just get like absolutely melted. So they kind of have a bit low HP to be really like too good, and I feel like they're not very versatile either. There's like a baby dragon that you can use instead of them. You can use like flying machine or really any other 4 elixir air targeting card instead of them.
I think I just am triggered that my rail delivery doesn't kill them in one shot. So that's probably why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hate
I hate the fact that you have to go rail delivery fire spirit and then not have the fire spirit for the lava pups, and you're just like, wow, this is great. This is so
Yeah.
much fun. That's typically how I lose games. So yeah, this is something to keep in mind. If you guys are trying to go for rail delivery to clean the skeleton dragons, you also have to fire spirit, which isn't always fun. So typically you'll want to like damage down the lava hound with the archer queen and then go for the rail delivery and fire spirit. Sometimes it's a fiesta. All right, so the next card that we have is skeletons. Oh, guys, if you don't put this in S, I'm gonna find you. We need to put the skeletons in the S. They deserve it. They need to conquer the skeleton king. What are we doing, Ian? Where are we going for the skeletons? Are they successful or are they not? Don't do me dirty. Don't do me dirty.
I would say S tier. They're so useful. I feel like even with the buff to the goblins, I don't think goblins will be as good as skeletons are, because skeletons, they don't get like destroyed by any spell like goblins get destroyed by log. Skeletons can die to like a zap or something, but it's still a -1 trade for them. So I feel like skeletons almost always get you pretty good value, and they also do like a nice job countering a hog rider only taking 2 shots when you just spend 1 elixir on it.
Yeah, I feel you, man. It's it. So we locked in with S tier, boss. Are you gonna? Are you
I mean,
guys?
there's no debate. It's just one of those obvious S1s, I feel like.
Imagine when they had 4 of them.
Yeah.
That was such a bad game design when they had 4, but no one knew how to
It's
play the
funny,
game.
and it was funny because when there was 4 of them, and then they nerfed it to 3, everyone thought they were gonna be dead, but here they are
Yeah.
today in like S tier for
Yeah.
the past few years.
That's how it works with every card, though. Everyone thought Giant Skeleton was going to die, and as you can see, it's still A tier, unanimously agreed by all of us. So it's cool that cards like that, people cry wolf, and then they realize, hey, not that bad.
Same with the log, which we're about to get to, I guess.
Yeah, actually, speaking of it, let's do it. It's S tier, right? Right? There's
Yeah.
the knockback is insane. For 2 elixir, it
Yep.
also has the destination of like still hitting the tower. It's so good.
Yeah, I think it has like one of the highest use rates any card has ever had in the game. It has like, I think it had like up to almost a 50% use rate, like something like 45% use rate.
You can be bad and always hit the goblin barrel. There's no excuse for missing a log on a goblin barrel. Barb barrel, I can totally see that. Maybe your eyes aren't trained and you don't look at the shadow and there's a lot going on and you miss it. You see that at top 200. If you miss a log on a goblin barrel, there's no excuse there. So yeah, it's pretty reliable. It also allows you to make predictions with your hog riders, as you've probably watched from Ian. If you guys don't already, what are you doing? Yeah, so that's how it is. So we all agree S tier, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
I also like the fact that you can log on dark goblins and princesses and then save your goblin gang to kill the opponent's goblin barrel. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do with it and get good elixir trades. Also,
But
two logs kills a magic archer, so you can cycle one early and get back to another one. There's like a lot of cool things like that. That there's interactions that everyone's accustomed to, and they didn't change the damage. So just crown towers, so didn't make that much of a difference. Um,
but I
all right.
guess we will see when the monk comes out if that'll change the log at all, because it should send it back, I think, since it's a projectile.
Oh,
Yeah, I saw the clip. I think it was SML posted it on Twitter. The log got sent back when the ability was used, so you
oh,
can kind of use it against that, just like you can against like a rocket.
yeah. So poison, freeze, tornado, or no, poison, freeze, and then lightning are not reflected. Lightning, the damage isn't taken from the monk, but he yeah, he doesn't reflect the lightning, obviously. All right, so we have barbarians here. Where are we putting the 5 friendly friends? Do we put them in the C tier where they're kind of chilling with the Mega Knight and the Prince? Kind of where I would put them. I don't think they're a bad card. I think they're quite good in some situations, but they're not really used in too many decks besides Lava Hound, right? There are some, but it's mostly like scuffed mid-ladder decks where someone's running like some Royal Giant Barbarian Isosaur deck that you guys play against. And you're like, why? Why is this guy from 2016? How did he try to time travel to the top 200?
Yeah.
What do you think, Ian?
I think I could see like a low C tier. They could also be high D tier just because there's like so much fireball in the meta. There's also like not too much use for their barbarians unless you face like a golem deck or like a giant deck or something. So they're not like super versatile. They're pretty good in the decks they're used in, though. They can get like so much value at times, like killing a whole 15 elixir push for just your 5 elixir barbarians.
So where'd you put them? Sorry about that.
I'm kind of on the fence between C tier and D tier. I guess I'll let Boss decide that.
Yeah,
All right.
like I kind of agree with that too. It really depends on the matchup because like against lightning decks they can be very good. I'll give an example. Let's say you're running RG Lightning and you have like a RG Ghost and a Fisherman down. If they play Barbarians, it'll literally kill all of that for 5 elixir pretty much. Because the Barbs just have so much DPS. But on the flip side, like if you're against, I don't know, some sort of cycle deck that just I don't know, you can easily outcycle them, or there's just tons of air cards and splash cards that like Valkyrie that just do very good against them. So yeah, I mean they're just mostly used in lava, that's about it. So it's kind of similar to the skeleton dragons, I would say. Like they to me just seem kind of weak in most situations, but yeah, I don't know. Tag, I forget, did you give it C or D
I gave it
yet?
a C tier. I think it's like more versatile than Skeleton Dragons. I've seen it in graveyard decks. I've seen it in giant graveyard decks. I've seen it in Royal Giant decks. I mean, there are a lot of really bad decks that are in the top 200 that use this card. So it's like, it is a great card against Lightning, and it can work really well against Hog Rider players if they don't make predictions, or if you have other cards that, you know, you make them Fireball instead. So I like it. I think it works, and I think it's more versatile than the Skeleton Dragons. But at the same time, as you said before, against cycle decks, when they have the right answers and they're actually really good, the Barbarians are kind of worthless if they don't
I
have
would say
lightning.
low C tier is good.
All right,
I'm fine keeping it C, yeah.
let's go. They conquered the dragons. They're alive for a reason. All right, so minor lightning cycle new update. People were asking. Nah, there's no doubt there will not be minor lightning. Okay, it'll probably be minor poison or something else. So we've got spear goblins, the little Stevens. They're like, hey, you stole one of our, you copied me, you cheat codes with the goblin gang. Why'd you do that? We were supposed to be unique. So do we put them B or C tier? Like, I genuinely have no reason to use them right now over Goblin Gang at all. But maybe after the stab goblins get nerfed, they'll be a bit better. What do you guys think?
I think I'd probably go with either B tier or S tier. S tier because they're so annoying, but probably more accurately would be the B tier. They always
Okay.
get like that. Like I feel like if you play like a cannon against it in the middle, they always have like that weird mechanic where one of the spear goblins gets pushed straight towards your tower. So they always get that chip damage, and it's like so hard to stop with your 1 elixir cycle cards. You can never fully defend them with skeletons or like with the fire spirit or ice spirit unless you time the spirit
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's part of the reason why the Goblin Gang is so like broken right now, because we have to get used to that third Spear Goblin and that interaction that Ian was talking about. That keeps happening to me sometimes when I'm defending the Goblin Gang, and one of the Spear Goblins ends up locking on the tower because when he defended it before with just the 2 Spear Goblins, it didn't get pushed like that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
In case anyone was wondering what they were talking about, is if you drop a spirit into 3 spear goblins, it will die before it jumps. Unless there's some weird timing that I don't know. Typically, if you have to wait for one of the spear goblins to lock onto your tower and then drop the fire spirit or ice spirit, so then it locks 2 spear goblins on the fire spirit or ice spirit. Is that accurate, or is there some specific timing that you guys know that I don't?
Well, if you play like your, I kind of forgot if it works with Fire Spirit, but I know you can go with like a Ice Spirit, right? Like 5 tiles or something like that above your King Tower. Then if it just like runs towards the Spear Goblins before they start attacking it right away, then it should jump before the Spear Goblins take it out. But if you play your Spirit reactively, then it won't ever lock onto those 3 Spear Goblins.
So you have to have like this extremely precise placement and also know that they're going to drop it so that you drop it. Okay, so yeah, it's possible, but it's only possible for like a TikTok or a YouTube clip to show you guys, hey, you can do it. But in real games, you're just going to end up dropping a fire spirit or ice spirit, wait for one of the spear goblins to lock on, and then do that. So that's why spear goblins are B tier. Just do a lot of damage, and it's annoying because it's hard to cost efficiently counter them. You can counter them easily with a Valkyrie, but dropping a Valkyrie, it's a -2 trade. And then eventually when you're down Elixir, you're going to take a lot of damage from Ian's Hog Rider or Boss's Royal Giant or something that will eventually do a lot of damage to you with minor wall breakers because you don't have enough Elixir to defend it because you overspent on Spear Goblins. That's just something to keep in mind. All right, cool. That's awesome. I like the Spear Goblins a lot, and it's nice to see this Steven supremely successful in the B tier. Tesla doesn't do very well. It is Elon Musk's biggest failure in Clash Royale. This card is so bad. I mean, it used to be good against Earthquake because you could drop it far enough away from the tower that it couldn't get hit by the Earthquake, and then it stays alive. But I mean, people experimented with it, right? They said it was okay, maybe, because in the new meta after Cannon got nerfed, they're like, oh, we've got to run Tesla. It's in between the Cannon and the Inferno Tower, but it just doesn't have the sturdiness of the Cannon and the durability for the Elixir cost. Like, it just doesn't make sense to spend that extra Elixir in 99% of the situations. Would you guys put it C tier or lower? What do you guys think?
You can go first.
Okay, I would say it's definitely C or D. I could for sure see it being D because when you think about it, there's really like only one deck it's used in right now, 3.0, like Expo, and that often uses the Cannon. And then also you might rarely see it in log bait, but almost everyone runs the Inferno, the Cannon, or Bomb Tower in bait. So I don't know. I think D is pretty reasonable because like Expo, I more often than not see it with Cannon now. So
yeah, it has to be worse than Bomb Tower, right? Because Bomb Tower has minor wall breakers. It has balloon fast cycle with like minor and snowball barb barrel. I think Tesla literally only has Expo, and then as you said, Expo sometimes it even runs Cannon Archer Queen. So yeah. Do you think that's fair, Ian, to put it in D tier? Because your Firecracker is in F tier. Why don't we have it joined?
Yeah, I feel like D tier is probably good for it. I want it to be buffed so I can start finally using that Firecracker deck once again. I feel like the Tesla doesn't really have too many uses. It's only good against like air decks compared to like a Cannon or a Bomb Tower, but it doesn't even do as much DPS as a Cannon.
Yeah.
Than a Cannon.
You cut off a little bit there. You said it doesn't do as much damage as a Cannon. What else?
Oh, that was it. I think my mic might have just glitched or something.
Maybe he was saying like it doesn't do as much as a Cannon, even though Cannon's 1 elixir less or something like that.
Yeah. That makes sense. That's chill. All right, we are on the final stretch. We have like 5 more cards. All right, Tombstone. Really, really, really good with Skeleton King. I think it is by far one of the best buildings. I think it's comparable to Cannon right now. I would like to put it in A tier. I just don't think that we can put it lower than B. I really think it can't be an S, so it makes sense for me to be in A tier. It's great at countering Hog Riders. It has a very large pull radius, distracts bridge spam, and it synergizes perfectly with all of the graveyard decks with Skeleton King or bait decks with Skeleton King right now.
I'll go first, I guess. I think it should be pretty good in like low A tier. The reason it's not like higher in the A tier is because there are some substitutes for it. Like the RG decks used to run Tombstone. Now they usually have the Goblin Gang and stuff in there, but it's still like a really good building. It feeds the Skelly King ability really nicely. It also can like distract a Prince so easily now with the double skeletons. I think it's a very solid card unless you face like a Mother Witch deck or something like that, or Earthquake deck.
Yeah, even then, when you play against Mother Witch, a lot of times you can just like know that they're going to go for the Mother Witch and then Barbarian or Skeleton King in front of it and then make them look like a fool and then have the skeleton stockpile up afterward and then they wasted 4 elixir and they lose. It's really funny
Yeah,
to
also
do.
Yeah.
there's also
Or
like
Baby
one
Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like one really annoying thing is that like I'll play a Hog Rider, then I don't want to prediction Earthquake on a Tombstone because I know they could also play like some other card against my Hog, but then they just go with the Tombstone right onto it. And if I go with like a reaction timed Earthquake, they always still take out like half of the Hog Rider before the Earthquake even kills the Tombstone.
Yeah, that's like the smartest thing. Not many people know that you can drop the Tombstone directly on top of the Hog Rider in front of the tower and still fully counter the Hog.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't have dropped the Tombstone in front of the tower if they saw the Earthquake. They would have switched up their counter and then tornadoed or something.
Or you can also go for that Tombstone placement that's like anti-EQ. That's
Yeah.
like one to the it works because it's a spawner, I guess, and has more of a pool radius than some of the other buildings.
So what Boss was saying is like Cannon typically in this placement that you drop Tombstone, you have to push the Hog Rider with like a Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit, or unit. But with a Tombstone, no push is needed.
No, yeah, you don't need it to push or anything.
Earthquake can't hit the Tombstone while the Hog Rider is coming through.
Yeah, I think Ian can confirm that. But yeah, I've seen that so many times, and I've done that a couple times where I just go for like a high Tombstone, and it'll pull the Hog.
Yeah, I've done it too. All right, next one. We got the Tornado. This is one of those cards that looks at, like, everyone looks at it and they're like, game breaking, nerf it, get this out of here. I think it's like one of the best cards in the game, and I don't know if I want them to nerf it, but it really changed and defines the way that Clash Royale is played. I have to have it in A tier at least. It is so good. It's used in almost every single deck. There's so much great synergy with it, whether it's Electro Giant, whether it's a deck with even Princess Ice Wizard, like if you wanted to, or if you want to play like a fast cycle deck and just use the Tornado as a defensive sequence against Hog Riders or something like that. There's endless versatility. Activating King Towers against Bandits, Goblin Barrels, Royal Hogs, E-Barbs, you name it. There's new placements and things for it. So it's clearly a huge part of the game, and activating King Tower is sometimes what entire matchups revolve around, and it's only possible because of this card. I think the Tornado has to be A tier for me. I don't think it deserves to be S because I don't think it fits in every deck. It needs to have the proper synergy and the right matchups for it to be really strong, but I think it has to be A tier for me. What do you guys think? We'll start with Boss.
Yeah, I also think it's somewhere around A. It's like definitely not S. There's no way. I don't think it's that broken, but it's always been a solid card every single meta, it seems like. And yeah, it's very good in that new Graveyard Freeze deck that's out. It's good in Queen Bows using it. And then also, well, yeah, just regular Splash Yard. And there's like Rocket NATO combination that's very good. And just for, yeah, all the utility and King Tower activations, I think it's really solid.
You agree, Ian?
I mean, I was thinking to go A tier as well, but now that I think about it, like it can be used in almost every deck in the game, I feel like. So I think I'd have to go with S tier because it can be like used to line up a troop with your Magic Archer to get on tower. It can be used to pull like a troop out of your Expo's range so it locks on their tower. It can
Golden
activate
Knight too.
like graveyard. Yeah. It's like an E-Giant, Golem, Magic Archer, NATO, graveyard decks, like, yeah, Ice Bow, everything like that.
Boss, are you going to switch? I'm going to stay A. I'm still staying A. Boss, where are we going with this? Is it staying A or S? I could see it in S, but I kind of want to stay with my guts on this.
I kind of am leaning towards it keeping it A. Yeah, I don't know. I guess yeah, A.
The outplay potential that you can get with it is very real.
Yeah.
And it's definitely really, really broken. Like, I think that we can 100% say that Mohamed Light wouldn't have won that game against the Mother Witch deck with Golden Knight without the Tornado. Like, those are type of things where it changes the way that the game's outcomes are represented. So I think that's definitely something that is there. High A tier for sure, no doubt, no doubt. I think it's like high A tier, low S potentially. So
Yeah.
we'll have it there.
Yeah.
All right, so we have like 3 more cards or 4 more cards. Valkyrie, I don't like its HP. I remember a time where the Valkyrie would always get a hit on the tower, and now I look at it, I'm like, Valkyrie, you don't do anything anymore. She's still a great card, still very strong. I don't think she's S tier material anymore. She has to be A tier for me. I think she's better than Dark Prince.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's definitely worse in other situations. We see her a lot in control decks. She can be played in Splash Yard. She can be played in Log Bait. She is always played in those minor control decks with Mortar, so then you can run Archer Queen because you don't have room for anything else. Like, you can't run Archer Queen and Skeleton King, so you have to have a replacement. That's typically the Valkyrie. So A tier for me. Ian, Boss, you guys put it S or A, or there's no way you're crazy enough to put a B. I'm gonna make that bold statement. Neither of you guys will do that. Maybe you guys are gonna do that to disappoint me.
Yeah, I think A tier is perfect for it. It's like, it's a really nice card. It can fully counter a Goblin Barrel if you play it early enough. I mean, the one interaction that kind of bothers me is that it no longer fully counters elite barbarians. That really annoys me because it used to be able to always fully shut them down, but now they always get like a few shots on your tower. So that's one annoying interaction, but I feel like it almost always gets the job done in most situations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think A as well. It probably, I wonder if it's the meta changing or the fact it lost 4% health, because I wonder what would be interesting is like if it was still this meta right now but it had 4% more health, like would that make it a difference and then it would be S? I don't know. Like it could also just be the meta changing a bit. But yeah, I think it's, Valk is still a very strong card, definitely versatile enough, very good in Mortar, and you can use it Log Bait, Hog, pretty much in a lot of different things, but you definitely could have subs instead, like Knight, but most of the time, Valk is more valuable than Knight, so.
Yeah, also the mechanic that she swirls around and does damage in an entire 360 radius. That type of splash damage mechanic is not represented in any other card in the game. The Dark Prince does splash damage, but he doesn't do 360 radius. He's not able to hit everything near it. So it's pretty big deal. Like when you're trying to counter bait cards that are trying to surround you and body block you. Really nice, really nice card for control decks. All right, so the next one is Wall Breakers. I think they've gotten better because, as you guys said, Mega Knight got better. I think Wall Breakers have been a lot stronger right now because you get it, Magic Archer, Log Tornado destroys, claps, dunks on Log Bait. So having Log Tornado and Wall Breakers really good right now. Also, Mega Knight likes it a little bit more. I think Wall Breakers have shimmied their way up to, I don't know, dare I say it, be an A tier Win Condition or B tier? I think it's at least high B tier, but I might say A tier. I really think they're strong. Am I wrong?
I feel like I would have put them A tier before the Mighty Miner nerf, but I think since the one Mighty Miner Cannon Miner cycle deck with like a bunch of spam cards, since the Mighty Miner got nerfed and the Cannon got nerfed, I think maybe like a high B tier is a bit better. It's also like pretty good with Mega Knight and the Magic Archer Wall Breakers deck.
I guess after the nerf, yeah. I never really thought about the Mighty Miner impacting it as much. But what do you say, boss? So I'm in A tier. Ian is in B. Where are you going to go?
I think B, especially right now, because there's a lot of, like, if we're taking into consideration the meta, there's a lot of, I feel like, RG and stuff, which does quite good against most of the wall breaker decks, and I think that could be one thing holding it back from being A. And yeah, the Mighty Miner definitely did impact them because there was that Mighty Miner cannon deck. It was the one that Morton and some of the other players really liked using, and that deck is pretty much dead. So wall breakers are mostly in Mega Knight now, and trying to think about what else. I guess in Drill, you'll still see them a decent amount, and then the Remy Ellie deck, yeah.
That makes sense. I feel that a lot. All right, so we have 2 more cards. So we're putting the wall breakers tentatively, well, not tentatively, solidly at a high B tier placement. So it's not just going to be regular B. It's not going to be like A. It's just going to be high B. Makes sense, especially after the Mighty Miner nerf. I don't really consider that as much. Yeah. All right. So we got Witch. I mean, EGW runs this at top ladder with Mega Knight, but he does it because he's a troll. And then also, there's a couple other people that run it with like Graveyard decks with Freeze and Giant Graveyard. But typically, Giant Graveyard doesn't even play with it anymore. So I'm wondering where you guys would rank this. I think it has to be, for me, D tier. I wouldn't put it at C tier. But I'm interested to see what you guys say. I think it's gimmicky like the Lumberjack.
I would say it's like very high D, because I would probably say it's for sure better than. Well, actually, I don't know if I'd say it's better than the Night Witch or not. I'm not sure now. But I would say it's better than the Electro Drag, and it's also probably better than. Excuse me. Let me see. Yeah, I think D's good. Looking at the cards that are in D, I'd say it's around the same strength as a lot of them.
Ian, we chilling in D, or is it an upgrade or downgrade to F? There's no way you're Fing it.
Yeah, I think D is pretty good for it. It's not like too bad of a card, but it doesn't fit in like all too many decks except like the mid ladder Menace, Mega Knight, E-Barbs, Rage deck.
Oh, people are saying Manuel. Manuel is the.
Oh yeah.
Oh, just for Manuel, we got to upgrade her. All right, so we have the bats. So interestingly enough, here's another cool thing that you guys might not know. Monk, it reflects back the damage from the minions and the minion horde. Does not reflect back the damage from the bats. So bats will be way better in the next meta if Mr. Monkman is dominating the game. That's something to keep in mind. I think that bats are already very good. I think they're definitely better than spear goblins. I think that they're at least A tier. But Ian, am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, I think I have to say A tier. Like sometimes I'm facing like a minor cycle deck with bats, like against Morton, who always loves running those decks, and like he has no great way to get tower damage. He has like no big spell against me, but somehow he always gets damaged by like stacking multiple sets of bats on me.
Yeah, it's something to keep in mind if you guys are ever playing these cycle decks. A lot of times your damage is going to be from getting your opponent a bad card cycle and somehow slipping a bat through onto the tower. Boss, is it a? Are these the actual final bosses of our ladder rankings? Is it going to be an A tier for you, or is it going to be pummeling down?
Yeah, I think A. They're probably closer to B than S, but I think A is a pretty good spot to put them. They're very good in cycle decks. Mortar Bait is very, popular right now, and they're only 2 elixirs, so they're kind of not a risky card to use at all.
Awesome. So that's our tier list for right now. We'll add the Monk and the Phoenix really quick, just from initial suspicions or playtesting, whatever. I don't know what you're allowed to say. I haven't playtested either of them. I have seen a lot of the gameplay though. Monk for me, I don't know if it's going to be broken or not. I think that reaction, like dropping it reactively to stuff, it's not going to be as easy as people were expecting. Like, oh, it's going to full counter rocket. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that the Monk is probably going to be used for predictions on spells and then dropping the ability afterward and then reflecting it. Like if you're predicting your opponent to rocket on top of Elixir Collector because that's our only possible counter to it. And then you can maybe do some mind games and shenanigans there. But you can't reflect back a fireball unless you're making like an insane prediction. It seems really, really, really broken from 2 aspects. First, it's like a walking log that pushes things back at all points. And then I think that the second thing that seems really broken is the fact that if you drop it at the river and it reflects back the tower damage, that is guaranteed damage every single time. No matter what. That is damage that you don't have to work for. I think at tournament standard, it was around 120 to 140 damage. So at ladder, that would be well over 200, right? So if you get 200 damage on tower every single time that you drop a Monk at the river for 4 elixir and click the ability, isn't that like around what Fireball is? And then you also have a tank. And then you also end up killing things with the tank, what is reflecting whatever you're attacking the Hog Rider with. I think it could be a really strong card paired with the right units. So like if you're going Hog Rider and they're trying to counter the Hog Rider and the Monk reflects the tower and it also reflects whatever units they drop and finishes off the ranged units. It's going to be a card that people have to build decks to counter. I think it's either going to be A or S tier. I just don't know which one because I haven't played it personally. Definitely going to be something with such an overpowered ability. They're going to need to make sure that the stats aren't too strong. I'll pass the question off to you, boss. Where would you put the monk? I think if I had to guess, it'd probably be S.
I definitely think it's S from what I've seen so far and just some of the interactions, like just against like Expo, for example, or against like Musketeer, Archer Queen, the fact like it pretty much kills them for like a 1 elixir ability, and then it also has so much health. Like someone made a post on Twitter comparing it to the Golden Knight. Like it has more health than a Golden Knight, it has more DPS than a Golden Knight, and then it also has the broken ability on top of it. That's only 1 elixir, and then I'm pretty sure, yeah, the monk is 4 elixir, Golden Knight's also 4. So, like that alone, without a doubt, right? I think we can assume it's going to be better than the Golden Knight by a good amount, and just the fact like that the spell thing too, if we, and the thing is, we think right now we're not going to be able to use it on rockets and things like that, but I feel like we can't ever underestimate the pros too much. I feel like what's going to happen is we're going to figure out how to, like, some of the best players in the world are going to figure out how to frequently send the rockets back, and then you can't close out games like you used to. So I'm just excited to see how it plays out. I really don't know yet, but I think it needs to be toned down a little bit, the stats of the card, for sure.
I didn't know the stats. Definitely S tier if it's that much better than the Golden Knight with stats. Definitely S tier because the broken walking log mechanic with higher stats than a Golden Knight, that's already like really good. And then you have a 1 elixir ability that really doesn't, like, you click it, you don't use your brain, and you always get value because it's it's always going to reflect stuff.
It's so much health. It's like Golden Knight, Valkyrie health, even a little more, I think. It's insane.
Imagine being able to get 2 abilities down just for a second. Like dropping it on defense, cycling back to another, because I think it's 15 seconds. I think you can do it too.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter. It only has to be at literally 0 HP, right? And then you can click the ability on the other side. It stays alive and does 200 damage to the tower. For 1 elixir, that is always worth it at top ladder. And that's going to be really annoying.
Yeah.
Huh. So, Ian, you think it's going to be S tier as well?
Yeah, I think I have to go with S tier. I feel like once the pros start really learning how to use him properly, it's going to be so broken since he's going to be able to just like do all those crazy reflections. I think like with enough practice, most people can probably start to reflect those rockets and stuff pretty consistently. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think with enough practice, he could be a really broken card in the meta.
Yeah, sounds good. So that's going to be S tier. Monk is S tier. Just picture a monk above the clouds, chilling, and just having his amazing time all by himself in a group of his own. All right, so he might even be S plus or something better. We have no clue. Then the Phoenix. So we haven't play tested it or done anything with it. Just taking a look at the card, the concept looks really broken if it is strong stats wise. So if there's strong stats and it survives and then it's able to end up becoming always staying alive, and then you're able to keep a push going together with like a Lava Hound and a Miner and a Skeleton King, and then your Phoenix dies and it comes back and it keeps the push continuing to go, that could be a huge problem. If the stats are strong, it's going to be very, very, very broken because the ability is already strong. So it's a melee card. That's one thing that it was revealed. If it's a trash stats and it doesn't do high damage and it doesn't, move quickly and doesn't have high health, it's just going to die, and it's not even going to get any resurrection. It's not going to matter. If your tower is targeting the Phoenix, apparently the Phoenix, I think it dies. I'm pretty sure the Phoenix dies if the tower is targeting it with no distractions. So I don't think the Phoenix is that great. At least that's what I thought I saw.
Yeah.
In the clip, it showed the Phoenix. Surviving only because the tower was targeting the Lava Hound. But if both towers were targeting the Phoenix, it would have died. The Phoenix didn't seem like that strong stats-wise. So right now, I'm going to say that it's going to be bad. And I think they're going to buff it. I think it's going to be better. So it's not going to be overpowered now. It'll probably be overpowered in the future. I think it's going to be like a trash tier card. Don't know where it will be because I haven't played it. But I'm assuming C or D tier.
Yeah.
And then
I'm thinking that as well. I'm thinking it's going to be around B or C.
Okay.
Yeah, I
What
think
do
C is probably good.
Okay, so I guess we'll have to wait and see, literally. That's it. That was the entire tier list. Is there anything that you guys want to change really quick, or is this our tier list that I'm going to be posting on Twitter? Let's see. This is our final chance. If you guys have any last call, anything, let me know.
Pretty
It
good.
looks good to me.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing that I would want to change. I think that everything is solid. Still a little bit sad that, that Mr. Bandit or the Bandit was like not an A tier. I think Bandit's annoying, but I agree with you guys because of the meta. It's probably not as good. The one thing that was really surprising to me that just changed drastically in the game was the fact that Rail Giant is at the top. That happened because of the Goblin Drill kind of falling out of the meta as much, and then Cannon and Mortar getting nerfed, which were two of the best counters in the game. With Skeleton King and Goblin Gang and all the bait cards where it synergizes perfectly with Skeleton King, Royal Giant is at the top of the food chain. The best player in the world champion, said that Royal Giant, not even funny how good it is anymore. And he tweeted that. So he doesn't really complain very often. He did, though, about this card. Makes sense. Solid stuff. If you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe for more daily videos. I upload daily here at 3 p.m. Eastern every single day. And if you like the video, it supports for free. So feel free to do it if you want to. Also, huge shout out to the amazing people that were here today. These are some of the best players in the entire world. Ian77, he has a YouTube channel. Go type him in, click on his content, and subscribe there as well. Very nice person, one of the best and most knowledgeable people in the game. Plays Hog Rider a lot. That's his best deck. And then also Boss, one of the most versatile pro players in the entire game. Type in Boss CR on YouTube and check out a new video on a new deck and top level gameplay showing you guys a variety of different things that you might want to learn. Either way, if you click on these guys' channels, you'll learn a lot and you will definitely not be disappointed by it. So thank you guys for being here.
Thank you for the invite. It was fun making this tier list with you.
Yeah, time just flew so fast. I didn't even notice it was already so late, but I enjoyed it.
Thank you guys for taking the time. Of course, like this would not be possible without you guys. 4 hours is insane. And then also thank you guys, everyone that's watching. I love you guys. Let us know down below in the comment section what we were right on and what we were wrong on. And let me know what cards you want deleted or reworked in the comment section. I read every single comment. So yes, I will be reading comments for 2 hours today. So I read comments for 2 hours every single day. So I'll see you guys in the future. See you, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say. Love you guys lots. See you in the next one. Peace out.
Peace out, Girl Scout.